Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto Was the Chosen Undead. And before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Giggles echoed through the dark forest, and Naruto laughed louder. He knew how ridiculous he must have looked, alone under the moonlit trees and laughing for no reason. But none of that mattered, tonight. After countless failures and frustration, he had finally done it. He had made a clone that actually worked. He stared at the figure in front of him, barely containing his excitement. It looked just like him. The 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, the spiky yellow hair that caught the moonlight, the bright blue eyes. Even the outfit was right. Orange jacket with blue shoulders, a white fur collar, mesh undershirt, and blue open-toed sandals. "It's perfect," he whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. "Great. With this I can become a genin," he began, but the clone cut him off. "I'll take my first step into becoming Hokage." Naruto blinked. Clones weren't supposed to talk. That was new. He reached out and poked it. He expected his hand to pass through, like all the failed illusions before. But this time, his finger touched solid flesh. "My clone is solid. And it can talk," he said slowly. A wide grin spread across his face. "You know what that means, right?" The clone nodded, just as excited as he was. "My clone jutsu is better than everyone else's." The thought filled him with pride. He watched, curious, as the clone turned toward the forbidden scroll of seals nearby. It was massive, dark green with black markings, nearly as tall as he was. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, even though the answer was obvious. "We have some time before Mizuki-sensei shows up. Let's learn another jutsu," the clone replied, voice eerily identical to his. "Let's do it." Naruto's excitement faltered when he looked at the scroll. He had expected something simple and flashy. Instead, all he saw were complicated lines and symbols. The seals looked like a puzzle meant to keep him out. They covered the parchment like a spiderweb. As the clone spread the scroll across the forest floor, Naruto hesitated. He wanted to say it was pointless. He had never understood seals like these. But just as he was about to give up, the scroll began to open. One seal loosened, then another, and soon the entire scroll unfurled, revealing its secrets layer by layer. "It's like an onion," the clone muttered. Naruto couldn't help but agree. The scroll, once fully opened, didn't just reveal a single technique or seal. Layered across its surface were countless symbols in individual sections, each carrying its own seal, and one massive design woven across them all. A spark of recognition flickered in his mind. It was a storage seal. He didn't know the exact mechanics, but he understood enough to know this type of seal could store something inside, like a pocket that needed chakra to unlock. Judging by the size of it, the seal would probably need a ton of chakra. That wasn't a problem. If there was one thing Naruto never seemed to run out of, it was that. He remembered how even Sasuke, that smug show-off, would be panting after using a few scrolls. Sasuke could manage 24 at his best. Most of the class couldn't handle more than 6. But Naruto, he could laugh his way through 100 and still keep going. Standing beside his clone, both of them staring down at the intricate seal, a reckless grin spread across his face. "Well, it looks like it's just a matter of chakra," he said to himself. "And if there's one thing I've got plenty of, it's that. Let's open this up and see what cool item is inside." They placed their hands on the center of the seal. As their palms pressed down, it felt like fitting a key into a lock. The seal didn't just accept their chakra. It pulled on it. Naruto felt the familiar surge start in his gut, rising through his arms like a current. It was second nature by now. But something was off. The seal wasn't just absorbing chakra. It was draining it, faster and harder than anything he had ever encountered. The clone vanished in a puff of smoke. A sharp pain shot through Naruto's chest. He grit his teeth and pushed harder, trying to keep the chakra flow steady, but it kept pulling. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt what true chakra exhaustion was like. His body trembled. Breathing became hard. Each inhale felt like fire in his lungs. Then it stopped. The seal had taken what it needed. With a final, greedy gulp, it unlocked. A thick puff of smoke burst out. Naruto collapsed. His body hit the dirt with a dull thud. The forest spun around him. The trees blurred into one another, swirling like ink in water. Pain throbbed through his limbs. His head felt stuffed with cotton. His breath came in short, shallow gasps. He'd never been this tired before. Not from pranks, not from training. This was a new kind of exhaustion. The cold earth beneath him was the only thing keeping him grounded. He shut his eyes and tried to focus on his breathing. The worst part. The seal had opened to absolutely nothing. Bastard seal, you took my chakra, now give me your secrets. His chakra was slowly trickling back. He could feel the steady pulse of recovery, stronger than what most of his classmates could manage. He remembered how they always complained about chakra exhaustion, whining about how long it took to recharge. He smirked. Guess their recovery speed isn't as great as the great Naruto Uzumaki. That thought gave him a brief flash of smug satisfaction before his glare returned to the scroll. He wasn't finished with it, but he didn't expect what came next. It began as a glow. Then, like a fire being born, chakra spilled into the air. It wasn't just any chakra. This one burned with an orange hue, vibrant and alive. It rose in a spiral, weaving and dancing with a will of its own. As it ascended, it started to form a ring, floating just above the seal. It pulsed slowly, like it was breathing. The ring shimmered at the edges with gold, while its center burned darker and hotter. Its light bathed the surrounding trees in fiery orange, casting flickering shadows. It looked like the sun itself was being forged in front of him. Without thinking, Naruto reached out. His hand moved on instinct. The moment his finger touched the ring, a blinding flash consumed him. Everything went dark. Naruto opened his eyes, but there was no light, no scroll, no forest. He stood in absolute blackness. He didn't panic, not yet. Darkness wasn't new to him. He had spent plenty of nights alone. But this wasn't just dark. This was empty. Where am I? Is this a dream? Did I pass out? What was that ring of fire? No answers came. He walked, unsure if he was making any progress. The ground felt like stone, but he couldn't see it. No sound. No breeze. Just him. I'm pretty sure Ayame would be terrified of this place, he muttered, trying to laugh. Gigi, are you there? His voice echoed through the void. Is this because I knocked you out with the sexy jutsu? I said I was sorry. He pinched his ears, the way children did when apologizing. It felt silly. It was silly. But the silence that followed felt heavier than before. Is anyone there? His voice cracked. He didn't like the way it sounded. Small. Afraid. It reminded him of nights in his apartment, before ramen, before friends, when silence was all he had. Then light exploded across the void. Naruto staggered back, throwing his arms up to block the glare. He squinted through his fingers and saw 10 rings of fire. They floated in the air before him, flickering with the same orange chakra as before. One ring pulsed brighter than the rest. Naruto approached it. As he got closer, the ring expanded. Inside it, an image appeared. It was him. Or, a version of him. He wore armor. Real armor. A chest plate, shoulder guards, metal gauntlets. In one hand, a sword. In the other, a round metal shield. The blade gleamed in the firelight. He looked strong. Dangerous. Cool. This is so cool, Naruto whispered, eyes wide. Is this showing me my future? Or is it just an illusion? He stepped closer. Do I get the sword if I touch it? He reached out again, unsure if this was a test, a vision, or just a trick of the seal. The ring pulsed in response, but said nothing. Pausing, Naruto turned to survey the 9 remaining rings. A spark of curiosity lit in his chest. Just then, a scroll unfurled in front of him, as words shimmered across the surface. Warrior class. Weapon expert. High strength. Dexterity. He glanced back at his armored self, mentally piecing it together. I think I get it now, Datbeo. He exclaimed. If I touch you, I get to be a weapon expert and be super strong and dex something. He stumbled over the last word. He had no idea what dexterity meant, but high strength was more than enough to sell him on the idea. Still, something tugged at his attention. The next ring revealed the knight class. Low-ranking knight. High HP. Solid armor. Not easily toppled. The illusion wore far more metal than the warrior, practically encased in steel from head to toe. Naruto scratched his head. What the hell is a knight? No answer came, just the flickering of quiet flames. He shrugged and moved on. Wanderer class. Wields scimitar. High dexterity. This version of him wore a dark leather outfit with a hood. A curved sword which he guessed was the scimitar. A small shield hung from his arm, shaped suspiciously like a ramen bowl. Naruto snorted. Dressed in all black with that moody look, he resembled someone far too familiar. At least if I pick this class, I can use the shield as a ramen bowl, he muttered, smirking. The next class was Thief. High critical hits. Has Master Key. Thief Naruto held a dagger not much bigger than a kunai and a shield so small it looked like it belonged to a toddler. He wasn't impressed, though the part about the key caught his attention. What's a Master Key do anyway? No one answered. Next up was the Bandit class. High strength. Wields heavy battle axe. Bandit Naruto was huge. Towering muscles. Biceps thicker than both of Naruto's arms. His armor included a chainmail hauberk, padded trousers tucked into heavy boots, and broad leather straps crossing his chest. A thick belt wrapped around his waist. One shoulder was armored with metal plates, and he carried a massive, intimidating axe along with a spider emblazoned shield. Do I get that body if I choose this class? He wasn't scrawny, but Bandit Naruto was on another level. He imagined Sakura taking one look at him and completely forgetting about Sasuke. That thought alone made him giggle. Still, he forced himself to move on. He couldn't decide just yet. The next illusion was the Hunter class. Bow-wielding Hunter. Decent at close range. Weak with magic. Hunter Naruto wore rugged armor, not too heavy, with a bow slung across his back and a quiver of green feathered arrows. Naruto frowned. Weak to magic. That part puzzled him. What did magic even mean? Was it like another word for chakra? The thought left him with more questions than answers. The scroll for the next class unfurled without warning. Sorcerer of Vinheim Dragon School. Casts soul sorceries. Sorcerer Naruto looked weird. Big, floppy hat. Robes that screamed nerd. It was disappointing. The name had sounded so cool. Dragon School. Soul sorcery. It sounded like he was getting a new ninjutsu. He sighed. Let's just move to the next. Still, part of him couldn't stop thinking about it. Dragon School. Do flying lizards teach there or something? He didn't have time to dwell. Pyromancer class. Swamp Pyromancer. Casts fire spells. Wields a hand axe. Pyromancer Naruto stood tall, holding a worn axe and a wooden shield. His armor was padded and practical, though the green hood draped over his head looked like it had seen better days. You look homeless, Naruto muttered. But the fire spells. That detail made his heart race. He still remembered Sasuke showing off those fireballs during training. Naruto had always wanted to do something just as flashy. Maybe this was his chance. Then came Cleric. Cleric on pilgrimage. Wields a mace. Casts healing miracles. The illusion was bald. Nope. Not going bald. And finally, the last class. Deprived. Unclothed enigma. Armed with a club and old plank shield. Gah. Naruto clapped a hand over his eyes. Deprived Naruto was practically naked. Just a loincloth, holding what looked like a piece of broken fence for a shield. He stumbled back, shaking his head hard. There is no way I'm choosing that. Nope. Never. He looked over the 10 rings once more, arms crossed, weighing his options. It came down to 2. The bandit was awesome. Muscles, armor, big axe. And the pyromancer. He could throw fire and look cool doing it. One had strength. The other had flash. My fireball is going to be better, he mumbled, already picturing Sasuke's face when he showed up with flames of his own. The thought alone made the decision harder. He closed his eyes, held out a hand, and began to hum an old rhyme he barely remembered. His hand floated between the 2 rings, back and forth, until it stopped. When he opened his eyes, his palm hovered above the pyromancer ring. A grin split his face. I can't wait to see the look on everyone's faces when they see my awesome fire jutsu. The ring of fire shimmered. Then, without warning, light erupted around him, swallowing the world in brilliance. Naruto shielded his eyes, expecting the forest to return once the glow faded. But when the brightness dimmed and his vision cleared, he realized something was very wrong. He wasn't anywhere near home. Naruto gagged, instinctively pinching his nose shut as the stench overwhelmed him. The source wasn't hard to find. A dead rat, bloated and half-decayed, lay beside an old, rusted bucket that looked like it had been used as a makeshift toilet. The sight was revolting. The smell made his eyes sting. He'd seen plenty of unpleasant things in his short life, but this was on another level entirely. Turning away, Naruto tried to focus on anything less disgusting. The rest of the room wasn't much better. Moss blanketed the walls in slick, green patches that crept up from the floor to vanish into the arches above. The stones were damp and crumbling. Cold, wet air clung to his skin and sank into his bones, making every breath feel heavier than the last. A few slivers of dim light pierced through cracks in the ceiling. They barely reached the floor, casting long shadows that danced with the dust swirling in the gloom. Across from him stood a rusted iron door, bolted shut. From underneath it, a faint line of torchlight spilled into the room, glowing gold against the stone. "I don't think I'm in Konoha anymore," he whispered. He shifted to stand up, but a harsh clinking echoed in the room. Looking down, his breath caught. Thick metal cuffs were locked around his ankles, their ends bolted into the floor. Not only was he trapped, he was a prisoner. And he was no longer in his usual clothes. He wore the pyromancer outfit he'd seen in the Ring of Fire. The cloth was rough, stitched together from worn leather and strange fabric. How? His thoughts spiraled. Why am I chained up? Was this some punishment for stealing the scroll? The idea crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. The Hokage wouldn't do something like this. Not Gigi. He wasn't that cruel, right? Still sitting, Naruto forced himself to look away from the rat and the filth, focusing instead on the cold stone and the slivers of light trickling from above. He needed to think. In the corner of his eye, a line of woodlice began crawling toward the rat's corpse, their tiny bodies inching along the floor like a living shadow. Where's a fire jutsu when you need it? The idea of blasting them all with a fireball brought a flicker of satisfaction. He looked down at the pyromancer clothes again. Wait, I should have gotten a fire jutsu, right? I got the clothes. His brow furrowed. But where were the axe and shield that came with this? Weird. Deciding not to worry about it just yet, Naruto extended his hand toward the advancing bugs and shouted, "Fireball!" Nothing. Only his voice echoing off the damp stone walls. He stared at his hand like it had betrayed him. Where's my fireball? How am I supposed to one-up that emo bastard now? How do I change my status? The moment the word status left his mouth, something flickered to life in the air. A glowing screen appeared before him, floating just above eye level. He blinked at it, stunned. Did saying, "Status, summon this. What even is this thing?" Maybe it could tell him what happened to his fire jutsu. Or better yet, maybe it held a clue on how to break out of these chains and escape the dungeon. His heart pounded. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached out toward the screen, half expecting it to vanish the moment his fingers got close. But it didn't vanish. Okay, he breathed. Let's see what you can do. Name: Naruto Uzumaki, Covenant. None, level 1, souls. O. Attributes: Vitality 10, Attunement 12, Endurance 11, Strength 12, Dexterity 9, Resistance 12, Intelligence 10, Faith 8, Humanity. O. Stats: HP 573, 573, Stamina 93, Equip Load 8.0, 51.0. Weapon Stats: R Weapon 120, R Weapon 220, L Weapon 120, L Weapon 220. Defense: Physical Defense 73, 20 vs Strike 78 vs Slash 73 vs Thrust 73 Magic Defense 73, 13 Flame Defense 99, 21 Lightning Defense 59, 16. Resistances: Poise, O Bleed Resist 104 Poison Resist 194 Curse Resist 35. Miscellaneous. Item discovery. 100 attunement slots. 2. Attunement slot 1. Fireball times 8, attunement slot 2. Empty. Naruto blinked in confusion as he stared at the numbers and terms on the screen, not understanding what any of it meant. But his eyes locked onto Fireball listed under something called an attunement slot. Okay, so I have a Fireball, but how do I use it? He tapped on the screen, hoping for some additional info to pop up, but nothing happened. Just as he was about to give up and try something else, the entire room filled with a blinding light. He squinted upwards, shielding his eyes, and as his vision adjusted, Naruto saw an armored man in a patchwork of gleaming steel and worn leather that fit him like a second skin. His helm was a sculpted piece of metal with narrow slits for eyes, hid his face, but the set of his jaw was unmistakable. This guy meant business. He rested one gauntleted hand on the pommel of his longsword, and in his other hand, he held a shield emblazoned with a golden lion. Hey, who are you? Oh, you haven't gone full hollow. What does that mean? Naruto shot back, but before the knight could explain, he threw down what looked like a corpse at Naruto's feet. The blonde jumped back, his heart racing. The corpse's skin was pallid and sagging, its eyes hollow and lifeless, and it wore tattered clothes that hung off its frame like rags. Hey, weirdo, what's the big idea, huh? Naruto yelled, his anger flaring up as much as his fear. The knight, unfazed, pointed toward a key hanging from the belt of the corpse. A key. Yada. I can finally go free. Oh, Gigi owes me a lot of ramen for making me go through this shit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the entire room began to shake violently, dust and small pebbles raining down from the ceiling. It felt like something massive was moving above them, threatening to bring the whole place down. The knight quickly moved away from the hole in the ceiling through which a sliver of sunlight had been shining. Glancing up, Naruto saw something huge nearly blocking out the light, its massive silhouette ominous and foreboding. He needs my help. Naruto's mind raced. Should he use a clone to build a ladder? Would that even work? If only I had my grappling rope. Right then, the grappling hook appeared in his hand. It was his. His name was scratched into the side. Where did you come from? He wondered, but the thought was cut short when the entire roof trembled overhead. He ran beneath the hole in the ceiling, uncoiled the rope, and threw the hook upward. It clanged against the edge. He yanked it back, adjusted the angle, and threw again. Naruto focused, narrowing his eyes at the cuffs digging into his ankle. He clenched the old chain while drawing chakra into his palms and flooding it through his arms. The metal groaned under the sudden pressure. With a sharp exhale, he twisted and yanked. The chain snapped apart with a loud crack, fragments clattering to the floor. Shaking off the last bits of metal, he flexed his fingers. Naruto crouched down and grabbed the key from the corpse. He stuffed the key into his pocket, but the second it was in, it vanished. Confused, he slapped the pocket, then turned it inside out. Empty. Where did it go? He muttered, glancing around in case he had dropped it. A deep, thunderous roar ripped through the dungeon, silencing his thoughts. I'll figure this out later. Datbeo. He tightened his grip on the rope and pulled himself the rest of the way through the hole. Up top, there was no time to take in the view. His eyes locked on the figure waiting for him. It wasn't the knight he came to help. It was something else. The creature was a monstrous sight. Its skin was a grotesque patchwork of bulging, mottled flesh, each fold glistening with a slick, oily sheen. The bloated mass of its body looked ready to burst. Its limbs were twisted and swollen, barely able to support its immense weight. From its head, a horrific face leered down, crowned with a chaotic tangle of horns that jutted upward like the gnarled branches of a dead tree. Its eyes burned with a sinister red glow, full of malevolence. In its gargantuan hand, it held a massive club, more like a weaponized tree trunk. Naruto gulped, his throat suddenly dry. This thing was bigger than his entire room back in Konoha. Every ounce of bravado drained out of him. He was frozen, locked in place like a statue. He had fought bullies, sparred in the academy, faced classmates in training. But this was different. This was danger he could feel in his bones. This was life or death. And all the loud words he usually threw around meant nothing here. He was terrified. The thought of that club smashing down and splintering him into pieces shut everything else out. He couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't even breathe. It can kill me. Then, like lightning, the knight moved. He slid between the demon's legs. The blade bit deep into the demon's calf. A fountain of dark blood sprayed out with a sickening sound. The creature howled, stumbling back as it swung its club in wide, panicked arcs. Naruto's heart still pounded against his ribs. Sweat dripped from his hands. But he wasn't frozen anymore. This thing wasn't untouchable, and if it could bleed, it could be beaten. Name: Asylum Demon HP 2195. A glowing window appeared in front of him. Naruto blinked, barely able to register it before the world seemed to slow down. The Asylum Demon raised its massive arm. The weapon came up for a brutal backswing. Naruto didn't hesitate. He formed the cross sign as fast as his fingers would allow. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen copies burst into existence, smoke rolling across the rooftop. Get that ugly bastard. The clones swarmed the demon, striking from every side. But their attacks did nothing. Not a scratch. One by one, they were smashed away, vanishing into puffs of smoke. The knight looked around in disbelief, stunned by what he was seeing. Come on. Let's get out of here. Naruto yelled while grabbing the knight by the arm, but not just that. With his free hand, he reached out, caught the grappling hook's rope, and swung them both toward the hole in the roof. The two of them dropped fast. The knight gripped the rope with all his strength, wrapping it around one arm to slow their descent, feet bracing against the wall. They hit the ground hard, but not broken. Naruto dropped to his knees and began scrambling across the floor, eyes darting. What are you doing? Trying to find the key. We need to get out of here before that thing. A gust of wind roared through the hole. The demon had swung again. Naruto cried out, grabbing his head. Memories crashed into him all at once, like a wave slamming against a cliff. He saw every clone destroyed, wiped out instantly. None of them had made it past a single strike. He didn't even know that was possible. But he had felt it. All of it. Don't worry, the knight said, calm despite the chaos. The demon won't come into the asylum. What? He followed the knight's gaze. The asylum demon loomed above the hole, staring down at them. Its massive eye locked on Naruto, burning with hate. Naruto felt it like a weight pressing into his chest. That gaze wasn't just looking at him. It was judging him, measuring him, and it wanted him dead. But the demon didn't move. It stared a moment longer, then slowly turned and walked away. Naruto sat there, shoulders trembling, his breath ragged. Are you all right? Naruto wiped his forehead and forced a grin. Of course I'm all right. You think a fat ugly demon like that can scare the great Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto Uzumaki, the knight repeated, rolling the name around like he was testing the sound of it. Yep, that's me, and I'm gonna be the greatest Hokage in Konoha. The knight tilted his head slightly in confusion. You are a strange one, aren't you? Well, this strange one just saved your life, Datbeo. The knight chuckled. It was surprisingly warm, considering the cold stone around them. He extended his hand. That you did. I am Oscar, Knight of Astora. Pleased to meet you. Naruto grabbed his hand and gave it a quick shake. You're not from Konoha. I know no such place. I am a Knight of Astora, on pilgrimage to Lordran. Naruto blinked. Lordran. Astora. The words spun around in his head, knocking loose every question at once. How did I get here? Where even is here? What happened to Konoha? His pulse climbed, but outside, he kept his face still. That alone surprised him. Usually his emotions poured out like an open faucet. But now, despite the storm building inside, he kept it contained. Is something wrong? No, Naruto said quickly, though it rang hollow even to his own ears. Then why are you still shaking my hand? Naruto blinked and looked down. He hadn't let go. His hand was still clamped around Oscar's. Oh, right. He pulled back fast and rubbed the back of his neck, his face turning red. Sorry, I mean, with everything going on, it's a lot. He stumbled over the words, then caught himself and pivoted. Where's the key? It was easier to focus on something physical. The questions in his head could wait. Getting out of here came first. As he turned, his eyes drifted toward the glowing system window still hovering in the air. And suddenly a thought hit him. The grappling hook. It just appeared in my hand like it had been summoned. But I didn't carry it with me. I didn't see it on the ground. His brow furrowed. Could it be a storage seal? Some kind of invisible inventory? Maybe it's tied to this window. Some jutsu I don't understand yet. Curiosity burned through the panic. I wonder. He whispered under his breath and focused on the thought. Item. Nothing happened at first. Then the window blinked. A new line of glowing text flickered to life. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Inventory upgrade materials, key items, spells, weapons, ammunition, armor, rings. Naruto opened the glowing window and navigated to key items. He focused on the dungeon cell key and selected it. A faint shimmer pulsed in his pocket. He reached in and there it was. The key had just appeared. He held it up, still amazed by how the system responded not just to his actions but to his thoughts. Oscar didn't comment. He simply watched. Is this normal around here or something? Naruto wondered. He'd never seen any jutsu like this. Storage seals were one thing, but this was on a whole different level. Come on, let's get out of here, he said, shaking off the weirdness as he turned to the rusted metal gate. He slid the key into the lock, turned it, and pushed the door open with a long, low creak. What lay beyond stopped him cold. The dungeon hall stretched far ahead, the ceiling arching high above like the ribcage of some dead giant. Rows of prison cells lined the walls, their bars bent and broken like something had ripped them apart by brute force. Torches flickered in rusty sconces, casting long shadows across the stone floor. But what made Naruto's skin crawl were the shapes moving in the distance. Figures with their skin peeling away in patches, some revealing raw muscle, others exposing bone. Hollow sockets stared out from half-decomposed faces. Their bodies were hunched and malformed, and the only thing they wore were tattered loincloths. Each one dragged a broken sword hilt or splintered wood, moving with a strange, twitchy stillness. Naruto's voice dropped to a whisper. What are those? Oscar stepped up beside him, sword already drawn. Hollows, he said. The undead that have lost their purpose. The phrase echoed in the boy's head. An undead that has lost its purpose. He didn't know why, but that hit something deep. Something unspoken. He blinked and shook the thought loose. Then his eyes dropped to Oscar's blade. He could use the kunai in his inventory, sure. But a sword. That sounded awesome. Hey, can I use your sword? He asked, his voice hesitant. I've never used one before, and, well, it looks really cool. Oscar looked at him, not with caution but with curiosity. Why do you want to use a sword? I dunno. I just think it'd be fun to learn, Naruto admitted. And maybe helpful. Very well, Oscar said, offering the weapon. Wait, really? Just like that? You saved my life, Oscar said simply. Teaching you is the least I can do. Besides, you should know the basics if you plan on surviving here. Naruto grinned, practically glowing. He took the sword in both hands, feeling the cold weight of it settle into his grip. Oscar nodded toward the hollows. They're empty and docile, perfect for training. Naruto's heart jumped. No one had ever taken the time to teach him anything before. At the academy, he was just the loud troublemaker. The kid everyone ignored or avoided. But here was this total stranger was offering to teach him something with no judgment and hesitation. Oscar gestured to the sword in Naruto's hands. That is the Astora straight sword. The Astora straight sword was almost too refined for him. Its double-edged blade was long and tapered, perfect for thrusts and clean cuts. The metal had a weathered sheen, marked by old battles. The curved cross guard flared like talons, etched with delicate detail. The grip was slim and leather-wrapped. Even the pommel looked like it belonged to a knight, not a kid still figuring out which end to hold. So, what kind of special move are you gonna teach me? Oscar didn't flinch. I remember thinking the same thing when I was younger. Always chasing some flashy technique. Naruto paused. He was used to teachers lecturing him, telling him he was doing everything wrong. But Oscar wasn't doing that. He was just talking. Like he actually wanted Naruto to learn. The boy nodded to himself. I'm not wasting this. I'll take it seriously. But real fighting taught me something more important, Oscar said. Forget the flashy moves. Master the basics. That's what keeps you breathing. He raised 2 fingers. I'm going to show you 2 strikes. Learn them and use them. They'll get you through this place. Oscar drew his side sword with a clean motion. First is the light cut. A quick, tight strike with one hand. He swung in a horizontal arc. That's it. Seems easy enough. No, Oscar replied calmly. It's not just about swinging. It's about speed, timing, and control. You strike before your enemy can react, then recover just as fast. Stay mobile. Keep your form clean. If your edge isn't aligned properly, you're just flailing. You may as well be swinging a stick. Naruto nodded. Now for the heavy cut, Oscar said as he adjusted his footing and took the sword in both hands. He raised it high and brought it down in a powerful vertical strike. This strike is all about force. You drive it down with your whole body. It's slower, but if it lands, it can end a fight in one blow. What if I miss? Then you're exposed, Oscar answered. That's the trade-off. You commit to a heavy cut, you better be sure it's going to land. Otherwise, you leave yourself wide open to a counter. He stepped back and ran through a few strikes. A thrust. A rising cut. Another heavy downward swing. Naruto watched every move, but a question was already forming in his head. Hold up. Why only 2 attacks? Oscar didn't even blink. That's enough. What about something cool like a spin slash or reverse grip? Oscar gave a short breath, almost a sigh. You want to look cool, or stay alive? Naruto paused, then muttered, stay alive. Exactly. You can learn more when you're not surrounded by danger. Right now, I'm giving you what matters. Solid footing. Clean cuts. Read the distance. Keep your guard up. That's swordsmanship. Naruto's grip tightened on the hilt. Got it. Oscar stepped closer, adjusting his hands. Keep your elbows loose. Let the blade move. Don't fight it. Naruto inhaled, then faced the nearest hollow. It just stood there, barely moving. Okay. Light cut, Naruto muttered while swinging at the first hollow, but he misjudged the distance. The sword barely grazed the hollow's side as he nearly tripped over his own feet. His heart pounding as he jumped backward, expecting the hollow to lunge at him. But it didn't move, just stood there, swaying slightly. Failure is part of learning, young man. Don't let it define you. Learn from it and do better. Yeah, Naruto whispered to himself, raising the sword and focusing on the hollow in front of him. This time, he swung with more control, keeping his movements compact. The blade connected solidly, cutting into the hollow's chest with a clean motion. Excellent, Oscar praised. Now, the strong cut. Naruto turned toward the hollow at the end of the hall. He raised the sword high, gripping it with both hands. Here goes nothing, he muttered, and then he swung down hard, using all his strength. The sword cut through the air and struck the hollow with a force that reverberated up his arms. It wasn't perfect, but it was a huge improvement from his earlier attempts. The boy let out a breathless shout, his heart racing with exhilaration. Swinging a sword is awesome. He turned, ready to ascend the stairs, when Oscar's voice stopped him. Wait, young Naruto. Naruto blinked, remembering the sword in his hand. Oh, yeah, this is your sword. I should give it back. But Oscar shook his head. No, you forgot to claim your prize. He pointed to the hollows Naruto had defeated. Naruto followed his gaze and saw a strange white vapor swirling above the fallen enemies, forming into small orbs. What is it? This is a soul, Oscar explained. It can be used to strengthen your aspects of your body, like strength, dexterity, and more. Naruto glanced at the status screen that had appeared earlier, at the numbers that represented different attributes of his body. Maybe, if he collected these souls, he could make those numbers go up and get stronger. How do I claim this soul? Just grab it. Naruto reached out and touched one of the white orb. It seemed to dissolve, the light sinking into his skin and spreading through his body. It felt warm, a strange, almost tingly sensation that surged through him like a jolt of energy. Do you still want your sword back? But Oscar just pointed down the hall. Naruto turned to see another hollow, this one moving toward them, its steps uneven and jerky. Looks like I've got a moving target now, Datbeo. A minute later, Naruto grumbled as he climbed up the cold wet metal ladder. He could see Oscar trying and failing, not to laugh above him. The fight with that moving hollow had been a disaster. He'd missed his first swing completely, and the hollow went berserk, flailing its sword around like a madman. It nearly ended with Naruto getting skewered in the butt, all because he panicked and tried to run away. Thankfully, the substitution jutsu saved his ass, literally. He sighed, shaking his head at the memory. Suddenly a strange feeling washed over him, like being wrapped up in a blanket on a cold night. Looks like there's a bonfire near us. Bonfire? Naruto echoed, confused. What did a fire have to do with this weird sensation? He pushed on, finally reaching the surface, and the sight that greeted him took his breath away. He found himself in a vast courtyard. The stones beneath his feet were worn smooth. Crumbling walls surrounded the space as weed and ivy crawled up the weathered stone, clinging desperately to the remains of archways and columns that spoke of a grandeur long faded. Naruto stared at the architecture in awe. It was huge, imposing, yet so broken. Let's take a rest, Oscar said, breaking Naruto's reverie. He pointed towards a strange sword embedded in the ground. Is this place safe? Of course. There's a bonfire here. The sword? Naruto asked, his confusion deepening. Oscar walked up to it, removing his glove. Naruto blinked in surprise when he saw Oscar's hand, as it looked like those hollows they'd fought earlier. He wanted to say something, but kept quiet, not wanting to disrespect Oscar after all he'd done for him. Oscar sliced his palm and let the blood fall onto the sword's base. The moment it touched the ashes below, spark erupted, rising into a sudden bloom of fire that bathed the courtyard in a warm, flickering glow. And the sensation of safety overwhelmed Naruto. The tension drained from his body as the stress and fear that had been gnawing at him since he arrived in this strange place melted away. He let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding and sank to the ground. He laid back, staring up at the sky. His mind was blank, for the first time in what felt like forever, and he just let himself feel the warmth and peace wash over him. He was safe. Hearing a strange, low whooshing hum, Naruto's eyes snapped open. Across from him, Oscar sat calmly, guiding the bonfire's flame into glass bottles like it was liquid. Naruto blinked hard, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating, when suddenly, only for a massive shadow to sweep over them. He looked up, and his pupils shrank. Sensei. I know. I saw it too. They both had caught a glimpse of the asylum demon soaring through the sky, heading towards the area blocked by a massive door in front of them. What now? Naruto asked, his voice uncertain as he watched Oscar stand up and brandish his sword. What was he doing? Was he actually planning on fighting that thing? Sensei. Oscar turned to him, his expression serious but calm. Naruto, can you tell me what the most important thing is in a battle? Not getting hurt. Awareness, Oscar corrected, and for a moment, Naruto was more confused than ever. Oscar stepped forward, his sword gripped lightly in one hand. With a swift motion, he stabbed forward. Naruto was about to dodge it when, in a sudden flick, Oscar twisted his wrist, turning the stab into a quick slash. The blade grazed Naruto's cheek, just enough to draw a small line of blood. Hey! Naruto yelped, stepping back and pressing a hand to his cheek. Awareness, Oscar repeated. It's about knowing everything that's happening around you and where your enemies are, what they're planning, and how to react before they even strike. You could be the strongest fighter in the world. But if you're blind to your surroundings, you're as good as defeated. Naruto blinked, the sting of the cut still fresh, but Oscar's words began to sink in. He thought back to the fight with the hollows, how he'd missed his swing and nearly got himself attacked by the hollow. I get that, but why are you doing this? I'm going to teach you a technique that will help you always be aware of your enemy. Naruto's heart skipped a beat, excitement bubbling up inside him. A special technique. One that could help him stay aware of everything around him. This was huge. Is it a powerful technique? You can judge that for yourself. What's it called? The way of focality. What's that? The way of focality, Oscar said, is awareness born from focus. Naruto tilted his head, confused. To me, focality makes the world disappear. You only see your enemy, and no matter what move they make, you'll see the path. You'll know how to respond. His words sounded impressive, but the theory flew right over Naruto's head. He scratched the back of his head, unsure how to even start learning something like that. Oscar saw Naruto's confusion and chuckled. I thought as much. Well then, the only way to truly understand it is through experience. Let's begin. Oscar drew his side sword, and Naruto instinctively gripped his tighter. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized that Oscar was going to teach him through battle. Naruto took a deep breath, bracing himself as Oscar took a stance. Naruto swung horizontally, aiming to catch Oscar off guard. But Oscar moved with such ease, sidestepping the strike and countering with a light tap of his blade against Naruto's wrist. It wasn't enough to cut him, but it was a clear message. Naruto had left himself wide open. Stay focused. Gritting his teeth, Naruto adjusted his grip and went in again. He raised the sword high and brought it down with all the force he could muster, hoping the extra power would catch Oscar off balance. But Oscar parried the blow effortlessly. Oscar didn't even move much. It was like he could predict everything Naruto was going to do before he even did it. Frustrated, Naruto launched another attack, this time trying to follow up quickly with a second strike. His plan was to overwhelm Oscar with speed. But the next moment, Naruto felt the flat of Oscar's blade press against his side. Focus, Oscar repeated. You're thinking too much about your moves. Feel the flow of battle, not just the mechanics of it. Naruto was trying, really trying, but every time he swung, every time he attacked, Oscar was 2 steps ahead. You're too powerful, sensei, Naruto grumbled, wiping sweat from his brow. Don't be discouraged. Discouraged. The blonde cut him off, his voice rising. I don't even know the meaning of that word. Discouraged means. Are you stupid or something? Naruto interrupted, shooting him a look. You're the one who said you didn't know the meaning. Well, let's see if you can explain the meaning of this ass whooping. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with 20 of Naruto, all grinning confidently. He spread his clones out, trying to surround Oscar. This time, he thought, I'm going to overwhelm him. No more losing. Spells in a spar. A little unfair, don't you think? This is fair, Datbeo. All the clones shouted in unison before charging forward. But that confidence quickly faded. As soon as Naruto's clones started swinging their swords, things got messy. They bumped into each other, some slashing too close, causing clones to pop in quick bursts of smoke. It was chaos. Inexperience was written all over the battlefield. Half of the army wiped itself out before even getting close to Oscar. By the time Naruto realized how bad things were, only a few of them were left standing. Oscar didn't even seem fazed as his sword flashed, stabbing one of the clones, which burst into smoke. You need to learn battle formations for these doppelgangers, he said as he casually struck down another clone with a precise jab. I think I'll get the hang of it. One of the remaining clones shouted as it rushed forward with a horizontal attack. With a slight twist of his wrist, Oscar parried the sword, knocking it aside with a sharp clang. In the same motion, his sword shot forward in a clean thrust, catching the clone in the chest. The clone barely had time to register the hit before it popped into smoke. Oscar blocked the kunai with his armor. Suddenly the clones launched a barrage of shurikens, filling the air with spinning blades. Naruto grinned, feeling like he finally had the upper hand. But just as he thought he had Oscar, the knight whipped out his shield, effortlessly blocking the kunai. Naruto's smile faltered as Oscar charged with the shield in front. 3 of Naruto's clones rushed him, each using a heavy attack. For a moment, Naruto thought this would be it. 3 against 1. But Oscar blocked all 3 with ease, his shield taking the brunt of the attacks. Before Naruto could react, Oscar kicked the middle clone hard enough to make it pop into smoke. The remaining 2 clones swung horizontally, hoping to catch him off guard. Oscar parried one of them with his shield, and to Naruto's shock, he turned his back to the other clone. Naruto expected the clone's sword to land a solid hit, but the blade clanged uselessly against Oscar's armor. The armor wasn't just for show. Oscar moved swiftly, popping the second clone with a stab and gut-punching the last one so hard it dissolved into smoke. The courtyard was empty, nothing but the faint trails of dissipating chakra left behind. Oscar stood in the center of the courtyard, looking around. Student, Oscar muttered under his breath, and Naruto couldn't help but grin from his hiding spot. He was calling him his student now. Hidden slightly to the side, Naruto was using the transformation jutsu, coating himself in a thin layer of chakra to reflect and refract the light around him, effectively camouflaging himself. He'd always used this jutsu as a gag by turning into a sexy woman for laughs. But now, he realized why they'd been taught this technique. It was actually useful. Naruto watched as Oscar scanned the area. He was getting closer. Closer. Now. Naruto sprang from his hiding spot, going for a stab with all the force he could muster. But Oscar wasn't surprised. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he stepped back just as Naruto's sword missed. And without hesitation, Oscar returned with another stab. It happened so fast that Naruto barely had time to react. His hands moved on instinct, reaching for the sealing scroll in his pocket. He activated it, releasing a puff of smoke and summoning a log in his place, the substitution jutsu saving him at the last second. The log clattered to the ground as Naruto used the chakra burst from his ankles to dodge to the side, his body surging with a short burst of speed. Tunnel vision hit Naruto hard. The world around him seemed to blur, fading into the background as his focus narrowed to Oscar's sword. His eyes dilated as adrenaline pumped through him. Time slowed as adrenaline surged. Naruto saw the strike coming and raised his blade just in time. Steel clashed. The impact rattled up his arm, but he deflected Oscar's sword enough to survive. His breath came in ragged gasps, heart pounding in his ears. His whole body trembled from the rush, but he'd done it. Congratulations, Oscar said. You've just experienced focality. Naruto gave a shaky nod, still catching his breath, mind racing as the moment replayed over and over. Is focality just adrenaline? A physician in Astora once told me the body sheds its limits at the edge of death, Oscar said. Focality taps into that same instinct. But what you felt just now wasn't the technique. That was a glimpse. The technique is a breathing method. It lets you stay in that heightened state, without needing to nearly die every time. Naruto's eyes lit up. A breathing method. To trigger that awareness. Are you ready? Naruto opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. An idea hit him. He made 30 clones. Sensei, I've got an idea that could help me train both focality and swordsmanship. Go on. When I saved you from the asylum demon, a bunch of clones popped. Same when we sparred. But when they did, I got all their memories. Oscar blinked. So your spell shares experience. Exactly. So if I have my clones train in focality while you work with me on swordplay, I can learn both 10 times faster. Oscar stared at him in disbelief, then burst out laughing. By Gwyn's great beard, what sort of absurd magic is this? Naruto just grinned. Oscar shook his head, smiling. Well, if it works, who am I to argue? Come, my pupil, let's train. Standing in front of the massive iron door, its surface a mix of rust and decay, Naruto couldn't help but feel small. It was intimidating, but not as intimidating as what waited on the other side. He glanced at Oscar, who already had his hand on the door, ready to push it open. Sensei, I still haven't mastered the way of focality. I've barely managed it twice, Naruto said, his voice shaking slightly. The way of focality is mastered on the battlefield, my student, Oscar replied. With your strange spell, I'm sure you'll survive. If anything, it's I who should be afraid of dying. Don't say that, Naruto nearly yelled, his hands trembling. The thought of Oscar dying was too much to bear. Are you afraid? Oscar asked, his voice gentle, but Naruto could feel the weight of his question. He wanted to lie, to seem braver than he was, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. I'm scared. To his surprise, Oscar didn't admonish him or call him a coward. Instead, he nodded. Good. Only the fool and the arrogant aren't afraid of the enemy. And remember, both don't live long. Naruto nodded, feeling a little steadier as Oscar's words sunk in. Fear wasn't a weakness. It was a sign he understood the danger. He could work with that. Together, they pushed the heavy iron doors open, the groan of metal echoing in the empty space. On the other side was a massive, open-ceiling courtyard. The tiled floor beneath them was cracked and weathered, with a layer of dust and debris covering most of it. Tall stone pillars lined the edges, and to the left, a massive metal door stood closed, like a prison gate. Old, broken pots littered the space. Then came the roar. The asylum demon landed with a thundering crash, its hulking form blocking the massive black door at the far end of the courtyard. Naruto took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. Shadow Clone Jutsu. His clones sprang to life, each one taking up position with shields interlocked, forming a makeshift wall between them and the demon. The demon roared and leapt into the air. His heart dropped as he watched its massive form come crashing down toward them. The ground shook, and a deafening crack rang out as the hammer slammed into the formation. Most of the clones popped on impact, their forms vanishing into smoke, but the shield wall had done its job. The shockwave was dulled, and through the smoke, Oscar and Naruto saw their chance. They moved as one. From the sides, they flanked the demon. Naruto slashed with quick horizontal attacks, while Oscar raised his sword high with two hands and brought it down with a heavy, downward strike on its leg. Name: Asylum Demon HP 1982,195. The demon's HP dropped, and for a brief moment, Naruto felt a surge of hope. They were doing it. But that hope was short-lived. The demon flapped its small wings, lifting its grotesque body a few feet into the air. Ha! Scaredy cat, Naruto thought, the adrenaline making him bold. But that thought immediately turned into regret as the wings suddenly stopped and gravity took over. The demon came crashing down with the force of a house falling from the sky. Run! Naruto barely had time to think, as his body acted on its own. He sprinted, but the shockwave that followed its landing was devastating. The ground rippled like an earthquake, and he felt himself lifted off his feet, slammed face first into the tiles. Naruto tried to push himself up, groaning from the pain that shot through his body. His arms and legs felt heavy, like lead, and every breath hurt. His head pounded, and he could feel blood dripping from his lip. He forced his eyes open just in time to see the demon raising its hammer, ready to swing it down on him. Move. Naruto's hand instinctively raised Oscar's shield. The next thing the boy knew, he was thrown backward, the force of the impact sending him flying through the air. His body hurtled toward one of the stone pillars, and he barely had time to reinforce his arms and back with chakra before he slammed into it. The pain was intense, like a shockwave of agony radiating from his spine. But the chakra reinforcement saved him. Naruto slid down the pillar, gasping for breath, his hands shaking from the adrenaline. The asylum demon leapt from one side of the courtyard to the other. The blonde barely had time to react as he dodged and sprinted up a nearby pillar, the stone trembling beneath his feet as the demon's massive hammer crashed down with a thunderous slam. Why are you after me? He shouted, panic lacing his voice as he jumped off the pillar just before the demon's hammer shattered it to pieces. He landed behind the demon, panting heavily. In that brief moment, the way of focality kicked in, and Naruto saw the demon's next move. A backspin attack. But even though he could see it coming, he wasn't ready. The pain was like fire spreading across his spine, making every movement feel like he was tearing himself apart. He could barely move, let alone dodge the attack. Just when Naruto thought he was done for, he felt Oscar's hand grab him, yanking him forward. The demon's backspin slammed into the metal door with a deafening crash, the impact so powerful it created a massive hole, revealing a potential way out. Naruto and Oscar locked eyes, both knowing what to do without saying a word. Naruto summoned a group of shadow clones, sending them to distract the demon as he and Oscar sprinted toward the opening. As they ran, the asylum demon rammed its hammer into the wall, creating an even bigger hole in the process. The ground shook as the wall collapsed, blocking the demon's path but leaving them to feel the staircase beneath them trembled. Are you okay? I'll live, Naruto managed, his voice shaky. But the second he stopped, all the pain came rushing back. His back throbbed, his legs ached, and his head felt like it was going to split in two. Basic chakra control and body reinforcement weren't enough to protect him from all the injuries. He healed fast, sure, but he still hated the pain. Something warm touched his lips. Naruto opened his eyes to see Oscar offering him one of those strange bottles he'd filled with bonfire earlier. He hesitated but took a sip, immediately feeling a rush of warmth flood through him. It was like the bottle had lit a fire inside him, burning away the pain and healing his injuries in an instant. Better. Yeah, Naruto said in amazement at the light that had engulfed his body. I would be if I had some Ichiraku ramen. Oscar hummed in response. They descended down the staircase, which led into a room filled with old, stagnant water. Naruto wrinkled his nose at the sight of it. How likely am I to die if I drink that water? You'll live, Oscar said, knowing undead don't exactly get diseases. Naruto paused, unable to see his reflection clearly in the water, and hesitated about drinking. Suddenly, a sharp sound snapped his attention away. He looked up to see an arrow flying straight toward his eye. His heart skipped a beat as Oscar reached out and caught the arrow just in time. Can't this world just give me a break? Naruto groaned as he saw the hollow archer responsible for the shot. It had the nerve to turn and run as soon as it saw him notice. All yours, Oscar said. You don't have to tell me twice, Naruto grumbled, bolting after the hollow. His footsteps echoed as he sprinted along the broken pathway, the hollow always just a few steps ahead. Naruto was about to throw a kunai, ready to impale the hollow out of pure revenge. But then something caught his eye. An axe, lying in the hands of a hollow that had long since died. Isn't that my class item? Naruto thought but didn't care how or why it was here. But as he hefted the axe, another arrow came whistling through the air. His instincts kicked in. He swung the axe, cutting through the arrow with a satisfying thunk. Another arrow came as Naruto dodged to the left. In one fluid motion, he charged forward and swung the axe, decapitating the hollow in a single, clean strike. Yeah, he muttered to himself. Maybe I am getting the hang of this, Dadbyo. Naruto glanced to the side, his curiosity piqued as he noticed a path leading to an upper floor. Isn't that? He mumbled to himself, before calling out, Sensei, come here. A minute later, they were standing on the upper floor, looking directly at the bonfire below. Should we go down? We could use the grappling hook. But Oscar didn't respond, and Naruto quickly followed his gaze. The asylum demon was still down there, thankfully oblivious to their presence for the time being. So, what now? Naruto asked, feeling the weight of the situation press down on him. Oscar looked up. Above them, there was another floor. We should do a plunge attack, Oscar said. From the top floor, Naruto felt a spark of excitement at the idea. He could already picture it in his head, dropping down on that giant demon from above like some kind of super ninja. Oscar nodded, confirming his thoughts. They quickly scanned the area, their eyes darting left and right. Both paths seemed to lead upward, to the top of the building. Without waiting for Oscar to say anything, Naruto took off toward the right as he reached the stairs, only to find them destroyed into rubble. But there was a weird ring, sitting right in the middle of one of the upper stairs. His fist lightly tapped his palm as he remembered the ring section in his inventory. This had to be important, right? He summoned some shadow clones and had them form a ladder, their bodies interlocking to help him reach the ring. Climbing up, he grabbed it. An old rusted iron ring. Sensei, what is this thing? That's a magic ring. You're kidding. No, I'm surprised you found one. Why? Well, magic rings are incredibly rare treasures that are created by beings who can imbue pieces of their soul into the item, creating a magical phenomenon, Oscar explained, his tone calm, though Naruto could tell even he hadn't expected this. Yay! Naruto cheered, excited by the prospect of owning something so rare and powerful. Without hesitation, he slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling the rusted metal press against his skin. He waited, expecting something to happen, maybe a rush of power or a flash of magic. But nothing. He stood there, staring at the ring, waiting for some kind of sign. Anything. This is worthless. Naruto groaned, feeling like the world had just pulled a cruel joke on him. How could a magic ring do absolutely nothing? He glared at it in frustration, about to yank it off when, suddenly, a system window popped up in front of him. Item: Rusted iron ring. Description: This iron ring was used to shackle the guilty. It is terribly rusted, and faintly stained with blood. Those who find this strange ring to their liking will be pleased to find it easier to gain footing on poor ground such as swamps. Do you want this useless piece of junk? You are its finder, my student. Let's wait and see what its magic effect is. Naruto sighed, glancing at the system window. It helps me gain footing on poor ground, he muttered, clearly unimpressed. Useless. Without warning, Oscar shoved him, catching Naruto off guard. His body reacted instinctively, and he immediately caught his balance. Hey, what's the big deal? Naruto snapped, annoyed, as he looked at Oscar. But Oscar just pointed at his feet. What? You regained your footing immediately when I pushed you. Yeah. The ring helped you regain your footing. If you're ever in a situation where you're about to trip or fall, you can regain your balance. That's the magic of the ring, Oscar explained. So, you are telling me that I need to see the usefulness even in things that seem useless, right? No, Oscar said flatly, surprising Naruto. Hey, then what was the lesson? Oscar glanced at the ring. That is a stupid ring. Naruto could tell Oscar was joking, so he played along, clutching the ring dramatically. But it's my precious, you can't have it. They both chuckled as they walked ahead, but their light-hearted moment was cut short by a deep rumbling sound. They turned just in time to see a giant iron ball thundering down the stairs. Naruto quickly channeled chakra into his legs and leapt upward, dodging the trap. Oscar rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the ball as it crashed through the wall behind them, leaving shattered stone in its wake. The sheer force of the impact showed just how deadly it would have been if it hit. Without hesitation, Oscar rushed ahead and struck down the hollow who had pushed the ball. Meanwhile, Naruto turned toward the smooth metal surface left behind by the ball's path and caught his reflection. He froze. Beneath the pyromancer's hood, he looked like a hollow. No. What's wrong, Naruto? Oscar's voice broke through Naruto's panicked thoughts, and he quickly came over. The blonde yanked his hood down dramatically, revealing his undead face. I'm ugly. Oscar just stared in silence, and Naruto felt embarrassed. Oscar had been worried about him, and here he was, freaking out over his looks. But Naruto couldn't help it. How could he not? Seeing his face look like a hollow would freak anyone out. After what felt like forever, Oscar finally spoke. Naruto, you're not from this world. Naruto blinked in disbelief. What do you mean I'm not from here? He stammered, completely caught off guard. This whole time, he'd just assumed this place was some hidden part of Konoha, a weird prison maybe. But another world. That explains a lot, Oscar said finally, easing down beside Naruto. Things that didn't quite fit, like the strange way you handle power, your unusual view of the world. Unusual, Naruto echoed, frowning. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto, you're brighter than anyone I've met in Lordran, Oscar said, like he was choosing his words carefully. You joke, you laugh, even when you're in danger. No one here acts like that. Even the children of Astora don't fool around the way you do. They're cautious, untrusting, afraid. What kind of stupid world is this? He hadn't meant it to come out so harshly, but he couldn't help it. The thought of kids not being able to mess around, not getting to laugh, to be kids, it was wrong. Sure, he hadn't exactly had the best childhood in Konoha, but he'd found ways to make it fun. He'd been a prankster, a fool, just to get a reaction. Just to get noticed. Even if it was for the wrong reasons, it was better than sinking into loneliness. But here, where even kids had to be afraid and serious just to survive. That wasn't a life. Life here is harsh. Fear can become a shield, but it's a heavy one to carry, especially for children. Naruto shook his head, the injustice of it all gnawing at him. But why's it gotta be like that? Oscar sighed. That is a long story. He hesitated, then slowly reached up, removing his helmet. Beneath the metal was a hollowed face, an eerie reflection of Naruto's own form here. But despite the wear and darkness, there was something familiar. Blonde hair. Naruto felt a strange warmth at the sight. Guess we've got more in common than I thought, huh? Oscar leaned back, his eyes distant. Naruto, have you ever wondered what the world was like in the beginning? I dunno. Pretty shitty, since they didn't have ramen. Oscar chuckled, a low sound that echoed softly in the empty space around them. I suppose, yes, there wasn't much to enjoy back then. But it wasn't just about food. It was different. Imagine a world shrouded in fog. Just gray crags, towering arch trees, and the everlasting dragons ruling over all. Dragons. Like giant fire-breathing lizards. Sort of, Oscar said. But these dragons were more than that. They were eternal, untouched by time or fire. They lived in a world that never changed, until one day, something new appeared. Let me guess, someone showed up and kicked dragon butt. Not quite, Oscar replied, his tone thoughtful. It started with fire. Fire brought change. Things like heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. And from the dark, beings came forward, drawn to the flame. They found power within it. The souls of lords. Lords, huh? Naruto muttered, trying to wrap his head around it. So, they were, like, the big shots. Yes. The first to claim these souls were Nito, the first of the dead, the Witch of Izalith and her daughters, and Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight. Each of them was powerful, beyond anything we could imagine. Oscar paused, as if debating whether to continue, then sighed. There was one more. The furtive pygmy. Smaller, weaker, easily overlooked. But he found something within the flame as well. A dark soul. A dark soul, Naruto echoed. So, this guy didn't go around fighting dragons, then. No. While Gwyn and the others used their power to go to war with the dragons, the pygmy did something else. He hid in the shadows, kept his power secret. And in time, he shared it. Shared it. Naruto blinked, intrigued. Like, with who? With others, like you. Naruto's jaw dropped. Wait, me, you mean? The pygmy used his dark soul to create a new kind of being, Oscar explained. A whole race. He created humans. So, humans came from this dark soul thing. From this guy. Yes. But it's a bit more complicated, Oscar replied, his voice a low rumble. The pygmy's dark soul was a beacon, one that stretched across worlds. Over the years, people from other places, other worlds, they felt its pull. They were drawn here, across time and space. Naruto's eyes widened. So, you're saying he brought people here, like me? Oscar nodded. Exactly. You're not the first, Naruto. Many have been drawn here, especially in the early days of the world. Humans, warriors, even heroes. Naruto let out a long breath, trying to process everything. So, how do I go back? He tried to sound casual, but even to him, the question sounded desperate. Konoha was so far away now, but it was still his home. He didn't belong here in this place of endless decay. Oscar gave him a small, understanding smile. You miss it, don't you? Your home. I mean, it's not like there's anyone waiting for me. Oscar's face softened. You're an orphan. Naruto nodded, the word hanging heavily between them. Oscar's gaze was filled with a rare sympathy. That explains why you're so full of life, he said softly. Full of life. What's that supposed to mean? When you've known loneliness, true loneliness, sometimes all you can do is laugh. It's the only way to keep the darkness from swallowing you whole. Naruto looked at him, really looked at him, and saw the same loneliness he'd seen in his own reflection so many times before. Yeah, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Beats the alternative, right? They sat in silence after that, a silence that spoke louder than words. In that moment, they both understood something unspoken, something that went beyond words, beyond worlds. They both knew what it was to be alone and, somehow, to keep going. For the first time since he'd arrived, Naruto didn't feel quite so far from home. Do you still want to go back? Oscar asked after a while. Yeah, my home might be crap, but it's better than this. Plus, The ramen is great there. He tried to laugh, but it came out weaker than he wanted. I'm sorry, but I don't know how you can go back to your home. Naruto took a deep breath, scratching the back of his head. He wasn't sure how to feel. Part of him wanted to freak out, but another part, well, a break from Konoha does sound nice, he said, half joking but half meaning it. Oscar watched him closely, probably trying to figure out if Naruto was putting on a brave face or if he really meant it. Honestly, Naruto wasn't sure either. He'd always looked on the bright side of things, and maybe this was just another thing to deal with. Or maybe, his life back home wasn't all that great, and he didn't mind the idea of a break from it. Oscar stood up, his armor clinking softly. Well, it doesn't matter, he said firmly. As long as you're here, I'll stand beside you as a teacher and as a friend. He held out his hand. For a second, Naruto just stared at it. No one had ever offered him something like that before. A genuine smile spread across Naruto's face, wider this time. He clasped Oscar's hand, and Oscar helped him to his feet. Let's go kick this demon's ass. Naruto followed Oscar through a metal barred door, stepping into a broken hall under a sky that seemed forever gray. The roof had long since crumbled, leaving debris scattered across the floor. But what caught Naruto's attention wasn't the destruction. It was the land outside. Instead of the lush green forests of Konoha, all Naruto could see were jagged mountains, rising like prison bars around the asylum, trapping them in. The air was cold and sharp, with a biting wind that whipped around him, tugging at his clothes and cutting through his skin like a kunai. Suddenly, Naruto felt warmth in the icy air. He turned, his eyes locking onto a corpse slumped against the wall. Unlike the hollows they'd fought before, this one looked more human. But that wasn't what caught his eye. It was the embers glowing faintly on the fingers, as though they were still clinging to life even after death. Pyromancy flame, Oscar whispered, breaking the silence beside him. What's that? It's an item that can help you use flame arts. Immediately, it clicked in Naruto's mind. That's what I need to use fireballs. Without thinking, Naruto rushed forward, excitement bubbling in his chest. But a gut feeling, a sense that something wasn't right. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the corners of the hall. Something felt off. Naruto hurled a kunai toward the shadows. The sound echoed through the area, and sure enough, a few hollows began limping toward them. Good call, Naruto muttered to himself as he grabbed a few more shuriken. It was as good a time as any to practice. He flung the shuriken, watching as they sliced through the air, but the hollows didn't fall immediately. One of them dropped after the third kunai, while the other kept coming until Oscar stepped in and cut it down with a clean swing of his sword. Naruto turned, eyes scanning for more threats. That's when he saw it. The last hollow at the end of the hall was different. It was armored while holding a spear and shield. Remember, Naruto, Oscar said calmly, there are two ways to deal with a spear, or any weapon with long reach. Naruto listened closely. One is to keep your distance. The other is to get so close that the weapon's range becomes its weakness. Naruto nodded, fully understanding the strategy. Neither he nor the hollow moved. It stood there, waiting, its spear tip gleaming in the light. Your turn, Oscar said, stepping aside. Oh yeah, Naruto shouted as he suddenly remembered the pyromancy flame. Without wasting a second, he sprinted toward it. The pyromancy flame still glowed faintly on the corpse's hand. Naruto reached out and touched it, and as soon as his fingers made contact, the embers seemed to come alive. They slithered like snakes, crawling up his arm, their heat warming his skin. The ashes covering the corpse's hand blew away in the wind, swirling in the air before magically attaching themselves to his hand. For a brief moment, Naruto saw a beautiful pattern, like vines etched into his skin. But just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. All that remained was his hand, now looking ashy and strange. Naruto, Oscar called from behind him, pulling his attention back to the battlefield. Naruto turned to see the undead spearmen marching toward them. I'm going to do a fireball, sensei. Back up. I don't want you to get hurt. With that, he stretched his hand out in front of him. The moment he did, something clicked. He instinctively knew how to use this new power. It wasn't like chakra. This energy was different. More violent, more chaotic. It roared inside him like a wild flame, eager to burst out. Naruto focused, pulling that energy into his hand. A beautiful orb of fire formed in his palm. The heat radiated from it, making the air shimmer. The undead soldier took another step forward, raising its spear. Naruto didn't wait. With a swift motion, he hurled the fireball. As it left his hand, he felt a little disappointed as it wasn't as big as Sasuke's fireballs. But that disappointment vanished the moment it hit the soldier. Boom! Flames erupted in a massive explosion, scorching the entire area. The blast was so intense that the walls themselves were charred black, and the undead soldier was engulfed in the inferno. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, he muttered. My flames are definitely stronger than Sasuke's, right, sensei? It's not dead, Oscar said calmly, his eyes fixed on the flames. Naruto turned, and sure enough, the soldier walked out of the fire. Its armor and spear melted, dripping like molten metal. But it didn't stop. It started running toward him, faster than Naruto expected. His heart leapt into his throat as it charged. Acting on instinct, he swung his sword, slicing its neck clean through. The soldier dropped, its body crumbling into a lifeless heap at his feet. Always make sure the enemy is down. Don't turn your back on them until you're certain. Naruto nodded, taking Oscar's advice to heart. That had been way too close for comfort. Suddenly, the entire place shook, the ground rumbling beneath their feet. The knight and the boy turned to the side, and there down below, pacing back and forth, was the asylum demon. Looks like our friend is getting anxious. Oscar glanced at him, his calm demeanor never faltering. This battle will be different, Naruto. Are you ready? Naruto grinned, the thrill of the fight returning. You bet. Let's take this thing down for good. Oscar launched himself into the air and driving his sword down in a vicious plunge attack onto the demon's head. His blade cut deep, slicing off part of the demon's tree-like horns. The impact was so powerful it sent a spray of blood and ichor splattering across the ground, the demon roaring in pain. Oscar landed in a roll, quickly making his way toward the gate as Naruto summoned dozens of shadow clones. They leapt toward the asylum demon, but none of them attacked. Instead, they popped, creating a massive cloud of smoke that engulfed the monster. From the high ground, Naruto released a fireball, using the smoke as cover. The fireball soared through the air and exploded on the demon's face, flames licking up its grotesque features. But the demon was tougher than expected. It roared in fury, and its hammer shot up, smashing into the platform where Naruto stood. The ground beneath him shattered, crumbling into rubble. But the way of focality had kicked in, letting Naruto see it coming. He jumped just in time, narrowly avoiding being crushed as the upper floor was obliterated beneath him. Naruto summoned more clones and used them as a launchpad to propel himself back into the fight. Meanwhile, Oscar charged in with a two-handed grip on his sword, delivering a devastating horizontal slice across the demon's midsection. The blade cut deep, blood spraying from the wound as the demon let out a guttural roar of agony. Sensei! Dodge! Naruto shouted as he landed, seeing the demon wind up for another attack. Oscar rolled to the side just in time, and Naruto took the opportunity to hurl another fireball. This time, he aimed for the Achilles tendon, the fireball exploding on impact. A chunk of the demon's leg was blown off in a fiery blast. Blood and chunks of flesh flying everywhere as the massive creature collapsed to one knee, roaring in pain. The demon's wings flared open suddenly, and Naruto knew what was coming next. The demon began to rise, preparing for its shockwave attack. Oscar and Naruto were near the gate, just outside the immediate area of effect, but even from where they stood, they could feel it. The wind, the deafening sound, the dust filling the air as the demon crashed back down. Now! Naruto shouted, and his clones responded instantly, hurling fireballs at the demon. Each fireball exploded on contact, covering the creature in flames. The demon's body was engulfed, the flames spreading quickly, but it wasn't done. With a savage roar, it lunged toward them. Naruto barely had time to react when he felt Oscar's boot hit his back, shoving him forward. He stumbled, his jaw dropping as he saw Oscar do the impossible. Oscar parried the demon's giant swing, his sword cutting cleanly through the head of the demon's massive hammer. The weapon splintered, the hammer's head falling to the ground with a heavy thud. In one fluid motion, Oscar moved in for the kill, his blade plunging deep into the demon's stomach. The demon screamed in a horrendous, blood-curdling sound as its stomach split open. Blood poured out, thick and dark, pooling on the ground beneath it. Tendons were severed, its intestines spilling out in long, grotesque ropes, steam rising from the exposed flesh. The creature's body convulsed, twitching as the flames continued to burn through its skin, charring the muscle and bone beneath. Name: Asylum Demon HP 982,195. For a moment, Naruto almost felt sorry for the thing. But then, something shifted, and the air around him felt wrong. The hairs on his arms stood on end as the asylum demon lifted the broken handle of its hammer. He watched in disbelief as the handle began to twist and warp, almost like it was alive. The demon's hammer morphed into a staff, pulling the broken pots around them into its grip, fusing them together to form a jagged, sharp edge. Name: Stray Demon HP 982,195. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. It can change its weapon. Why did its name change? Without wasting a second, he threw his hands together and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Dozens of clones appeared in a puff of smoke, charging toward the demon in unison. The demon swung wide with its new staff, and most of Naruto's clones dodged it with ease. But then, bang! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. His ears rang, his head spun, and he barely registered the red flash of light before he hit the ground, hard. His body screamed in pain, and he gasped for breath, trying to figure out what had just happened. His clones. Most of them were gone. They had popped almost instantly, wiped out by whatever that blast was. This demon can use spells. The thought clawed its way through the haze in his mind as he staggered to his feet. Before he could fully gather himself, he saw the demon again, gripping its staff like a baseball bat. He could barely react as it swung towards him, the jagged edge of the staff gleaming as it cut through the air with terrifying speed. Naruto tried to move, but his body felt like it was moving through mud. His muscles refused to listen, still reeling from whatever weird spell had knocked him down. His chest tightened, and the cold realization hit him hard. I can't dodge this. Is this the end? The thought raced through his mind as he watched the staff coming at him in what felt like slow motion. Suddenly, he felt a hard shove came from Oscar's hand. Naruto stumbled backward, gasping as he saw Oscar leap in front of the attack, his shield raised. The demon's staff connected with a horrifying crack, the impact so violent that Oscar was sent flying through the air like a ragdoll, slamming into the second-floor wall with a sickening bang. Sensei! Naruto screamed, his eyes darted back to the demon, and it grinned at him. A grotesque, mocking grin that made Naruto's blood boil. Something inside him snapped. Chakra surged through his body, blue flames of energy exploding around him. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 100, no, 1,000 clones burst into existence, filling the courtyard. The sound of battle cries echoed around him as his clones charged, hand axes raised, each one filled with the same rage that burned in his chest. This demon wasn't going to get away with this. The asylum demon slammed its staff into the ground. The staff began to glow with a deep, pulsing red light emanating from it. Before Naruto could even process what was happening, the demon raised the staff high, and an orb of red energy formed at the tip. It hovered there for a brief second, crackling with power. No. Then it exploded. The shockwave hit Naruto like a tidal wave, and in an instant, he felt everything. Every single clone, every single perspective, every single bit of pain and panic, all at once. Their thoughts, their memories, their fear, it all flooded into him like a crashing wave. Hundreds of lives, hundreds of viewpoints, merging into one chaotic stream. His mind felt like it was being torn apart, the sheer overload too much to handle. I can't breathe. The orb's energy surged through him, erasing his clones one by one, and then, it reached him. The sensation was like nothing he'd ever felt before, like his body was being unraveled, piece by piece, thread by thread. There was no heat, no sensation, just a growing void where his body should have been. His mind screamed for something to hold onto, but there was nothing. He couldn't even tell where his body ended and the nothingness began. His vision blurred, and all the sounds of battle faded into silence. There was no more pain, but it wasn't relief. It was terrifying. You died. Naruto blinked and suddenly found himself back in the forest. His mind was a blur, everything that had just happened feeling distant, like a dream slipping through his fingers. The Northern Undead Asylum, Oscar, was it real? It all felt so hazy. He shook his head, trying to make sense of it. Naruto. Naruto looked up, only to see Iruka storming toward him, his hands gripping the boy's shoulders tightly. His eyes bore into Naruto's with an intensity that made his stomach twist. It was rare to see Iruka-sensei like this. The young Uzumaki would have flinched under that stare if he wasn't still trying to process whether everything around him was real. Do you know what you've done? What? Naruto barely had time to respond before a barrage of shuriken whistled through the air toward them. Naruto shoved Iruka out of the way, and even he was surprised by the force. Iruka landed hard, spinning to face the source of the attack. Well, came a voice from the shadows. Mizuki stepped out, a twisted grin on his face. I didn't expect that. I'm impressed you found this place, Iruka. Mizuki. Naruto, give me the scroll. Don't. Iruka's voice cracked with urgency as he positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto. Naruto, never give him that scroll. It's dangerous. Mizuki used you to get it for himself. Naruto. Mizuki interjected smoothly. Iruka's just afraid of you having that scroll. Huh. Naruto blinked. Iruka-sensei wouldn't be afraid of him, would he? Don't do it. Iruka shouted, pulling out a kunai. That scroll holds jutsu collected by past Hokage, techniques too dangerous to use. Mizuki's lying. He used you. Naruto's mind reeled as he looked between them. There's no point in delaying this, Mizuki said darkly. Naruto, do you know why the whole village hates you? The whole village? He always wondered why. He'd always felt their stares, their whispers. But no one ever told him why. No, Mizuki, stop. Roughly 12 years ago, Mizuki began, you know about the Kyuubi no Kitsune, right? The monster that attacked Konoha. Naruto nodded slowly. Well, the Yondaime Hokage couldn't kill the Kyuubi, so he sealed it away, into the body of a baby. And that baby was you. Everything clicked in an instant, why the villagers glared at him, why parents pulled their children away from him, why he was always treated like some kind of monster. All the whispers, the dirty looks. He thought it was because he was a troublemaker, because he didn't fit in, but this. He wasn't just disliked. He was hated because he was the Kyuubi. He was the monster. That's why everyone despises you, Naruto, Mizuki sneered. You're the dreaded Kyuubi no Kitsune. It felt like the world was collapsing around him. How dare you? Iruka's voice snapped through the suffocating silence, filled with more anger than Naruto had ever heard from him before. Mizuki grinned as he drew a giant shuriken from his back, his intentions clear. And now, I'll kill you and become a hero to the village. Don't listen to him, Naruto. Iruka yelled. He's lying. He's the traitor here. Why protect him, Iruka? He's the one who killed your family. Naruto froze again, the weight of Mizuki's words pressing down on him like a mountain. He killed Iruka-sensei's family. No, it wasn't him. It was the Kyuubi. But he was the Kyuubi, wasn't he? He was a demon. Just like the asylum demon. I'm not letting an idiot like you get that scroll. You're the idiot, Iruka, Mizuki sneered. Naruto is a monster, just like me. Anyone with that scroll can do whatever they want. The Kyuubi would abuse its power, Mizuki goaded. You're right, Iruka said suddenly, and Naruto's heart sank. But then Iruka's voice changed, his tone stronger, more certain. But Naruto is different. He's one of my best students. He works harder than anyone. He's not the Kyuubi. He's Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure. Naruto looked up, stunned. Mizuki's face twisted with rage. Then die, he screamed, hurling the giant shuriken with deadly force. Suddenly, the familiar feeling of focality washed over Naruto, sharpening everything. It was like time slowed, and he could see the path of the Fuma shuriken flying toward him. More importantly, he saw Iruka-sensei moving to jump in, using his body as a shield to save him. Naruto didn't need any more proof. That was all he needed to know. Iruka was on his side, that Mizuki had betrayed them. Without thinking, Naruto's hand shot out, grabbing Iruka mid-jump. He twisted his hips, jerking his arm forward as he felt the surge of pyromancy flame building inside him. It flowed to his hands like a rush of heat, and suddenly, a fireball erupted, blasting through the air and destroying the Fuma shuriken in one fiery explosion. So, the demon child got his hands on a fire-style jutsu, huh? Mizuki sneered while moving his hands through a series of hand signs. Let me show you how a real fire style is done. He blew into the ring formed by his thumb and pointer finger, and a massive fireball roared toward them, the heat radiating from it in waves. Iruka prepped his earth style, already ready to raise a defensive wall, but his jaw dropped as he saw it. Naruto's fireball blasted right through Mizuki's like it wasn't even there. The explosion was huge, a burst of flames and smoke that lit up the entire clearing. For a moment, the boy couldn't see anything. But then, in a blur, Mizuki appeared behind him in a flash, using the body flicker technique. His kunai was cold against Naruto's neck. Got you now, Mizuki growled, thinking he had already won. With a swift motion, an axe flashed out from the inventory, catching the white-haired Chunin off guard. Mizuki screamed in pain, clutching the stump where his hand used to be. His face twisted in agony, and without thinking, Naruto grabbed him by the mouth, his palm pressing against Mizuki's face. Fireball. Naruto felt the fire erupt from his palm, engulfing Mizuki's head. The flames roared for a moment, and then, boom. Then silence. Iruka had closed his eyes, turning away. When everything was still, Naruto looked down at what was left of Mizuki's headless body. You have killed hostile enemy, Mizuki, dropped items. Fuma shuriken times 2, incomplete cursed seal, 200 soul. Naruto didn't know what to feel. The blood was still clinging to his skin, drying in patches on his hands, his clothes, everywhere. But inside, he felt nothing. Not anger, not regret, not even relief. Just emptiness. Nothing at all. Killing Mizuki didn't feel real. It was just like killing a hollow. Just another fight, just another enemy. But it wasn't, was it? Mizuki wasn't a hollow. He was human. His mind raced, but there was no room for emotions. Everything was happening too fast. His thoughts were scattered, and one thing kept echoing in his head. Oscar. He had to go back. He had to save his teacher, his friend. But how? How did he get here in the first place? There was no clear answer, no path in front of him. Just blood and confusion. Hollows, Oscar, that world, how do I get back? Where was he supposed to go from here? Hiruzen sat at his desk, staring at the report before him, but his mind was far from the words on the page. Today had been chaotic, to say the least. His pipe rested between his lips, and he took a long puff, letting the smoke fill his lungs. He needed this. Naruto Uzumaki, his grandson in everything but blood, had stolen the forbidden scroll of seals. Naruto had knocked him out with that ridiculous jutsu of an illusion of a naked woman. I've seen many things in my years as Hokage, but that was a new low. A small part of Hiruzen was thankful that no one knew about it. The last thing he needed was for the village to hear that the great Professor Sarutobi had been bested by such a technique. God, the embarrassment would never end. Another puff of smoke escaped his lips as he leaned back in his chair. Naruto had been tricked by Mizuki. Well, that explained how Naruto had managed to bypass the security and get his hands on the scroll. Naruto may be talented in his own way, but even Hiruzen knew the boy wasn't capable of pulling off such a feat alone. But how did a low-level Chunin, who spent his days as an assistant teacher, know enough about the security patterns of my library to pull this off? It didn't sit right with him. If he hadn't gone to check on his secret stash of Ika novels, a guilty pleasure he'll take to the grave, he might not have even known Naruto was in the building. But his headache wasn't just from the breach or the embarrassing knockout. It was the fact that Mizuki had revealed the truth about the Kyuubi no Kitsune to Naruto. Hiruzen had planned to tell Naruto himself when he was ready. When he was old enough, mature enough to understand the weight of the truth. But now, that plan was ruined, shattered by Mizuki's selfishness. He took another drag from his pipe, letting the smoke swirl around him. I should have told him sooner. I should have prepared him. But no, Hiruzen wanted to shield him, to protect him from the harsh truth for as long as he could. And now, it's all come crashing down around him. Normally, this chaotic night would have ended with a heartfelt conversation. He could have helped Naruto make sense of it all. But that was not to be. No. Instead, Hiruzen had to deal with the fact that Naruto killed Mizuki. The pipe nearly slipped from his fingers as the thought hit him again. Naruto had killed. Hiruzen had seen children even younger take lives before. War left no age untouched. But Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and his emotions were tied to that monster's chakra. If grief and guilt broke through his control, the Kyuubi's power could spill out, and that would be far more dangerous than the killing itself. How do I even begin to talk to him now? Oh, God, please give me strength, Hiruzen thought as he rubbed his goatee. A Genin's first kill was supposed to happen under the careful watch of a team. You were meant to have the support of your teammates and the guidance of a Junin teacher. It was a delicate moment, one that needed to be handled with wisdom. And, if necessary, the teacher could evaluate if the student had the right mentality to continue as a shinobi or if they were teetering on a dangerous path. The knock at the door pulled Hiruzen out of his thoughts, and he immediately sensed Naruto's presence on the other side. His chakra felt different this time. There was something darker, something unfamiliar swirling within it. I need to get Inoichi to do a psych evaluation immediately. The boy needs help. God knows he needs all the help he can get right now. He took off his Hokage hat, placing it on the oak desk in front of him. Hiruzen sighed, his fingers lingering on the worn wood. The desk was littered with papers, more than he cared for even with secretaries and a functioning administration. Yet despite all the duties and the tasks that came with the title, Hiruzen was not wearing the hat of the Hokage today. No, Naruto didn't need the presence of the third Hokage right now. He needed Hiruzen, the grandfather, the old man who could sit and talk to him. Hiruzen looked at the door, steeling himself for the conversation ahead. The moment Naruto walked in, Hiruzen's heart sank. His expression was not the usual fiery and emotional mask Hiruzen had grown accustomed to. It was as if Naruto's mind was somewhere else entirely, something only he could see in the empty air before him. The sight made Hiruzen uneasy, a cold knot tightening in his chest. This was Naruto, the boy who wore his emotions on his sleeve and had never been able to hide how he felt. Hiruzen had expected anger or confusion, anything but this hollow and distant look. Everyone processes trauma differently, Hiruzen reminded himself. Naruto, greet the Hokage, Iruka said, his voice tight. Naruto gave no reply. His gaze stayed fixed ahead, as if the empty air between them mattered more than the man standing in front of him. Hiruzen noticed the slight tremor in Iruka's hands. The academy teacher was on edge, and the old man could only guess at what had passed between them tonight. Iruka. Yes, Hokage-sama. It has been a hard night for. Hiruzen's eyes settled on Naruto. Iruka understood at once. No one had been more affected tonight. For everyone, Hiruzen finished softly. Your command, Hokage-sama. Dismissed. Iruka obeyed without hesitation, though Hiruzen could feel the weight of his reluctance as he left Naruto alone with him. Once the door closed, it was just Naruto and Hiruzen in the office and the Anbu that remained hidden in the shadows. Naruto, Hiruzen said gently, trying to break through the fog clouding Naruto's mind. Why don't you sit down? For a moment, there was nothing. And then, like a sudden jolt, Naruto snapped to attention, his eyes darting around the room, confused, almost startled. It was as if he had only just realized he was standing in the Hokage's office. His mind was somewhere else. Detached. Was it shock? Disassociation? Is something wrong? No, I'm fine, Naruto muttered, but it was clear he wasn't. Can I leave now? He wasn't even trying to sit down. Why won't he sit down? Naruto, you aren't in trouble, Hiruzen said, trying to reassure him, trying to let him know that he was safe here. Great. Then can I leave? Naruto's voice was quick, almost desperate, as he took a step back toward the door. Naruto, why are you in such a hurry to go? Naruto paused, his face shifting with uncertainty, as if he didn't even know how to explain what he was feeling. He was struggling, and it hurt Hiruzen to see it. I'm busy with some super important stuff, Naruto finally said. The tone cut deeper than Hiruzen expected, tightening his chest. It was the voice of a boy looking for an escape, not from chores or lectures, but from the truth itself. He was avoiding more than a conversation, he was avoiding whatever was clawing at him inside. What unsettled Hiruzen most was the absence of anger. There were no accusations about the secrets kept from him, no questions about the Kyuubi or Mizuki's revelations. Naruto wasn't searching for answers at all. He was retreating into silence. The boy who normally fought for every scrap of attention was now desperately trying to slip away unnoticed. Is he afraid of feeling? Is he afraid of what's inside him right now? Naruto. Hiruzen began, unsure of what to say, unsure of how to pull Naruto back from wherever his mind had gone. I want to talk about the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Hiruzen said. This was a way to gauge how deep Naruto's fear and trauma ran. If Naruto still tried to run, then Hiruzen would personally drag Inoichi and a team of medical ninjas to him if he had to. But, to Hiruzen's surprise, Naruto paused. He hesitated for only a moment, then sat down. Hiruzen blinked, confused. Wasn't he just trying to run away from this? Naruto's words echoed in his mind. I'm busy with some super important stuff. What could possibly be more important than seeking answers after what he had been through? What could be more important than facing his fear? Hiruzen didn't like not having even a speculation. You saw tonight one of the darker aspects of shinobi life, Hiruzen began, his tone as careful as he could make it. Traitors come and go, and they all must be dealt with eventually. Despite your horrendous mistake, you've done a great service to the village by putting a stop to him. He waited for something, anything, but Naruto didn't flinch, didn't respond except for a small gulp. Oh, yeah, I killed Mizuki. Naruto's tone was so casual, so detached, as if he had just realized he had killed an insect, not a man. Hiruzen felt his breath catch in his throat. In all his years as Hokage, in all the times he'd seen young shinobi grapple with their first kill, this was not the reaction he had prepared for. He had seen them cry, question their morality, break down in tears. Even those with darker tendencies, at least had some perverse reaction to their first taste of bloodshed. But Naruto's reaction was nothing. Just a shrug, like the life he took was insignificant. Naruto's reaction wasn't that of a child coming to grips with the horrors of their world. It was the mindset of a killer. A true killer, who could end life and move on as if it were nothing. Hiruzen should be happy, right? Isn't this what every village hopes for? A perfect shinobi. Someone who doesn't break, who doesn't falter, who can do the job and move on without emotional baggage. But no, Hiruzen couldn't feel happy. Because he had seen this exact calm detachment, in Orochimaru. And that was all Hiruzen needed to know, that this reaction from Naruto was not something he could accept. Is this calm, this detachment, a response to trauma? Hiruzen's thoughts raced. He knew Naruto's loneliness better than anyone. He had always hoped and believed that Naruto would eventually overcome it. Hiruzen considered forcing civilians to be Naruto's friends, which could have been disastrous, but now he was beginning to question his own judgment. Had I made a mistake by letting him face this alone for so long? If this was a trauma response? The thought twisted in Hiruzen's heart. He had spent so long thinking that Naruto would be strong enough to overcome the darkness that surrounded him. But what if the darkness has already started to take root? Did Naruto have an innate desire to kill? Was this his nature now? Or was this just enough? Hiruzen wanted to believe it was enough. But deep down, he knew better. It's never enough. Not once someone has taken that step. I need to consult Inoichi. There was no question about it anymore. Hiruzen needed help. Naruto needed help, whether he knew it or not. And Hiruzen wasn't going to let him fall through the cracks. Not like Orochimaru. Guess that's what demons do, Naruto muttered. There was a disgust there, but not for the word itself. It was for himself. Naruto spoke it like it was a truth he'd been forced to accept. The old man wanted to pray that Naruto's indifference was just him playing a role. A child who had taken on the idea of being a demon too seriously, pretending it was true because others had told him it was. Please let that be the case, he thought. Let it be childish acting, and not the makings of a boy slipping into something darker. Naruto, you aren't a demon. Naruto paused but didn't look at him. What did that traitor tell you? Naruto summarized the ordeal. You have to know the truth about your status, Hiruzen began carefully. My status. Naruto's eyes focused now, his mind finally present. Mizuki told you that you were the Kyuubi, Hiruzen said. It's not true. You are the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. The Kyuubi wasn't killed, Hiruzen continued. It was sealed inside of you as an infant. Me. Yes. But I, he stammered, trying to piece it all together. I'm not a demon, then. Of course not, my boy. Hiruzen's voice cracked with the force of his denial. He couldn't let Naruto believe that lie. And allow no one to call you that. Hiruzen had hoped his words would comfort Naruto, reassure him. But instead, they opened a floodgate. Then, why? Why do they treat me like that? Because they fear you, Naruto. You are a reminder of the pain the Kyuubi caused. Hiruzen could see the question swimming in Naruto's eyes, and then, finally, one slipped out. Why did they know, but I didn't? Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment. 7 years ago, I made a law forbidding anyone from speaking about your status, he said, his voice filled with regret. I hoped it would allow you to live a normal life. Naruto's reply hit Hiruzen like a kunai to the gut. Look how good that turned out, Naruto said, his voice empty, bitter. The words made Hiruzen wince, and he couldn't argue. He had failed him. Hokage-sama. The title slipped from Naruto's lips like poison, and Hiruzen felt his blood run cold. Naruto had never called him that before. Did I just lose him? Hiruzen's mind blanked for a moment, panic surging in the pit of his stomach. He nodded, trying to keep his composure, even as the weight of that title pressed down on him like a stone. Why did you tell them and not me? I didn't. I was trying to protect you. Hiruzen's voice wavered, the weight of his years pressing harder than ever. But before he could say more, he felt Naruto's chakra flaring outward like a dense, unrestrained aura. The sheer fact that Naruto could manifest his chakra outward like this, even unconsciously, spoke volumes about its density. It was raw, wild, and driven entirely by emotion rather than control. As expected of an Uzumaki. But there was something else. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he could feel traces of foreign yin chakra mingled with Naruto's own. Killer intent. In the shinobi world, killer intent wasn't just an expression of malice. It was an imprint, a lingering stain left on one's chakra by the souls of those they'd killed. The more lives taken, the more foreign yin accumulated. For experienced killers, this buildup could reach a threshold where their chakra alone could induce fear or genjutsu. It was both a mark of accomplishment and a warning to others. So why, in the name of the Sage of Six Paths, was Naruto's chakra laced with such foreign yin? Yes, Naruto had killed but just once. One kill wasn't enough to leave such a potent mark. And yet, Hiruzen could feel it. Foreign yin chakra so thick it rivaled some seasoned shinobi who had survived wars. The realization unsettled him. Hiruzen forced himself to push the thought aside. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Right now, Naruto needed his focus. The rest could be addressed later. I did protect you, Hiruzen said, his voice rougher than he intended. Naruto paused at the door but didn't turn. A Jinchuriki isn't something unique to Konoha, Hiruzen continued. All 5 great villages have their own. In Sunagaku, their Jinchuriki is physically and mentally abused, tormented from the moment they can remember. Hiruzen had made sure of that Naruto was protected, even when he didn't know it. He had ensured that no one could touch him in those early years, that no one could harm him physically. But emotional scars, the ones that came from isolation, from the whispered insults, the glares, the loneliness. He hadn't protected Naruto from that, and it gnawed at him now. The silence between them grew heavier. Hiruzen couldn't even begin to guess what was going on in Naruto's mind. Was he angry? Hurt? Confused? Thanks for being a decent human, Naruto muttered, his tone cold, detached. It was a stab to Hiruzen's heart. The Hokage winced. Naruto wasn't wrong. He'd done the bare minimum and made sure he wasn't openly abused. But was that enough? No. After the Kyuubi attack, the village had been in such a fragile state. Kumo had been threatening war, there was the Uchiha situation festering like a wound, and then there was Danzo, always scheming. His plate had been overflowing, really. But that didn't excuse it. Hiruzen still should have done better. Naruto deserved better. I failed you, Kushina. I failed you, Minato. Goddamn this stupid hat and its responsibilities. Hiruzen cursed silently, feeling the old frustrations bubbling beneath the surface. He was an old man, for the sage's sake. He had led this village for over 50 years. He hadn't even had time to properly mourn his wife's death, and here he was, still leading, still trying to keep everything from crumbling. His bones ached with the weight of it all, but he couldn't stop. And yet, none of it mattered in this moment. None of my sacrifices, none of my excuses. The sound of the doorknob turning snapped Hiruzen out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw Naruto, ready to leave. His heart lurched in his chest. No, not like this. Not again. In one last desperate attempt, Hiruzen spoke. I didn't tell the village about you. Naruto stopped, turning slowly to face him, his expression unreadable. His eyes asked the question his lips didn't. Who? After you were born, the fourth Hokage wanted you to be seen as a hero. The hero who kept the village safe. Naruto snorted at that. Hiruzen couldn't blame him. Minato, bless his soul, had always been too trusting of the village, too hopeful. He had believed in the people's ability to see past their grief and pain, to see the sacrifice that had been made. But they hadn't. They couldn't. The people couldn't accept it, Hiruzen continued. Seeing the level of pain and grief the village was in, they wouldn't honor Minato's dying request. They were too consumed by their own hurt and fears. So I kept it a secret. I waited, hoping you'd grow into it, that you'd be ready to bear that truth when the time came. But, by the time you were 5, the secret was leaked. And I had to make my law to stop it from spreading any further. Hiruzen watched Naruto, hoping that something, anything he said would reach him. He had made so many mistakes before, with Asuma, with Orochimaru, with Tsunade. Every time, he'd let things go too far. Every time, he thought he could wait. That things would fix themselves if he just gave them time. But that was Hiruzen's greatest failing. Not stepping in sooner. Not stopping the damage before it was too late. And now, standing here, watching Naruto's expression harden, the old man feared he was too late again. Naruto raised his hand, and as his skin was turning ashen. That's when Hiruzen felt heat. The air in the room grew thick, heavy, like the very oxygen was burning away. Instinctively, he licked his lips, but they were already dry, parched by the sudden change. The temperature climbed quickly, almost unnaturally. What in the world? Hiruzen had mastered all 5 chakra natures, earning a reputation as perhaps the greatest authority on chakra manipulation in the world. Yet, as he watched the small fireball flicker and pulse in Naruto's hand, a chill ran down his spine. It wasn't the fireball itself that unnerved him. By all accounts, it was a low B rank jutsu which was impressive for Naruto's age, but not dangerous to someone of Hiruzen's caliber. No, what shook him was the nature of the fireball. It defied the very principles of fire-style jutsu. Hiruzen sharpened his senses, extending his chakra outward instinctively, the way he always did when studying new techniques. It was a habit born of his years as the professor, a desire to understand even the most obscure jutsus. But as his senses enveloped Naruto, he froze. The fireball wasn't the issue. It wasn't what made his heart skip a beat. It was the flame in Naruto's hand. The moment his senses brushed against it, Hiruzen recoiled. This wasn't chakra being molded into fire. No, this flame writhed and twisted like a living, breathing thing. Its presence was oppressive, a gnawing weight that pressed against Hiruzen's own fire chakra. The sensation was unnatural. The flame seemed to watch him, though it had no eyes. It didn't belong in this world, and yet here it was, clinging to Naruto's hand like a second skin. For the first time in years, Hiruzen felt true fear. What is this? What is happening to Naruto? Is this linked to the Kyuubi? His thoughts raced, but he found no answers. He would need to contact Jiraiya immediately. If the Kyuubi's influence had somehow warped Naruto's chakra or manifested in this thing, they needed to act fast. One of his Anbu guards immediately reacted, appearing in front of Hiruzen in a blur of motion, forming a rapid hand sign to erect a protective barrier. Meanwhile, another Anbu sprang toward Naruto, intent on restraining the boy before the flame could spiral further out of control. But in a move that left Hiruzen speechless, Naruto reacted before the Anbu's blade could even come close. His movements were fluid, as though he could see the Anbu coming. And then, in the blink of an eye, he was about to fireball the Anbu point blank. No. In that instant, Hiruzen unleashed his killer intent. Everything in the room froze. The air itself seemed to stop, and all eyes were drawn to him. Naruto, the Anbu were caught in the illusion Hiruzen had cast. An illusion born from decades of war and death. Before their eyes was a mountain of corpses. And there, atop that mountain, he sat like the Monkey King, gazing down upon them. Dismissed, Hiruzen said coldly, his voice leaving no room for argument. The Anbu vanished, leaving only Hiruzen and Naruto. Hiruzen watched as the boy stood there, slightly shaken but holding himself together better than most would have. Even Chunin couldn't have responded like that to an Anbu, even if the Anbu was holding back, but Naruto. He did. And then Hiruzen's eyes caught an axe, shimmering in Naruto's hand. He blinked, and it disappeared. Space-time ninjutsu. No, impossible. Naruto couldn't possibly know a space-time jutsu, could he? Hiruzen nearly laughed at the absurdity of the thought, but the question still gnawed at him. I need to contact Jiraiya immediately. Before Hiruzen finished that thought, Naruto's voice cut through the silence. Where's the guy that ruined my life? Hiruzen's heart clenched. Danzo. Damn that man. Even in banishment, his shadow loomed over them all. I've dealt with him. Naruto wasn't satisfied with the answer and turned to leave again, his hand already on the door. Desperate to understand where they stood, Hiruzen asked, Naruto, I've never seen that fire jutsu before. Can you tell me how you learned it? It wasn't the fire jutsu that truly intrigued Hiruzen, though he needed to know about it. What he really wanted to know was how that axe had appeared and disappeared. The fire jutsu was a puzzle, yes, but the axe, that was something else entirely. He asked the question to see where he stood with Naruto now. Was he still his Gigi? Or had that bond been severed, lost in the whirlwind of secrets and pain? Hiruzen watched Naruto's back, hoping for something that might reassure him that the boy he once knew was still there. But Naruto didn't even turn around. His response hit Hiruzen like a slap to the face. Fuck off. Dinner was quiet, just the way Inoichi Yamanaka liked it. He sat across from his daughter, watching as she absent-mindedly toyed with a piece of grilled fish on her plate, her eyes glued to one of those cheesy romance novels she was always reading. He tried to ignore the irritation building up as she skimmed through the pages, half focused on her food. Today, Inoichi had made sure to include a few high-calorie dishes. Things she wouldn't notice were meant to keep her from getting too skinny with that damn diet of hers. He knew she wouldn't appreciate the extra calories, but as her father, he had to make sure she stayed healthy. Inoichi said, let's try something different today. Imagine you're walking through a dense forest. It's peaceful, the trees are tall, and the sky above is clear, only a few rays of sunlight filter through. As you walk deeper, you come across a house. It looks familiar, but you've never seen it before. You step inside. What do you see? He could see her pause, her mind snapping to attention as she considered the question. Inoichi always made sure to ask her one psychological question every night before bed. If she was going to be physically weak from all this dieting for her looks, then by Kami, her mind would be sharp. A ninja's greatest weapon was their mind, after all. Ino Yamanaka was fair-skinned, a girl of average height, with light blue eyes and long, platinum blonde hair that framed the right side of her face. Ino chewed thoughtfully on her food for a moment, humming softly before responding, the house is cozy, old but well kept. There's a warm fireplace, and the walls are lined with books. I can see myself spending hours there, and maybe Sasuke would be there too, reading. Sasuke again, huh? Of course. He'd be there, sitting by the fire, reading something smart. It's romantic. She snapped her fingers, eyes gleaming. This had become routine. Every question, every test, always seemed to lead back to the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. Inoichi couldn't fault her for it, not yet anyway. She was young. Let her have her fantasies. As her father, though, it worried him. The crush was innocent enough, but Ino was now a genin. Life as a shinobi was anything but a romantic novel. Maybe that's why Inoichi let her indulge in these little daydreams for now, as her innocence was fleeting, and he knew it would be stripped away in time. He told himself she would grow out of it. She was smart enough to figure it out. In a month, maybe two, she'd start to take this seriously. But even as he told himself that, his gaze drifted toward the picture of her mother, his late wife, who had died during the Kyuubi attack. Don't worry, my love, he thought. Our daughter is safe. As long as I'm breathing, nothing will harm her. Inoichi shifted his focus back to Ino. Interesting answer, he said. You know, how you interpret that house reveals a lot about how you see your inner self. My inner self. The house represents your mind, your subconscious. What you see inside is a reflection of how you view yourself, your strengths, your comfort zones, and even your desires. So, you're saying my mind is a cozy cabin? Inoichi smiled. More or less. It suggests you value comfort, warmth, and intellect. You see your mind as a refuge, a place where you feel safe and in control. But the fact that you brought Sasuke into the picture, that indicates something else. Ino blushed slightly, setting her book down. What does it mean? It means that, subconsciously, you believe someone like Sasuke is important to completing your vision of happiness, Inoichi explained. It's natural to want connection, Ino, but you should also be mindful that relying too much on others to create your inner peace can lead to disappointment. She sat quietly for a moment, processing the information. Then, with a sly smile, she shrugged. Well, Sasuke can be part of my cozy cabin if he wants. I'm not kicking him out. Just don't let your cabin rely on someone else's presence. Make sure it stands on its own, with or without him. Yeah, Dad. I know. Suddenly, Inoichi felt a surge of chakra enter the room. As an Anbu agent appeared before them, dressed in a white trench coat, the hood pulled low over a bare porcelain mask. The Hokage has requested a meeting, Inoichi-sama. Inoichi nodded, his mind already switching from father to shinobi. Goodbye, Dad, and maybe bribe the Hokage to make sure I end up on Sasuke's team. I'll try, my lemon, Inoichi said, using the nickname she pretended to hate but secretly loved. She stuck her tongue out at him, a playful glint in her eyes. That innocence, he thought, the kind I never had at her age. It was hard to watch, knowing that one day soon, the world would take it from her. Remember the routine. All leftovers go in the fridge, and make sure Choji gets them tomorrow. Especially the seaweed chips. Those are for you, he countered, narrowing his eyes. Fine, whatever. Inoichi smiled softly at the exchange, savoring the moment. Goodbye. Yeah, just go already. Ino rolled her eyes, waving him off like he was an embarrassment. Inoichi glanced at the Anbu agent, who had been waiting silently by the door, and with a final nod to his daughter, the two of them vanished with a body flicker. The moment Inoichi stepped into the Hokage's office, he knew something was wrong. Hiruzen looked more stressed than Inoichi had ever seen him. It was as if the announcement of the Fourth Shinobi World War had dropped on his desk. A knot formed in Inoichi's stomach. Please, anything but that. The thought of war sent a chill down his spine. Not because he feared it for himself, but because he couldn't bear the thought of his daughter experiencing the horrors that come with it. War strips away innocence, leaves scars on the soul that never heal. Ino was smart and strong in her own way, but no child should ever have to face the atrocities of war. Hokage-sama, Inoichi greeted, his voice steady, though his mind was racing through worst-case scenarios. Hiruzen seemed to sense his growing unease. He offered Inoichi his smoking pipe. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I'd like to live long enough to see my daughter marry a bastard that doesn't deserve her, Inoichi said with a small smile, though the humor did little to settle the tension gnawing at him. Don't worry, Inoichi. I need your mind. My mind. Inoichi narrowed his focus on those words. If Hiruzen needed strategic advice, he would have called Shikaku. Shikaku was the genius when it came to battle plans and strategy. But this wasn't about strategy. Hiruzen needed him for psychological help. What can I do for you? It's Naruto. The moment the name left Hiruzen's lips, Inoichi's mind slammed to a halt. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The prankster of Konoha. The orphaned son of the fourth Hokage. The current container for the Kyuubi no Yoko, the very being that had ravaged their village 12 years ago and killed his wife. Inoichi felt his heart rate spike, but he kept his face neutral. He had never blamed the boy for what happened. He knew the difference between Naruto and the Kyuubi. But the very idea of the Kyuubi was enough to make him take this seriously. His mind raced through everything he knew about Naruto. From the rumors around the village to the comments Ino had made about him. How she would tease him, calling him a knucklehead, a loudmouth. As this about his graduation? Inoichi ventured. Perhaps Naruto was angry about failing, or maybe he'd had a violent outburst. It wasn't impossible that the Kyuubi's chakra had been released in a moment of anger or frustration. The boy had never shown the talent that either of his parents had, and Inoichi could imagine the frustration building up in him. But Hiruzen's next words were like a hammer blow. No. Naruto learned about the Kyuubi. Inoichi felt his mind go blank for a moment. He motioned to the Hokage, silently asking if the boy had learned this from him. Hiruzen shook his head. This is bad. Very bad. Can you start from the beginning? What happened exactly? Naruto stood in front of the old apartment building that the Hokage had given him when he was a kid. More of an apartment complex than a house, really. The building stood weathered and beaten. The reddish-brown roof sloped down in layers, the tiles worn and cracked. Tangled wires snaked along the green trim of the beige walls, and silver chimneys jutted from the top like broken teeth. One section extended out awkwardly, like the bow of a ship. No one else lived there. Just him. And now he finally knew why. In the span of one night, Naruto had gone from being the knuckle-headed ninja to some kind of emo. He should have laughed at or even denied that thought, but he couldn't muster the energy. Too much had happened. Too much to process. His head felt heavy, like it was filled with sand, dragging him down with every step. How many more lies are there? Naruto wondered. How much more don't I know? He kicked off his shoes the second he stepped inside, not caring where they landed. The coldness of the floor hit his feet, but he didn't care. He just slumped down, his back against the wall, his legs stretched out in front of him. I'm so tired. I just wanna sleep, Dadbeo. Naruto's voice came out weak, not even recognizable as his own. He wanted nothing more than to just shut off his mind, to shut off everything, to stop the constant buzzing in his head. The ringing in his ears wouldn't stop. His thoughts wouldn't stop. He pulled his off goggles and tossed it aside, getting up slowly. His body moved on autopilot as he shuffled to the cupboard, grabbing a cup of ramen. It was the only thing he could stomach right now. He boiled some water, poured it in, and just stood there. Ignorance is bliss. It was something his teachers always said whenever Naruto would question something. He used to hate hearing that, but now it felt true. Yesterday, life had been simple. He was just Naruto. The orphan, the outcast, the nobody who was gonna become the kick-ass Hokage. That was it. That was all he had to worry about. But now he didn't even know what he was. Naruto slumped back into the chair, his hands coming up to rub his face. I don't know anymore. He wasn't a demon. He wasn't the Kyuubi. But that didn't make any of it better. It just made it worse, like the world had flipped upside down, and he was still falling, trying to figure out which way was up. He grabbed the cup noodles, peeling off the lid. The steam hit his face, comforting in a way. He mixed the packet in, stirring the noodles, watching them swirl in the broth like his thoughts. Yesterday was simple. Naruto took a bite, the hot noodles sliding down his throat. The one thing that always tasted great. The one thing that always lifted his spirits, felt flat. But he ate it anyway. He needed to feel something. He sighed, putting the cup down. He stared at it for a long moment, then muttered, "Status." A window flickered in front of him, black with gold lettering, and Naruto stared at it blankly. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Covenant: none. Level: 1. Souls: 200. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the screen in front of him. Souls: 200. R weapon 1. 96. I get souls, he thought, since I absorbed all those hollows and Mizuki Tem, but what's the deal with the other thing? His gaze zeroed in on the line that said R weapon 1. What the hell did that mean? He scratched his head, feeling more confused by the second. Naruto wondered if it had something to do with this. His hand clenched instinctively, and suddenly, the familiar weight of the hand axe appeared in his palm. Okay, that's still a thing, he muttered, tossing the axe to the floor with a clatter. He glanced back at the status screen, checking again. R weapon 1. 96 right pointing arrow 20. Equip load. 10.0, 51.0 right pointing arrow 8.0, 51.0. R weapon 1. That's the axe, Naruto realized. It corresponded to whatever he was holding in his right hand. But what was this weapon 2 thing? He grabbed a kitchen knife, holding it awkwardly alongside the axe. It felt strange, like he was holding 2 things he wasn't meant to. The balance was off. Maybe he had to say something. 2 weapons. Naruto tried aloud, feeling a bit stupid. Items. My right hand. Nothing. Equipment, he finally said, and to his surprise, another window opened. Equipment. Select item to equip. Naruto's eyes flicked down the list as he placed the axe on the table. Okay, how do I select this weapon? He wondered, his mind racing to figure it out. Using his left hand, Naruto grabbed the kitchen knife, holding it awkwardly as he tried to make sense of the situation. His gaze shifted between the knife in his hand and the system window still floating in front of him. He studied the options on the screen, trying to see if there was something obvious he'd missed. Left hand weapon slots. Slot 1. Dull kitchen knife. Naruto did the same motion as before, clenching his fist, and this time, the knife appeared in his hand. He blinked, and with another motion, the axe was back. He swapped between them a few more times, the weight shifting in each hand with each switch. Huh, that's kinda cool, he muttered to himself. What about the rest of his gear? He clicked on the armor slot. There was an option to change into his pyromancer outfit or remove it altogether. Armor slots. Gauntlets. Orange jacket. Gone was the scrawny, underfed kid he was used to seeing. Instead, he was staring at a body that was more toned and muscular. His arms had definition, and his chest and shoulders were broader. When did this happen? Naruto changed back into his normal clothes quickly. The strangeness of it all still nagged at him. Did the furtive pygmy create this system? Does Oscar have this? He wondered, but honestly, he had no idea. He shrugged it off. As cool as this system window was, it didn't give him much in the way of answers. No instructions. Just this. Naruto needed to find a way back to Oscar. But how? Inventory. Consumables. Item. Dark sign. Description. The dark sign signifies an accursed undead. Those branded with it are reborn after death, but will one day lose their mind and go hollow. Death triggers the dark sign, which returns its bearer to the last bonfire rested at, but at the cost of all humanity and souls. Naruto was grateful. The thought of returning to Oscar's side gnawed at him, but he knew he couldn't just rush in. Oscar was injured, and that demon was still there. Let's just get some stuff before going back. The boy stopped, realizing he had no idea what stuff he was even talking about. What was he supposed to grab? He knew he needed explosive tags, but what about Oscar's injuries? He scratched his head, trying to think it through. Iruka-sensei. He'll know what to do. Iruka's apartment was small, with just enough space for the essentials. Naruto had heard other teachers mention that this was all Iruka could manage on a teacher's pay, but he had never thought much about it. Iruka-sensei never seemed to mind. Tonight felt different, though. Naruto needed his help, yet there was a strange undercurrent in the air that he couldn't quite name. When Naruto reached the block where the building was, he didn't even think about using the front door. Old habits die hard, he guessed. He leapt up to the nearest rooftop, his feet landing silently on the tiles. The cool night air whipped past his face, but it didn't slow him down. One rooftop to the next. He'd been doing this for years, sneaking around the village, jumping from one roof to another. His feet barely made a sound as he landed on the roof of Iruka-sensei's building. His place was on the second floor, but that wasn't an issue. Naruto had climbed into his window more times than he could count, usually for pranks or to raid his fridge. His eyes scanned the side of the building, locking onto the familiar window of Iruka's apartment. The window was slightly open, just like he expected. Sensei, you've gotta work on your home defense. He made his move, leaping across the narrow gap between the roof and the windowsill. His hands gripped the edge, and he pulled himself up without a sound, sliding the window open just enough to slip through. The second his feet touched the wooden floor, Naruto froze. Years of sneaking around Konoha had taught him to always listen first. He held his breath, his ears straining for any sound. Nothing. It was quiet. He glanced around the room as Iruka's small, simple apartment was just as he remembered it. The bed was tucked in perfectly, no wrinkles in sight, but Naruto's eyes immediately zeroed in on something out of place. An orange Ika novel lying on top of the bed. He shook his head, trying not to think about what that meant. Iruka-sensei. Really? Hey, Iruka-sensei, it's me. I need help with something. Naruto called out, closing the window behind him. He didn't hear a response, so he moved deeper into the apartment, his feet barely making a sound on the wooden floor. The blonde walked into the living room and stopped dead in his tracks. The room was filled with old, empty sake bottles scattered across the floor. And slouched on the couch, his head lolling to the side, was Iruka-sensei. His clothes were rumpled, his usually neat ponytail undone, hair hanging messily around his face. His cheeks were flushed red, and he was muttering something incoherent under his breath. What the hell? The academy teacher looked like a complete mess. His normally sharp, caring eyes were glazed over, his lips moving sluggishly as he tried to speak. Naruto. That you? His voice was slurred, barely more than a drunken mumble. Sensei, you stink, Naruto said, scrunching up his face in disgust as he pinched his nose to block out the strong smell of alcohol. Oh, is this my time to die? I need your help, not your funeral plans, he said, doing his best to ignore how out of it Iruka was. Iruka lazily waved his hand. Sure. I'm Iruka, he hiccuped, teacher after all. Okay, so let's say I'm going to fight this demon the size of my house, Naruto said, leaning in a bit. What kind of stuff do you think I should get? Haha. You know, how long I've been waiting for this. Really? Naruto raised an eyebrow, unsure if Iruka was serious or just drunk. But part of him still believed in him. Even in this state, Iruka-sensei was still awesome even if just a little off. Yeah, just get my diary, Iruka mumbled, his words barely making sense as he tried to stand. Only, instead of standing, he fell face first onto the floor with a loud thud. Naruto's sweat dropped, shaking his head. Where's your diary? The boy asked, poking to check if the man was dead or not. My drawer. With a sigh, Naruto summoned a shadow clone to grab the diary while he bent down to help Iruka off the ground. As he lifted him, Iruka's arm slung around his shoulders, and Naruto felt a mix of emotions. The blonde boy settled the brown-haired man into the chair, taking a deep breath. Okay, Naruto, focus. Get what you need, then get back to Oscar. Iruka-sensei, why are you drinking so much? Naruto asked, his voice quieter than usual. He couldn't help it. Seeing Iruka like this didn't sit right with him. Iruka groaned, wiping his face with the back of his hand. Because my best friend died, he muttered, his words heavy with emotion. Naruto blinked, trying to process what he meant. Best friend. Mizuki. Even though Mizuki was a traitor, we were friends for years, Iruka continued, tears beginning to roll down his cheeks. That kind of bond, it doesn't just go away, even after betrayal. His voice cracked, and suddenly he was crying. Naruto felt a tightness in his chest, but it wasn't because of guilt. The truth was, Naruto didn't feel anything about Mizuki's death. Not really. Mizuki was trying to kill him, so Naruto killed him first. That's just how it is, right? It wasn't like Mizuki was some innocent person or a saint. If Naruto hadn't killed him, Mizuki would have killed him. Why should Naruto feel bad about stopping someone who was ready to end his life? Naruto had faced hollows and killed them without hesitation. Mizuki wasn't any different. But seeing Iruka cry, hurt. Why? Naruto pushed those thoughts away, not wanting to get lost in them. One of his clones came back with Iruka's diary, and Naruto let out a small sigh of relief. He handed it to Iruka, trying to focus on something else, something that didn't involve death or guilt. Here you go, sensei. Iruka took the diary, flipping it open to the first page. There was a family photo. He just stared at it, even in his drunken state. There was something so sad in the way he looked at them, like it hurt just to remember. These are my parents, Naruto, he said softly. Naruto didn't know what to say. Oh, was all that came out. They were killed when the Kyuubi was released 12 years ago. There was a long pause. The silence stretched between them as Iruka stared at the picture. A few tears dripped down from his face and splashed onto the page. I miss you, Mom. I miss you, Dad, Iruka whispered, his fingers brushing over the image as if he could reach into the past and touch them again. Naruto knew that the Kyuubi had killed Iruka's family as Mizuki had told him that long ago. But now, watching Iruka cry, the weight of what that really meant finally sank in. This wasn't just some distant story or a fact he'd brushed off. This was real. The pain on Iruka's face was because of the monster inside him. Did you ever blame me for their deaths? There was a long, awful silence, and then Iruka said the words Naruto had been dreading. I did. Naruto closed his eyes, fighting to keep the tears from coming, as if shutting out the world would make the pain less real. But then I got to know you, and I realized I was wrong. You weren't the Kyuubi. You weren't the one I should blame. I'm sorry for realizing that too late. Naruto didn't think. He didn't stop to process anything. He just hugged Iruka. He threw his arms around him, tears streaming down his face, soaking into Iruka's shirt. Naruto hugged him as tightly as he could, like if he let go, everything would fall apart. Thank you. Naruto managed to choke out between sobs, his voice cracking. Naruto didn't care that Iruka was drunk. He didn't care that Mizuki was dead or that the village still saw him as the Kyuubi. Right now, the only thing that mattered was that Iruka-sensei was still there, on his side. And for the first time that night, Naruto didn't feel so alone. Naruto quickly snapped back to the task at hand, wiping his face and trying to focus. There was no time to waste. Okay, Iruka-sensei, how do I beat a demon? Why would I know that? What about your diary? Oh, that, Iruka muttered, rubbing his face. When I was younger, I imagined how I'd magically save Konoha from the Kyuubi. Naruto blinked. Really, sensei? Even drunk, Iruka looked embarrassed by his own younger self. It was kind of funny in a way, but Naruto wasn't in the mood for jokes. He flipped through a few pages of the diary, scanning over Iruka's childhood fantasies of heroic battles. This isn't what I need right now. Naruto threw the book aside, muttering, Oscar's strategies are better anyway. Let's ask him this, he thought, pacing back and forth. What do I do if I face an enemy that isn't affected by a swarm of clones coming at them all at once? What? Come on, sensei, I don't have time for this. Is this the same demon? Iruka asked, glancing at the bottles around him like he was trying to figure out if this conversation was even real. Yes, he practically yelled. Iruka-sensei. Okay, not so loud, he groaned, rubbing his temples as if my voice was pounding in his head. He closed his eyes for a second, thinking, and I could tell he was trying to pull himself together, at least enough to give me a straight answer. Finally, he spoke, his tone more serious. All right. If your enemy isn't reacting to clones, you're probably coming at them too predictably. Don't just rush in all at once, especially if they can read your movements. Mix things up by sending the clones in waves, scatter them, create a distraction before the real attack. And never rely on just clones. You need to use your environment, your jutsu, your speed, everything you've got to make them vulnerable. His clones scribbled everything down as Iruka finished talking. Naruto was already digesting the advice, thinking of how he could put it into action. Okay, Iruka-sensei, if someone got smacked by something big, like the size of this room, how would you treat them? Iruka slurred, barely paying attention. They'd be dead. No, Naruto shouted, his voice loud and frantic, startling Iruka. He is not dead. Just tell me what to do. Iruka blinked, looking at Naruto like he was crazy before rubbing his temples. Okay, let me think. He groaned, mumbling to himself, still not fully sober. Bring a medical ninja. There's none. I'm all he's got. That seemed to sober Iruka up a little. He frowned, his face growing serious. What are the injuries? I don't know exactly, Naruto admitted, feeling his stomach drop. Hit by something big. Please, Iruka-sensei, there has to be a way. Naruto's voice was desperate, like he was grasping for anything, for some piece of advice that could save Oscar. I can't lose him. Not after everything. Iruka scratched his head, his words starting to make more sense. Maybe try bringing some platelet boost pills to stop the bleeding, endorphin pills for the pain, wrap some clean cloth around the wounds to keep them stable. Feed them nutritional pills to keep them alive until medical help comes. Naruto's clones scribbled down every word like their lives depended on it. This was something. At least now he had a plan. That weird flask, it does the job of a medical ninja, right? Naruto asked, thinking of the Estus flask Oscar had used to heal him earlier. His clones nodded. Good. That'll help, at least. Great. Now, sensei, where can I buy these pills? And where can I get explosive and flashbang bombs? Naruto made it to Shinobi's Edge in no time. It was the only shop still open this late, and the dim light spilling from the windows told him they were about to close. The place was old, with wooden beams that creaked whenever someone moved. The walls were lined with all kinds of ninja tools. The shop was mostly empty at this hour. Perfect. Welk, the store clerk started to say, but the second Naruto walked in, he stopped mid-sentence. Naruto didn't care. He didn't have time for the clerk's fake smile or whatever he had planned to say next. He went straight for the back, grabbing everything he needed. He picked up some Fuma shurikens. Yeah, this is going right into the demon's butt, Naruto thought with a smirk. Naruto grabbed 2 stacks of ninja wire, a box of flash bombs, and some high-grade explosive tags. All of this is going to cost a fortune, he thought, his heart sinking for a second. But he had 3 years' worth of savings. He threw the stacks of Ryo onto the counter, not even bothering to count it. Here, Naruto said, placing everything on top of the counter. The store clerk eyed him, his face tight. I'm sorry, but you can't buy this. Naruto didn't have time for this crap. He grabbed all the gear, stuffing it into a storage scroll before the clerk could say anything else. Hey, you can't just take that. The clerk shouted, his voice cracking. Naruto kept moving, ignoring him. I paid for everything. I'm not going to stand here and argue. Stop. That's stealing. Naruto turned and glared, his eyes narrowing. Shut up. I paid for it. Go count the money. His voice came out harsher than he intended, and the guy flinched, taking a step back. Naruto was about to leave, his chakra pooling in his legs, ready to leap out of there and get back to Oscar, when he heard the guy mutter under his breath. Of course, the demon brat wants that stuff for nothing, the clerk whispered, thinking Naruto wouldn't hear. Can't believe the Hokage let a monster like that be a ninja. I'm gonna lose my job 'cause of this asshole who couldn't just die. Naruto froze, the words hitting him harder than he expected. His hand clenched into a fist, and before he knew it, a fireball began forming in his palm. One swing, and I could burn this whole place to the ground. He could make the clerk regret every word, make him fear Naruto the way he always had. The heat in Naruto's hand built up, ready to be unleashed. But then, Naruto saw the clerk's face and the fear in his eyes. Not just fear, though. That underlying smugness. Like he was right all along. Like this was proof that Naruto was the monster the villagers always thought he was. He wants this, Naruto realized, his chest tightening. The guy wanted him to lash out, to prove him right. To give him an excuse to say, "See, I told you so." Ignore him. We have to save Oscar. That's what matters, he told himself over and over, trying to drown out the anger bubbling inside him. But Naruto wasn't just going to walk away and let the clerk think he'd won. "Hey, guys," Naruto said, summoning a dozen clones. "Gather all the garbage around here and fill this bastard's store with it." Datbeo. The look of horror on the store clerk's face as Naruto's clones tore through the trash bins, piling garbage onto every available surface, was priceless. Naruto smirked, feeling a small, petty sense of satisfaction as he ran out of the store. If I have to deal with demons, I'm sure as hell not letting jerks like him get off easy. Naruto checked everything again, making sure it was all set. He double-checked the storage seal scroll. The Fuma shuriken, ninja wire, flash bombs, and pills were all in place. Everything he needed was packed and ready in his inventory. "Do you want to use item, dark sign? Yes or no?" As soon as he thought yes, Naruto's knees buckled. One knee hit the floor as his body surged with a strange energy. Naruto raised his hands in front of him, and there it was, he ring of fire, the dark sign. It glowed bright, the light piercing through his eyes, filling his vision with nothing but a blinding white. "Just wait, sensei," Naruto whispered, barely able to hear his own voice. "I'm coming to save you, Datbeo." Suddenly, the boy's body vanished, swallowed by the blinding magic light, leaving nothing but an empty apartment in his wake. But not entirely unobserved. High above, hidden in the shadows outside, a dragonfly watched. Its keen eyes followed the events from afar. The dragonfly's body gleamed unnaturally as it flapped its wings, its body made entirely of ink. Its destination was a shadowy apartment a few blocks away. The room it flew into was sparse, completely devoid of any furniture or decoration. The only thing that filled the empty space was a giant scroll spread across the entire floor. The ink insect splashed into the scroll upon contact, its form dissolving into the paper. Overseeing the process was an Anbu agent dressed in a black cloak with a blank, featureless mask. But this was no ordinary Anbu. This was a Root Anbu Black Ops agent, trained in the shadows, an extension of Danzo's will for Konoha's betterment. The Anbu finished a series of hand signs, his fingers weaving through the air with practiced ease. "Ninja art. Ink imagery transfer," he muttered under his breath, his tone cold and mechanical. The ink from the dragonfly began to shift, swirling into specific shapes and patterns. Everything the ink creature had seen was being transferred into a coded message on the scroll, written in a language only those within Root could decipher. Ever since Naruto's confrontation with the third Hokage, Root had been keeping a close watch on him. This particular Root agent had been tasked with long-range surveillance. And now, with Naruto disappearing into that strange light, the Anbu knew something was off. The Hokage had opted not to send his own Anbu to follow Naruto, perhaps out of fear of pushing the boy further into distrust. It was a calculated move, but one that played into Root's hands. "I must inform Danzo-sama." Far away from Konoha, hidden deep within a rugged mountain range, lay a small, secluded temple. From the outside, it looked like any ordinary temple, ancient stone pillars standing stoic against the weathered landscape. But this place had a dark secret. It was a glorified prison known as Fire Zen Temple. A remote location where banished shinobi who were too dangerous to be left free, yet too valuable to be discarded, were sent to live out their days in isolation. The air around the temple was still, as if even the wind feared to intrude upon the grounds. In the midst of this eerie calm, a small pumpkin garden grew, its vines crawling across the soil. The man tending to the garden seemed out of place, his frail, aging body moving slowly as he dug into the earth with his bare hands. His shaggy black hair hung limply, and his right eye was covered by a bandage. An X-shaped scar marred his chin, a reminder of his youth. He wore a simple white shirt, a black or dark gray robe draped over it, covering him from his feet to just over his right shoulder. This man was Shimura Danzo, the Warhawk of Konoha, the boogeyman of the shinobi world. And he was calmly planting pumpkin seeds, as if he were just another old man living out his final days in peace. But behind Danzo stood two silent Anbu guards, their presence a reminder of the reality of his captivity. Or at least, that was the illusion. To the outside world, Danzo had been stripped of his power and locked away in this temple, guarded around the clock. But the truth was far more dangerous. Danzo had long since taken control of the Fire Zen Temple, turning it into his hidden base of operations, without anyone outside its walls being the wiser. As Danzo pressed the seeds into the earth, another Anbu appeared. Unlike the others, this one wore a black cloak and bowed respectfully before him. Danzo didn't look up, his single visible eye focused on the garden before him. Speak, he commanded, his voice cold, devoid of any emotion. Danzo-sama, we have received an important report from operatives in Konoha. Danzo's single eye flickered with the faintest glimmer of interest, an emotion so subtle that it was barely detectable. Without a word, Danzo extended his hand, and the report was placed into his grasp. His eye scanned the report, moving swiftly over the details. Mizuki's betrayal of Konoha, and more importantly, the report of the Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, using previously unknown ninjutsu. The Warhawk's brow furrowed ever so slightly as he reached a specific section. Confirmed space-time ninjutsu. His eye lingered on the words, absorbing their significance. He continued reading, taking in the description of the verbal altercation between Hiruzen and Naruto, the tension that had built between the boy and the third Hokage. Danzo remained silent, his expression unreadable. Your command, Danzo-sama. Continue your observations of the weapon, Danzo said, his voice like ice, betraying nothing of the plans forming in his mind. And destroy any evidence of Mizuki's connection to outside forces. The Anbu operative bowed and swiftly vanished into the shadows, leaving Danzo alone once more. The original mission had been simple enough in its design. Root operatives would supply Mizuki with the necessary information to obtain the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. In exchange, Mizuki would involve Naruto Uzumaki, faking the boy's death and leaving his body to be retrieved by Root. Naruto, brainwashed and reshaped, would become the perfect weapon for Konoha. But the plan had failed. Instead, something far more interesting had occurred. Danzo's gaze flicked back to the report, his mind racing. Unknown ninjutsus. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Your new abilities will greatly serve Konoha, Jinchuriki. The world was shifting, and with it, the fate of Konoha. But one thing remained clear to Danzo. Naruto Uzumaki was now more valuable than ever, and he would not rest until the boy was under his control. The light faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Naruto standing in front of the bonfire again. Instinct took over, and he jumped back, his eyes darting to the entrance where the asylum demon had been. But the door was closed. Didn't we open that? Naruto muttered, frowning as he looked up at the second floor. Oscar had gotten flung up there. I need to find him first, then we'll deal with that demon bastard. Without wasting any more time, Naruto pulled out his grapple hook. The hook caught the edge of the second floor ledge with a satisfying clink. He yanked the wire tight and started climbing, his feet pushing off the wall as he scaled the upper side of the asylum. As soon as he reached the top, a hollow came rushing at him. Didn't I already kill this thing? He pulled out a kunai and, in one swift motion, lodged it into the hollow's skull. The hollow crumbled to the ground, lifeless. These things just keep coming back. How did everything reset? He didn't have time to dwell on it because his eyes caught something in the corner. A room with a hole in th ceiling, and lying on a pile of rubble was the armored knight. Oscar. Naruto almost choked on the word. He's alive, right? He's gotta be. But Oscar wasn't moving. Naruto swallowed hard, panic rising in his throat. I need to get to him. Naruto ran to the right, scanning for an opening. If there's no way in, I'll make one. Explosive tags flickered in his mind, ready to blow a hole in the wall if he needed to. Then he heard the sound of something rolling. Naruto's heart skipped a beat remembering that giant iron ball that had almost crushed him before. He threw himself forward into a roll, his back hitting the ground hard as he tumbled out of the way. The sound of metal crashing into stone roared behind him. He turned just in time to see the ball smash into the wall, creating a massive hole where it had hit. Well, that worked out in my favor, Dadbayo, Naruto thought, his face lighting up in relief. Thanks for the assist, you big metal jerk. But then he heard the hollow who had kicked the ball down the stairs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A few clones poofed into existence, rushing up the stairs. Naruto would have loved to deal with that hollow himself. He would kick it down the stairs and make it regret messing with him, but Oscar was more important. As Naruto entered the room, his breath caught in his throat. The sunlight filtered through the hole in the ceiling, casting a soft, golden light on Oscar. He was lying there, unmoving, on a pile of rubble. For a split second, it was one of the most beautiful things Naruto had ever seen, like something out of an old story. But reality snapped him out of it just as quickly. Sensei! Naruto screamed, his voice bouncing off the cold stone walls. Please, please respond. Oscar didn't move. No, 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 not like this. Naruto's legs moved before he could think, carrying him toward Oscar, his heart hammering in his chest, driven by pure panic. When he reached Oscar, he froze at the empty Estus flasks lay scattered around his feet. Sudden the boy saw the faintest rise and fall of Oscar's chest. Relief washed over Naruto like a wave, but it quickly faded. There were no visible wounds, no blood or injury that he could see to fix. Maybe he's just knocked out. His gaze landed on the empty Estus flasks again. Yeah, those weird bottles, they healed him. Sensei's just resting. He has to be. Naruto wasn't ready for any other possibility. He knelt beside Oscar, placing a hand on the knight's armor. Come on, Sensei, Naruto whispered, his voice trembling. Just wake up. But deep down, the knot of fear in his stomach only tightened. He carefully removed the knight's helmet, revealing his hollowed face. It looked worse than anything Naruto had seen before, worse than the hollows they had fought. Suddenly, Oscar stirred. His eyes fluttered open, weak and unfocused. You're awake, Naruto shouted, barely able to contain his relief. His hands fumbled as he pulled out the medicinal pills he had brought. You're gonna be fine, Sensei. I went back to my world and got these. Just take them, and you'll be fine, and then we'll go kick that demon's ass, together. Naruto tried to smile, tried to be strong, but his hands were shaking so badly that the pills rattled in their container. Come on, Naruto, calm down. Save them for yourself, Naruto. Naruto's heart clenched, a feeling of dread sinking into his stomach. No, he cried, shaking his head, his voice breaking. I got these for you. Don't you dare give up on me. Oscar's faint smile faded, his eyes softening with something almost like pity. Naruto, I'm beyond repair. His voice was weak but steady, as if he'd already accepted what was coming. I can feel it. My mind. It's slipping away. Naruto's eyes burned as he knelt beside Oscar, gripping his hand tightly. He could feel the tears starting, even though he tried to hold them back. He wasn't ready for this. He wasn't ready to lose Oscar, not after everything. Please, Sensei, don't go, he choked out. Please, don't leave me. Oscar's gaze softened even further, the gentleness in his eyes contrasting with the pain etched across his face. I'm sorry, Naruto, he said quietly. But, I can't keep my promise. That did it. The tears broke free, streaming down Naruto's face in hot, unrestrained rivulets. He clenched his jaw, trying to be strong, but the more he tried, the more it hurt. He'd just met Oscar hours ago. A stranger who had somehow become his teacher and his friend. And now he was dying, right in front of Naruto. It felt too fast, too unfair. Don't cry, Naruto, Oscar murmured, his voice almost scolding, but there was a gentleness to it. Be brave. Brave. Naruto was supposed to be brave. But how? How could he be brave when he felt like his entire world was crumbling? He tried to nod, tried to force a smile, but it was impossible. Yeah, I'm brave. I'm brave, he whispered, sniffling, his hands shaking as he clung to Oscar's. He bit his lip so hard he tasted blood, but he couldn't stop the tears. I can't be brave, sensei, Naruto finally admitted, feeling like a little kid who didn't know what to do. I don't know how. Bravery doesn't mean not feeling fear, Naruto. It's standing up despite the fear. Despite the pain. This world, it's a cruel one. But it doesn't deserve your innocent tears. Being brave means standing tall and proud, even when everything else is falling apart. Oscar's words sank into Naruto like stones, each one filling him with a strength he didn't know he had. The tears kept coming and his heart still ached. But somehow, Oscar's words gave him a small piece of solid ground to stand on, even as the world crumbled around him. I'll be brave, sensei, Naruto whispered. His eyes were swollen and red from crying, but he wiped his face with the back of his hand, trying to pull himself together, even if it was just for a moment. Naruto, may I ask, what does sensei mean? The question caught Naruto off guard, and for a second, he almost forgot his pain. He looked at Oscar, swallowing hard as he tried to find his voice. Sensei. It means teacher. But it's more than that. It's someone you trust. Someone who shows you the way, who believes in you when no one else does. Then, I am honored to be your sensei. If you've given me the honor of being your sensei, then let me give you a title from my world. His voice was faint, barely audible. A squire. In Astora, a squire is someone who follows a knight. Someone who learns from him, who will one day become a knight themselves. Someone who inherits the knight's will and mission. Naruto's tears fell harder. He didn't fully understand what a squire was, but the weight of the moment pressed down on him. And he knelt beside Oscar, trying to be strong, trying to be worthy of the title his sensei was giving him. Naruto, I've never had a squire before. I've always walked this path alone. But now, I ask you to continue where I've fallen. To carry on my mission, to keep the torch lit. Naruto's heart pounded, each word filling him with a purpose he hadn't known he needed. There is a saying in my family, those who are undead are chosen. You're leaving this place, this asylum. But it's not just an escape, rather it's a journey. A pilgrimage, to the land of the ancient lords. When you ring the bell of awakening, your fate, the fate of the undead, will be revealed. Naruto held onto every word. Now you know, and because of that, I can die with hope in my heart. Yes, sensei. I'm sorry, Naruto, but you'll have to face the world without me. The demon, without my help. Without the healing of Estus flasks. Naruto forced himself to smile, through the pain, through the tears. It's okay, sensei, he said, trying to be strong. I heal fast. I'll be fine. Naruto, I believe, you are the chosen undead. Naruto shook his head. No, sensei. I'm your squire, he said, as if that title meant more to him than any prophecy or destiny. To be a squire to this knight. A knight who had given him strength, hope, purpose was all that mattered. Then, I will make you my squire, Naruto Uzumaki. I'll pass to you the honor and the duty of my order. Oscar took a trembling breath and, with the last of his strength, lifted the Astora straight sword. Naruto knelt down beside him, feeling the weight of the moment press upon him. Oscar's hand was unsteady as he held the sword over Naruto's shoulder, his voice barely a whisper, but every word carried the weight of tradition, of honor, of a knight's legacy. Naruto Uzumaki, by this sword, I name you Squire of Astora. To serve in the light of the first flame, and to defend against the darkness. The weight of the blade on his shoulder felt heavy, yet right, as if it was binding him to something greater than himself. Oscar lifted the sword and tapped it gently on Naruto's other shoulder. As a squire, you will walk the path of the night. You will carry the torch, where I have fallen. You will uphold the knightly precepts of Astora. Oscar's hand wavered, and Naruto reached out, steadying his sensei's arm as he held the sword. Teach me, sensei, he whispered. Please, teach me the way of the night. Then listen closely, Naruto, he whispered, his voice so soft that Naruto had to lean forward to catch each word. The first precept: a knight's purpose is to serve, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Naruto wasn't the brightest in school. Frankly, academics were his worst subject, and lectures had always put him to sleep faster than a lullaby. But Oscar's knightly precepts of Astora were different. These weren't just lessons, they were pieces of his sensei's soul. They were a legacy, each word etched into him with the weight of 1,000 promises. And as Oscar's voice grew weaker, Naruto held on to every word, carving them into his heart, letting them settle deep into his being. And finally, Oscar whispered, his voice little more than a breath. A knight never falters in the face of fear, nor does he waver in the face of death. Naruto's hands trembled as he clutched Oscar's, feeling the warmth slowly slipping away. A knight doesn't go hollow, Oscar finished, his voice fading to silence, his hand going limp in Naruto's grasp. And then, there was nothing. Naruto stared, his breath caught in his throat, waiting for something. A sign that his sensei was still here, still fighting, still alive. But Oscar's hand was still, his chest no longer rising, his eyes now vacant, the life fading from them like the last flicker of a dying flame. The silence that followed was like a punch to the gut. No, Naruto whispered, his voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly might shatter what was left of this moment. No, sensei, please don't. But Oscar didn't respond. He was gone. Naruto felt like his world had collapsed around him. The room felt cold, so cold and empty. He sat there, clutching Oscar's lifeless hand, his mind spinning, his heart pounding in his chest like it was trying to tear its way out. Then, just above Oscar's body, a soft, pure light began to glow. An orb, warm and beautiful, floating like a final blessing. Naruto's breath caught as he looked at it. The tears on his cheeks catching the light as it shone brighter, illuminating the room with a gentle radiance. It was Oscar's soul. And in that moment, Naruto made a silent vow, a promise as sacred as the knightly precepts. I'll carry on your mission, sensei. I'll ring the bell of awakening. I'll finish what you started. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Weapons: R. Weapon 1. Astora's Straight Sword. R. Weapon 2. Pyromancy Flame. L. Weapon 1. Crest Shield. L. Weapon 2. Fists. Armor: Head: Elite Knight Helm. Chest: Elite Knight Armor. Hands: Elite Knight Gauntlets. Feet: Elite Knight Leggings. R. Weapon 1. 96 Right Pointing Arrow. R. Weapon 1. 174. Equip Load: 10.0, 51.0 Right Pointing Arrow. Equip Load: 29.8, 52, 57.31%. HP: 573 573 Right Pointing Arrow. HP: 594. Stamina: 93 Right Pointing Arrow. Stamina: 95. Physical Defense: 73-20 Right Pointing Arrow. Physical Defense: 118. Magic Defense: 73-13 Right Pointing Arrow. Magic Defense: 60. Flame Defense: 99-21 Right Pointing Arrow. Flame Defense: 67. Lightning Defense: 59-16 Right Pointing Arrow. Lightning Defense: 54. Poise: O Right Pointing Arrow. Poise: 49. Bleed Resist: 104 Right Pointing Arrow. Bleed Resist: 101. Poison Resist: 194 Right Pointing Arrow. Poison Resist: 72. Curse Resist: 35 Right Pointing Arrow. Curse Resist: 30. Naruto whispered to himself, the words heavy in his chest. Precept the fifth: a squire inherits the will, the arms, and the sacred duty of their master. He pressed an explosive tag against the wall and stepped back, as the blast rang out, sending debris and dust flying. When the smoke began to clear, he saw the cracks already knitting back together, the stone walls reassembling themselves almost as if they were alive. The asylum was rebuilding itself piece by piece with some unseen magic. No matter what he destroyed, it would always come back. I guess that's why Oscar's armor was intact, even though his body was broken. As the dust settled, Naruto caught a glimpse of his reflection in the gleaming edge of the Astora straight sword. He paused, taking in his new appearance. Oscar's armor now fitting snug against his frame. The chainmail and plate had somehow resized to him the moment he'd equipped it. The heavy metal feeling almost natural against his body, as if it had accepted him as its new master. He wondered briefly if it had something to do with the strange window. At first the armor felt unbearably heavy, but as chakra coursed through his body the weight no longer mattered. With the armor on his back, the sword in his hand, and the shield at his side, it was as if he now bore the legacy of his fallen master. He took a step forward, the armor clinking softly with each movement. Suddenly, a cluster of hollow soldiers emerged from the shadows. They charged as one, closing the distance with frightening speed. But Naruto was ready. His body moved before his mind had even caught up, his senses sharpening until the world around him felt clear and vivid. In a single swift motion, he brought the Astora straight sword down in a sweeping arc. The hollows fell at once, their brittle bodies collapsing in a heap on the cold stone floor, defeated in a single strike. A faint whistling sound reached his ear. Way of focality. Time slowed as he raised the crest shield, catching the arrow just in time. The shaft clinked harmlessly against its surface. In the same fluid motion, he lunged and drove the blade straight into the hollow archer's chest. Precept the second, Naruto murmured, watching the light leave the hollow's eyes as he withdrew the sword and wiped it clean on his sleeve. Honor thy weapon, for it is thy companion in battle. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the foot of the staircase that dropped into the demon's arena. He could hear it breathing. A low, guttural sound that reverberated through the stone floor. The floor trembled slightly under his feet, and he knew that this time, there would be no running. No hesitation. Naruto tightened his grip on the Astora straight sword, adjusting his stance. One step at a time, he climbed the stairs, his footsteps steady, his mind focused. Naruto, Genin of Konoha. He snorted at the thought. That title meant so little to him now. No, he was something more. Something greater. Naruto Uzumaki, squire of Oscar. With that thought steadying him, he leapt into the air, raising the Astora straight sword high above his head, just as he'd seen Oscar do before with the plunge attack. The air rushed around him, the world blurring for a split second, and then he came crashing down, the blade driving deep into the demon's flesh. Round 2. You ugly bastard. Name. Asylum Demon HP. 1900-2195. The demon shifted, its massive form tensing up, eyes narrowing as it prepared to leap at Naruto. He saw it in its stance. You're gonna try the same move again. Fine. Let's play. Naruto threw the smoke bomb to the ground, and a thick cloud enveloped the arena. The demon took the bait, lunging straight into the smoke, just as planned. He didn't have to see it to know what was coming. As the smoke thinned, Naruto saw the demon's monstrous form breaking through, hammer raised high. That's when his clones moved, their shield formation snapping into place. The hammer came down hard, colliding with the shields. Boom. The moment the hammer hit, every single clone exploded. The plan was simple. Naruto had attached explosive tags to his body, knowing that when he used the shadow clone jutsu, everything he wore would be copied onto his clones. This meant each clone was a walking explosive trap, primed to go off when popped. Even though the yield of the clone explosions was weaker than the actual yield of the original explosive tags, the sheer number of clones made up for the reduced power. The blast threw the demon backward, the shockwave tearing through its massive body. Its hammer shattered into pieces, fragments flying everywhere. The force was so strong that the demon stumbled back, arms flailing, its ugly head jerking wildly. Before it could even process what had happened, Naruto hurled a Fuma Shuriken from behind one of the pillars. He watched it spin through the air, slicing straight toward the demon's face in a perfect arc. Just a little more. The demon's head jerked back, and Naruto shouted, "Kai!" The flashbangs attached to the Fuma Shuriken erupted with a blinding light. The demon let out a guttural howl as the brilliant flash seared its vision. Stumbling backward, its massive hands flying up to clutch its face in agony. The deafening sound of its pained roars echoed through the arena, sending tremors through the ground. The demon thrashed wildly, disoriented, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground beneath Naruto's feet. Now, from the second floor, two clones stood tall. On either side of the arena, hidden in the forms of pots, more clones revealed themselves, their hands glowing with pyromancy flames. The fireballs flew in unison, streaking across the arena like meteors, each one finding its mark on the demon's body. The impact was brutal. Flames swallowed the demon whole, wrapping around its flesh, consuming it in an inferno. The fire ate away at its skin, charring it black, the flames dancing like serpents around its body. Blood poured from the demon's wounds, thick and dark. The fire seared its way through the flesh, turning muscle and bone to ash. And through it all, Naruto stood there, watching the flames do their work, feeling every moment as if it were his own heartbeat. Name: Stray Demon HP, 902,195. The Asylum Demon had destroyed the chains that once held it down. Chains forged by Lord Gwyn himself to bind the demon's soul, forcing it into obedience. Those chains kept the beast as the final obstacle for the Chosen Undead, containing it so its true power wouldn't turn the Northern Undead Asylum into a smoldering ruin. But now, those chains were gone. The beast wasn't bound anymore. It was just a stray demon now, consumed by rage and the memory of its home. The demon's body, blackened with soot, seemed to pulsate with heat, like it had been born in the heart of an inferno. And maybe these flames reminded the demon of its home. Izalith, the land of fire. The land where it had been captured and enslaved by Gwyn's army. The demon's eyes locked onto Naruto. For a moment, he felt the weight of that gaze, with something far more powerful than he was ready for. But he didn't flinch. Naruto gripped the Astora straight sword in his right hand, while his left held the crest shield firmly in place. The demon raised what was left of its hammer, the once great weapon now little more than a crude staff. Naruto braced himself, double-handing his shield in front of him, ready for the strike. I'm ready. Come on, you bastard, make your move. But it didn't attack. Instead, the demon slammed its staff into the ground with a force so powerful that the floor beneath them crumbled. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as the ground gave way, and before he could react, they were falling into the darkness below. They crashed into the basement of the asylum. The room was massive, a circular chamber with a weathered, stone floor cracked and uneven. Broken tiles lay scattered everywhere, and stone pillars loomed around him, some shattered into pieces, others standing. The walls stretched high, built from aged stone blocks that were crumbling with time, moss creeping up their surfaces. A faint light filtered through the gaps, casting long shadows across the floor. Naruto looked around, his breath catching in his throat when he realized the truth. This was it. The entire asylum was built around this chamber. The demon's cage. Naruto's mind raced. I need to keep my eyes on those spells. That's what worries me most about this demon. Just as he was bracing himself for the next move, the demon lunged, swinging its massive staff in a wide horizontal sweep. His heart sank. There's no room to dodge. The basement was too small and cramped. Naruto knew he couldn't outrun that attack. Damn it. So, he used the substitution jutsu. The staff hit the spot where he'd been, detonating the explosive tags he left behind on the substitution log. The explosion shook the chamber, filling it with smoke and debris. For a split second, Naruto let himself hope that maybe he'd destroyed the demon's staff. But then, through the thick smoke, the staff came swinging once more, almost unaffected. The explosion had only delayed it for a fraction of a second. The demon was back on him, faster than he could react. Did it just figure out my substitution jutsu? A cold realization hit him. The substitution only works over a few feet. From point A to B. If someone knows where point B is, they can time their attack to land right when you reappear. And that's exactly what the stray demon had done. Naruto barely had time to lift his shield before the staff connected. The force of the blow was like nothing he'd ever felt. A crushing impact that sent him airborne. His shield arm shattered instantly with the bones snapping like twigs. He felt his ribs cave in, sharp splinters piercing through his side. The pain shot through him like a lightning bolt, spreading to his chest as his lungs screamed for air. He crashed into a pillar with a sickening thud, feeling his spine twist and his head whip back, his vision swimming with darkness and stars. His legs crumpled under him as he slid down the pillar, his whole body feeling like it was on fire. Breathe, just breathe, he told himself, gasping for air that wouldn't come, each breath like knives stabbing into his ribs. The demon's staff hit the ground again, and Naruto knew what that meant. His pulse spiked. Oh no, not that attack. Forcing himself up, his whole body screaming in protest, Naruto staggered toward the nearest corner of the room. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely open the pouch at his waist. He didn't care what pills he grabbed. He just stuffed as many as he could into his mouth, chewing them like they were his last lifeline. Stamina boosters, painkillers, chakra pills, anything to keep him conscious, to keep him from blacking out. The demon raised its staff high, and Naruto saw the glowing orb forming at its tip. An orb of fire, purer and hotter than anything he'd ever seen. His own pyromancy flames were nothing compared to this. The orb pulsed and expanded, growing brighter and hotter until it exploded in a massive shockwave of fire. Naruto barely threw himself into the corner before the blast reached him. All my clones. They would have been wiped out if they were too close to the explosion. If only they'd been outside the radius, they'd have survived. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, setting his whole body on fire, his nerves screaming with pain and energy all at once. He felt like his heart was going to explode out of his chest, his muscles twitching with the urge to keep moving, to keep fighting, to survive. And then he saw the demon's face. It was grinning, enjoying this, enjoying watching him struggle, watching him suffer. Oh, that made Naruto's blood boil. His vision went red, and he felt a vein throb in his forehead. You think this is funny, you overgrown barbecue. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to his feet despite the pain that tore through every inch of him. You haven't seen anything yet. Naruto's senses were on high alert as he kept a tight grip on the Astora straight sword. The stray demon reared back, its grotesque body tensing as it prepared a brutal stab with its massive staff. Way of focality was on overdrive, heightening his perception, slowing everything down as he analyzed the demon's every move. He could see the exact angle of its attack, the precise moment the staff would pierce the ground. Without hesitation, Naruto jumped. The air rushing past him as the staff shot beneath his feet, narrowly missing him. He dashed up its length and leapt into the air, bringing the Astora straight sword down in a heavy downward slash aimed right at the demon's eye. The blade met its mark with a sickening crunch. Dark, thick blood splattered from the demon's eye socket as the sword dug deep. It roared in agony, the sound echoing in the chamber. Naruto felt the vibration of the roar run through his bones, rattling his insides, but he didn't stop. The demon twisted, snapping its jaws at Naruto. He was ready for it. One of his shadow clones launched him backward just as the demon's mouth closed in, exploding with a deafening boom inside its gaping maw. Chunks of flesh and teeth sprayed from the explosion as the demon's lower jaw ripped apart into a gruesome mess. Blood poured from the open wound, drenching the floor beneath it in dark liquid. The demon's roar was now a garbled mess of pain, more like a guttural growl than anything resembling a scream. Naruto stuffed more pills into his mouth, barely chewing as he forced them down. Come on, body, heal faster. He gritted his teeth, shoving the pain to the back of his mind. He needed to keep moving. He couldn't afford to slow down now. He saw the demon slam its staff into a nearby pillar, feeling the energy building near the center of the room. It's trying to set up another blast. The staff slam was a distraction, and he knew it. Naruto bolted, trying to get outside the blast radius. Too slow. The red orb exploded, sending a shockwave that hit Naruto like a freight train. He was flung off his feet, the ground spinning out from under him as he slammed into the floor, the impact rattling his bones. His helmet saved his skull from cracking open, but his vision blurred, and he tasted blood in his lungs. The sound of wings flapping filled his ears. Naruto looked up just in time to see the demon lifting off the ground, its massive wings beating the air, only to fold them in as it prepared to dive bomb him. Fat bastard is going to squash me like a bug, Naruto thought, his fingers already flying through the hand signs for the substitution jutsu. At the last second, He vanished, but he didn't leave behind a log or stone this time. No, he left behind a very special gift. A Fuma shuriken, glinting in the dim light as it spun up toward the descending demon. It landed right in the worst possible spot. The demon's asshole. Naruto didn't even have time to savor the moment before he shouted, Kai. Activating the explosive tags wrapped around the shuriken. The explosion was catastrophic. The blast ripped through the demon's lower body, tearing apart its insides. A mess of blood, entrails, and what looked like shredded organs sprayed out in all directions. The demon's guts spilled out in a steaming pile on the ground, the smell so foul it made Naruto's stomach lurch. Its butt region was obliterated, shredded beyond recognition. Naruto tried not to vomit at the sight, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from the mess he'd created. Part of him felt a flicker of sympathy for the monster, but then he remembered Oscar's precept burned into his mind. Precept number 15. Do not show sympathy for the enemy, for they shall show you none when you fall. No sympathy for a beast that would have torn me apart without a second thought. But then he heard the flapping of wings again. His muscles tensed, ready to defend himself, but he saw something that made his blood boil. The demon wasn't coming back for a fight. It was trying to fly away. Oh, hell no. You're not getting away, not after everything you've done. The demon shot out of the hole, and he knew he had to act fast. His muscles tensed as he channeled chakra into his legs, feeling the surge in his thighs and calves that powered his jumps. He launched himself upward, pushing off the cracked ground with everything he had. Not enough. The demon was too fast, already climbing higher, but he wasn't going to give up. One after another, Naruto's clones formed beneath him, their hands locking together to fling him higher and higher. Each one threw him further into the air like a human slingshot. The wind rushed past as he soared, adrenaline pounding in his ears as he finally found himself above the demon. The entire scene blurring for a split second as he caught a glimpse of its burning wings beneath him. This is it. Without hesitation, Naruto pulled two kunai from his pouch and hurled them with all his strength. The blades tore through the demon's wings, ripping into the charred flesh with sickening precision. It roared, spiraling downward, losing control as Naruto gripped Astor's straight sword with both hands. Gravity did the rest, pulling him down with incredible speed while the sword poised for a final, crushing blow. But the demon wasn't finished. As he closed in, Naruto saw it point its staff directly at him. A red orb began to form at its tip, growing larger, more intense. He knew this was it. The moment that would decide everything. Either he'd win, or he'd be nothing but ash in a crater. No choice. Naruto channeled chakra into the explosive tags strapped to his back. They detonated in a deafening blast that should have torn him apart, but Oscar's armor. His armor saved him. The explosion flung him forward with enough force to break through the demon's defenses. Naruto screamed as he brought the sword down, his blade connecting with the red orb just as it was about to explode. Fire engulfed him instantly, the heat so intense he thought it would melt him from the inside out. But he didn't. Maybe it was Oscar's armor protecting him, or his chakra, or maybe it was sheer willpower. Either way, Naruto knew without looking at the system window that he was down to his last bit of strength. 1 HP. One last hit. His body felt like it was falling apart, but he didn't stop. The roar that escaped his throat wasn't just from pain, it was everything. It felt like Oscar himself was with him, pushing him to keep going, to not give up. Naruto's blade hit the demon with all the force he had left. Like a meteor, the demon's body slammed into the floor with a bone-crushing thud, the sound echoing through the chamber. The impact cracked the stone beneath them, sending dust and debris flying as light poured in from above, illuminating the chaos. The demon's body lay still, his sword lodged deep in its skull, the once pristine blade of Astor now broken, shattered from the final blow. He stood there, panting, barely able to keep himself upright. But he had done it. He had won. He had slain the demon. The adrenaline left him all at once, and he collapsed backward onto the demon's corpse. His body was numb, every nerve frayed and useless. His vision blurred as he lay there, staring at the hole in the ceiling. It was over. But then Naruto saw the soul of the stray demon. It gathered above him, swirling into a massive ball of light, pure white with a black shard at its core. It was bigger than him, pulsing with energy, more beautiful and terrifying than anything he had ever seen. He smiled, weakly raising his hand toward it. I did it. A single tear slipped down his cheek as the soul absorbed into him, filling him with a warmth that reminded him of Oscar. Of everything he had taught him. And as the last bit of that soul merged with his, Naruto let his hand fall to his side, his body finally giving into the exhaustion. We did it, Sensei. We did it. Victory achieved. You have gained 10,000 souls, 1 humanity, Titanite slab, 1 homeward bone, big pilgrim's key. Naruto lay flat on his back atop the stray demon's corpse, his mind swirling with the lingering adrenaline high. What do you even do with a demon's corpse? The stench was horrific, like rotting meat left out in the sun too long, mixed with sulfur and ash. It was the kind of smell that clung to your throat, making you gag every time you inhaled. His whole body was numb from the painkillers he'd downed during the fight. The pain from his broken arm, cracked ribs, and internal injuries still simmered, dulled by the haze of medication. Naruto held up the empty Estus flask, tilting it hopefully. If only I knew how to refill this stupid thing, he thought, frustration bubbling. But before he could dwell on it, a heavy thud echoed through the room. It reverberated like the universe was delivering a fresh problem straight to his lap. Oh, come on. Can't this world give me a break? A figure stepped into the sunlight, and even in his half-dazed state, Naruto couldn't help but think, whoa, that's badass. The intruder was clad in jet black armor. Twin, horn-like protrusions jutted from the helmet, and layered plates covered the figure head to toe, giving it an eerie, predatory silhouette. The Black Knight moved with blinding speed. Pop. Naruto replaced himself with a log covered in explosive tags. The moment the knight's sword struck, the tags detonated in a blinding flash, the force obliterating what was left of the demon's corpse. Well, that's one way to get rid of it, Naruto muttered, staggering back. He gulped down a chakra pill, wincing at the bitter taste but feeling the energy surge through him. Smoke filled the room, and for a fleeting moment, the young boy allowed himself hope. But then the Black Knight emerged, walking through the flames as if they were nothing. His armor was barely scratched by the explosive tags. You've gotta be kidding me, Naruto breathed, his stomach twisting. Hey, I'll give you some ramen if you let me go. Nope, Naruto yelped, spinning on his heel and sprinting toward the ladder he'd seen earlier. At the top of the ladder, Naruto found himself in a long, shadowed corridor. One end was sealed off by an empty jail cell, while the other had collapsed into rubble. From the layout, he guessed that twin halls of prison cells must have once circled the chamber where the asylum demon had fallen. A metallic clanging snapped him out of his thoughts. The knight was climbing the ladder. Oh hell no! Naruto kicked at the ladder with all the strength he could muster. With a deafening crash, the ladder gave way, sending the knight back down to the floor below. The boy almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but he had no such luxury. He was cornered, every breath ragged in his chest as his eyes darted through the shadows for anything that might turn the tide. Then, faint in the darkness of the cell caught his attention. A system prompt flickered faintly, as though insisting this mattered. A doll. Of all the things Naruto expected, this was not it. It was small, strange, carved of bronze that had long since turned green with age. The surface was pitted, weathered, and faceless. Naruto's throat tightened. Does this thing even do anything? He half expected it to spring alive or whisper some arcane secret. Nothing. No sound. No movement. Just an eerie, quiet glow. Still, the system would not highlight it for nothing. It had to be important. Thud. The sound struck his chest like a hammer. His blood froze. The doll flickered away, vanishing into his inventory, leaving him alone before a nightmare. Before he could even blink, the knight's sword was already thrust forward, aimed to split him in two. Naruto's body moved on instinct. His hands blurred and the substitution jutsu snapped into effect, rubble splintering as the blade cut through the stone where he had stood. He sucked in a deep breath and forced himself into the way of focality. Adrenaline sharpened his senses. The world slowed. For a single heartbeat he saw everything in perfect clarity. A spinning backhand cut that would have torn his head clean off. Naruto ducked low, barely avoiding the knight's blade as it sliced the stone wall. He spat out a single hand sign. One shadow clone burst into being and charged the Black Knight, paper tags flashing in its hands. Naruto didn't wait to see what happened as he leapt down into the demon's chamber. The stench of scorched flesh hit him like a wall. He gagged, but kept moving, glancing back just long enough to see his clone's tags explode in bursts of light and fire. The Black Knight's shield rose, shrugging it off like nothing. Naruto's stomach twisted. I can't win. The thought dug into his chest like a blade, and for a moment the weight of his own armor nearly dragged him to the floor. His chakra reinforcement slipped, muscles trembling with exhaustion. But the weight comforted him too. For a heartbeat it was as if Oscar's hand pressed on his shoulder, steady and calm. Okay, Naruto. You don't have to beat this thing. Just get away. He bit down, pulled out a chakra pill, and swallowed. The bitter chalk clawed up his throat, bile burning the back of his mouth, but he forced it down. His body screamed against the sudden surge of energy. The Black Knight jumped into the chamber. You want a piece of me, huh? Naruto snarled, tossing a smoke bomb at its feet. The chamber filled with choking gray fog. Steel scraped as the knight raised its shield. Then came the heavy thud of Naruto's footsteps climbing, echoing up the hole leading back toward the asylum's hallway. The Black Knight followed. But that Naruto was just another clone. The real Naruto pressed himself deep inside the remaining carcass of the asylum demon, holding his breath against the stench. He waited until the armored footsteps faded, then slipped free, pulling his grappling hook from his inventory. Sweat stung his eyes, his fingers slipped against the rough cord, but he forced himself upward. Step by step, breath by ragged breath, he clawed his way toward the light above. From far off, the sound of another explosion rattled the air, followed by a faint shimmer of memory vanishing with his clone. Every step felt like he was stealing life back from death itself. Item. Big Pilgrim's Key. Description. Key to the inner door of the Undead Asylum main hall. Big key belonging to a chosen undead pilgrim. But this chosen undead knows not what this pilgrimage has in store. Thanks, Naruto mumbled at the system, not really caring about its dramatic tone right now. He placed the key into the door, and just like that, it vanished. The door creaked open on its own, revealing a long, winding cliff path ahead. Moss covered everything, and old ruins dotted the landscape, crumbling stone and broken arches leading to a cliffside. Great. Now what? With no way to go forward, Naruto decided to at least honor the man that changed his life. He took out a kunai, and once he had the grave ready, Naruto took out a storage scroll that had Oscar's corpse inside it. Oscar's hollowed face was peaceful, like he'd finally found some rest knowing that his squire had avenged him. Naruto grabbed a handful of soil, staring at it for a moment before dropping it into the grave. It felt strange, like he was saying goodbye to more than just a friend, like he was leaving behind a part of himself. Naruto hadn't known Oscar for long. The man was practically a stranger, and yet, to Naruto, who valued bonds above all else, that brief time mattered more than he could put into words. Oscar had done something rare. He treated Naruto like a person. Not a monster. Not a nuisance. Just a boy, someone worth respect. Naruto was used to clawing for recognition, to proving himself over and over, earning Iruka's acknowledgement, dreaming of becoming Hokage so the whole village would see him. But Oscar gave that respect freely, without condition. To a boy starved of such kindness, it meant everything. Losing him hurt more than Naruto wanted to admit. But beneath the grief was a quiet pride. He felt honored. Honored to have met Oscar. Honored to fight beside him, and honored most of all to carry the man's legacy forward. Naruto found a large stone nearby and dragged it to the grave, placing it at the head like a makeshift tombstone. Taking his kunai, he carved into the stone. Oscar, elite knight of Astora, a friend, a mentor, a brother. Thank you for everything. As Naruto read it aloud, his voice broke. His lips quivered, and before he could stop himself, tears started spilling down his face. He tried to hold it in, to be strong, but he couldn't. He just cried. Naruto didn't know how long he stayed there, sitting by Oscar's grave, letting the grief wash over him. His chest ached, his throat felt raw, but eventually, the tears stopped. Slowly, he wiped his eyes and took a deep breath. He stood up, putting the knight's helmet back on his head, feeling the weight of it settle on his shoulders. Naruto Uzumaki, squire of Oscar. He paused, wishing he had the words, wishing he could speak like Oscar, like a true knight. But he wasn't Oscar. He was himself. So he kept it simple. Goodbye, Naruto whispered. With one last glance at the grave, Naruto turned and started walking up the cliff. Every step he took left a small crunch beneath his feet, the green weeds and shrubs swaying in the icy wind. He reached the edge of the cliff and stopped in his tracks. What lay before him was nothing short of breathtaking. A vast, endless expanse of mountains stretched out as far as he could see, their peaks blanketed in gray mist. They were towering, jagged giants, like the world itself was trying to cage him in, making him feel like this asylum was inescapable. This place. It's so damn beautiful and lonely at the same time. Then, he heard a call that echoed through the cold air. Before he could react, a shadow loomed over him, and suddenly a massive crow, with wings as dark as night and a body the size of a carriage, came swooping down. Its talons, each one as thick as his arm, were outstretched. They grabbed him before he even had a chance to blink. The world spun as Naruto was lifted into the air, his stomach lurching at the sudden altitude. He had never felt anything like this. Flying. The wind whipped around him, freezing his face, but all he could do was hang there, his heart pounding in his throat. He didn't even dare move. One wrong twitch and he'd be a smear on the rocks below. The crow's wings beat powerfully as it soared over the mountains, and that's when Naruto saw it. A city-like structure, sprawling out in the distance, bigger than anything he'd ever laid eyes on. The crow twisted its path, banking toward a circular structure perched on a cliff. The structure was mostly made of worn stone walls, with large gaps and broken archways that looked like they'd been abandoned for centuries. In the center of it all, there was a small fire burning on a stone platform, its flames flickering brightly, casting a warm, inviting glow. Bonfire. Naruto almost screamed the word. The crow's talons loosened, and suddenly, Naruto was falling. He hit the ground with a rough roll, dirt and stone scraping against his armor as he tumbled. By the time he came to a stop, the crow was already gone, its massive wings beating as it disappeared back into the sky. Naruto gasped for air, sucking in huge gulps like a man who'd been drowning. His lungs felt like they were on fire, his head spinning from the sudden change in altitude. He forced himself to get up, every muscle in his body screaming in protest as he stumbled toward the bonfire. The relief was so overwhelming that he almost fell to his knees. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine as he thought about it. Do I really have to die to go home? Alexander M. Morgan. Well, that name was dead now, meaningless, something he no longer needed. This pilgrimage, it had defeated him a long time ago. Now he was just here, stuck in the Firelink shrine, clinging to the bonfire. For what, exactly? Even he didn't know anymore. The crestfallen warrior glanced at the boy who'd shown up out of nowhere. Young, too young to be a warrior, and he claimed to have defeated the asylum demon. Ha! What a joke, right? No one beats the thing. But, was it really a joke? Why couldn't the kid have done it? Just because he ran like a coward? Just because he did nothing? He squashed that thought before it could crawl any deeper into his mind. Didn't need that voice whispering in his head. It was always there, reminding him of what he could have been, what he could have done. Annoying. He heard the sound of running. The kid, Naruto, what kind of name was that anyway? Was making his move, leaving, he guessed. Strange. Why did he feel sad? Guess he was still human at heart. After being alone for so long, it was nice to have some company, even if it was just a kid full of reckless energy and naive dreams. Alexander looked up, maybe to say something. He didn't even know what. Maybe to tell him good luck, or be careful, or something. But before he could open his mouth, he saw the boy run and jump off the cliff. What? He opened his mouth but then closed it again. His brain went blank. Alexander just stared at the spot where Naruto jumped, watching the wind rustle the grass. The kid jumped. Just like that. Off the cliff. Huh. The thought lingered. Maybe death really is better than the hell that waits for us here. He muttered to himself, eyes drooping shut as if the thought itself was too much effort. Maybe I should do it too. The thought was always there, wasn't it? Giving up. Dying. Ending the misery. But Alexander was too much of a coward for that. Too much of a coward to die, and too much of a coward to live. The crestfallen warrior's hollowed eyes staring into its flickering flames. He expected the boy to reappear any moment, rising from the fire like smoke reforming into flesh. An inevitable cycle for all cursed by the dark sign. That was their fate, wasn't it? An endless loop of death and rebirth, each resurrection scraping something away from your soul until all that remained was a hollow shell, devoid of thought, memory, or will. But he waited. And waited. The flames continued to dance, crackling softly in the silence, yet there was no sign of the boy. The warrior frowned. Why wasn't he respawning? Had his essence failed to return? Had his connection to this bonfire somehow severed? The thought stirred something uneasy in his hollowed chest. And then Alexander felt it. A large surge of souls gathered at the edge of the cliff. Right where Naruto had jumped. The souls began to form into a green shape. No way. A green soul drop. Not yellow like the rest of them. This was something he'd only ever heard about in legends. Legends of people from other worlds. The kid was telling the truth, Alexander realized, chuckling despite himself. He really did kill the asylum demon. And he really is from another world. Wow. Guess I've seen it all now. But the laugh didn't last. He stood up, grabbing his shield and sword. Hollow or not, he could feel the presence of the undead. They'd be drawn to Naruto's soul drop like moths to a flame. And with a drop that big, bright, and green, they wouldn't just leave it alone. They'd swarm. Alexander looked at the first one rushing toward Naruto's soul drop. His sword was in his hand before he even realized it. Why am I doing this? He wondered, but there was no clear answer. Maybe it was to help someone, to finally do something good. That sounded noble in his head, but he knew it was a lie. He had always been selfish. Maybe he wanted to hold it over the kid, make him owe a debt. He pushed that thought away. It did not matter anymore, not like it used to. Maybe he wanted to feel something again. Maybe protecting that small soul drop would stave off the hollowing at the edges of him, would make him feel alive for a little while. The idea settled in his chest like a stubborn ember, and for the first time in a long time he let himself tend it. He cut down the hollow with a swift slash and stood his ground. Another one came rushing, but he was ready. You better come back, boy, Alexander muttered under his breath. And get your damn soul drop. And, maybe thank me while you're at it. Morning had come slowly, and for once, Hiruzen was grateful. After last night's chaos, a slow morning was more than welcome. He sat at his desk, surrounded by the ever-growing mountain of paperwork that seemed to taunt him with its endlessness. But today, his task was simple. Going through the genin registration forms and finalizing the candidates for the jonin to choose from. A small smile crept onto his face as he reviewed the names, each one representing a future leaf of the village. He could have let his team handle it. They were more than capable of combing through those forms. Kami knew how much he relied on them to keep up with all the paperwork in Konoha. It wasn't that he couldn't do it himself, but it ate away at his time he wished he had more of. Then, as he reached the final registration form, his smile faltered, replaced by a frown. There was no form for Naruto. Of course. How could he forget? Naruto hadn't properly graduated. What do I do now? He mused, rubbing his temples. He couldn't just have the boy repeat the year like a failure or let him rot away in the genin reserves. But how could he make it happen without it seeming forced or showing blatant favoritism? Cat, he called, his voice more stern than intended. In an instant, the Anbu operative appeared in front of his desk, her presence as silent as a shadow. The purple hair, the cat-like porcelain mask, and the katana on her hip, her most distinct features that spoke of her identity. Bring me Naruto Uzumaki, he ordered, watching her bow before disappearing in a whirl of leaves and reappearing moments later with something he wasn't prepared to see. There he stood. Naruto Uzumaki, but not the Naruto Hiruzen was expecting. The boy wore armor. Not just any armor, but an ensemble of metal that encased him from head to toe, gleaming in the soft morning light. A broken sword hung at his hip, and a beautiful shield rested on his back, looking as though they belonged to the armory of a royal samurai rather than to a 12-year-old shinobi. Hiruzen felt his breath hitch, his mind momentarily thrown into chaos. The sheer quality of his armor and weapons. He'd seen a lifetime's worth of steel in the great shinobi wars and in countless diplomatic missions to faraway lands, yet this was different. Better. This wasn't something forged in their hidden village, nor by any blacksmith in the land of fire. Steel of this caliber. He couldn't help but wonder if even the samurai of the land of iron could create such a masterpiece. Naruto. He finally managed to say, his voice cracking slightly, betraying his shock. How did this boy, a boy who could barely manage to keep his own clothes intact, end up with such equipment? Hiruzen's mind raced with questions, jumping to thoughts he shouldn't entertain. If all of Konoha could be equipped with armor like this, the tactical advantage, the protection it could provide, his imagination started to run wild, but he knew better. He forced that line of thought to stop before it reached its conclusion. It was dangerous to think that way, to let greed seep into the core of his responsibilities as Hokage. He took a breath and steadied himself. Right now, it wasn't about Konoha's military strength or potential armament. It was about Naruto. It was always about Naruto, wasn't it? Yes, Naruto said, taking off his helmet. Hiruzen tried to hide his surprise, keeping his voice calm as he said, "That's some unique equipment for a ninja." He was hoping Naruto might offer more, maybe an explanation, maybe a story about where he got it. Yes, Hokage-sama, Naruto replied stiffly, his tone formal and distant, like he was trying to play a role he wasn't quite comfortable with. Hiruzen felt a pang in his chest. The way Naruto said, Hokage-sama, the way he stood there, rigid, like he was imitating someone else's idea of a soldier, didn't fit him at all. Naruto's usual energy, his vibrant spirit, was buried under this new demeanor. He looked like a boy trying to wear a mask that didn't belong to him, trying to be someone he thought he should be. It was unsettling, but Hiruzen remembered what Inoichi had told him, the words echoing in his mind. Naruto needs time to himself, to think and understand his own emotions. Give him a week before trying to reconnect. A week. Kami. Hiruzen wasn't sure if he could last that long without trying to fix whatever was broken between them, to find the old Naruto hiding behind that armor. But he had to respect Naruto's process. The boy needed to come to terms with everything in his own way. So, despite the questions burning inside him, questions he knew Naruto must have too, Hiruzen just said, "I don't think that equipment is good for being a ninja." Why not? Naruto snapped back, his eyes narrowing. The intensity in his voice took Hiruzen by surprise, like he'd struck a nerve he didn't even know was there. Why was Naruto so defensive about this armor? Whoever gave it to him, whatever it meant to him, Hiruzen realized it held a deeper significance, a history he wasn't privy to. It wasn't just about the armor, it was about something, or someone, that he didn't know. Well, the armor is too heavy to be functional for a ninja, Hiruzen said, trying to keep his tone even, to avoid triggering that defensive wall Naruto had put up. "I have no problem fighting with it," Naruto said flatly, his voice laced with a kind of certainty that suggested experience. Experience. That word stuck in Hiruzen's mind. What had Naruto been through? "Can you move around for me?" Hiruzen asked. Naruto obliged, jumping to the side and running a short distance. "Naruto," Hiruzen said, his brow furrowing, "why are you using chakra enhancement?" He almost didn't expect the question to come out of his mouth, but the realization hit him hard. Chakra enhancement was a basic technique, channeling chakra into your muscles to increase speed and strength. So basic, in fact, that it wasn't even considered a jutsu. Any child who'd mastered the leaf-sticking exercise could do it, but it wasn't something you did constantly. It was draining, even for skilled jonin. For Naruto to do it for something as basic as moving in heavy armor was. "Isn't that how you're supposed to move?" Naruto asked, genuine confusion on his face. "Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, his voice steady, how often do you use chakra enhancement like this? All the time, Naruto said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I just don't use it when I'm sleeping. And in that moment, everything fell into place. Hiruzen finally understood. The reason why Naruto was able to perform his pranks and escape the Chunin so easily, the reason why he was always one step ahead of everyone in those moments. It wasn't luck or sheer stubbornness, it was because he lived in a constant state of chakra enhancement. While most shinobi could barely sustain it for a few minutes, Naruto, this boy with a chakra pool so vast it rivaled the best of them, could use it without even thinking. Hiruzen swallowed hard, the weight of this realization settling over him. Naruto had been walking around with this untapped potential, this incredible reservoir of strength, and he didn't even know how extraordinary it was. And yet, Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that he'd only scratched the surface of the changes happening to the boy standing before him. Who taught you this? Hiruzen asked, his throat dry, each word sticking like sandpaper. The academy teachers, Naruto replied with a casual shrug, and Hiruzen felt the blood drain from his face. He took a deep breath, struggling to contain the storm of emotions swirling inside him. The people he trusted, his own shinobi, the very educators he had handpicked to shape the next generation, had gone behind his back. They taught Naruto incorrectly but did it in such a subtle way that they technically weren't wrong. Chakra enhancement like Naruto's was possible, sure, but nobody did it, even if they had the chakra reserves or control for it. Why? Because it was counterproductive, harmful even. Using chakra enhancement all the time would limit the natural growth of the body, making it dependent on chakra instead of building real muscle strength. It would stunt his potential in the long run, and that thought sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. How much more had Naruto been taught incorrectly? Hiruzen wondered. How many more cracks were hidden in the foundation of his training, left there by those who were supposed to be guiding him? He had to fix this. Somehow. Hiruzen weighed his options. He could keep Naruto in the academy for another year, send in proper teachers to undo the damage, and rebuild what had been broken. Or he could let Naruto graduate, place him under the care of a skilled Jonin sensei who could fix those flaws, who could guide him the way he deserved to be guided. The latter seemed more favorable, not just for his growth as a ninja, but because Naruto needed connection. He needed teammates his own age, people he could relate to, trust, and maybe, in time, he could trust Hiruzen again too. Naruto, Hiruzen said, steadying his voice, remove your chakra enhancement. Naruto blinked at him, a bit confused, but then obeyed. The second he did, Hiruzen watched as the boy's knees almost buckled, the floorboards beneath him creaking under the sudden shift of weight. How heavy is that armor? Hiruzen wondered, his eyes narrowing at the sight. This wasn't ordinary gear. It felt like it was designed to fight something far more dangerous than human foes, like it was made for battles beyond their world. He shook his head, forcing himself back to the matter at hand. Hiruzen offered Naruto a reassuring smile, even though his mind was racing. See, try to wear lighter armor. It would be better for you on missions. Can't I just use chakra enhancement? Naruto argued, his frustration bubbling to the surface. There are people who can sense chakra, Hiruzen said calmly. Sensors who could detect you from a mile away if your entire body is enhanced. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance, but before Hiruzen could say more, the boy threw a smoke bomb to the ground. Where did he even pull that out from? The room filled with smoke, but it was hardly enough to blind Hiruzen. He watched, his senses on high alert, as Naruto's pants and shield seemed to vanish right before his eyes. And then, just as quickly, Naruto reappeared, dressed in a completely different set of clothes. He changed his outfit in a second. A literal second. It was like he'd clicked a button and his entire gear had switched. Space-time ninjutsu. Hiruzen thought, his mind reeling. How in Kami's name had Naruto of all people, stumbled upon something so advanced? In 2 days, the boy had given him more headaches than Danzo did in a year. Hiruzen felt a creeping unease settle in his gut. Was Danzo somehow involved in this? Was he training Naruto in secret? No. Hiruzen dismissed the idea almost as quickly as it formed. Danzo was too careful, too paranoid to leave any trace of himself if he were meddling in this. But the question remained, and it nagged at Hiruzen like a wound he couldn't heal. What had Naruto been doing to get all these new abilities? Where had he learned them? And what else was he hiding beneath that armor and that stiff, soldier-like demeanor? Naruto Uzumaki, the boy Hiruzen thought he knew, was becoming a puzzle he wasn't sure how to solve. And for the first time in a long while, he was terrified that he didn't have the answers. Naruto was able to move faster now, but still, it was slow compared to other genin. Better. But. Do you want me to fight naked or something? Naruto blurted out before immediately realizing his mistake and bowing slightly. That was a first. The boy's humility took Hiruzen by surprise, though it didn't last long. No, Hiruzen said, trying to hide his amusement. Just wear lighter clothing. But what if I wanted to wear this armor, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked, looking at Hiruzen with those determined eyes. He was still seeking guidance, even through his frustration and resentment. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a small flicker of hope. Even if Naruto was upset, he still asked for guidance. That had to be a good sign, right? Small steps, Hiruzen told himself. Small steps to regain Naruto's trust. Well, another way without jeopardizing yourself on the battlefield would be to try weighted training, Hiruzen suggested. What? Weighted training, Hiruzen explained. You introduce weight onto your body to force it to grow and adapt. The idea is to make your body accustomed to the extra weight so that when you finally remove it, you'll be much faster and stronger. Naruto's eyes seemed to light up at the concept. Before Hiruzen could say another word, Naruto threw a smoke bomb to the ground. When the smoke cleared, he was back in his full armor, completely suited up. Why? Weighted training, Naruto replied with a smirk, moving around in his heavy armor. His movements were slow, clunky, but Hiruzen could already see the potential in the plan. Naruto might not be training at the level of Rock Lee or Might Guy, but this was a step in the right direction. Why am I here? Oh, well, I almost forgot, Hiruzen said with a chuckle, but before he could continue, the door to his office flew open, and he let out a groan as he saw who barged in. Konohamaru, Hiruzen's grandson, stood there, all 6 years of him, with his brown hair, blue eyes, and that small chip in his tooth. He wore that ridiculous gray helmet with a hole at the top for his hair to stick out, along with his gray shorts, a long blue scarf, and that yellow shirt with the red Konoha symbol on it. Incoming. On guard, old man. Konohamaru shouted, brandishing a shuriken as if he were ready to charge. But then, as if the universe itself couldn't bear to see him succeed in his little assault, he tripped over his scarf and landed face first on the floor. Hiruzen closed his eyes, taking a long, deep puff from his smoking pipe. It was all he could do not to let out a tired sigh. I get it, it's a trap. Konohamaru mumbled, rubbing his forehead and looking around suspiciously. Another voice interrupted, more anxious and frantic than the last. Are you all right, honorable grandson? And for the record, there are no traps. Ebisu, Konohamaru's overly devoted tutor, burst into the room. His dark hair, brown eyes, and ever-present sunglasses made him look like a ninja who'd never quite left his teaching persona behind. He was in the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, lacking only the flak jacket. When did my office become a playground? Then, to top off this circus, Konohamaru pointed an accusing finger at Naruto. Aha, so you tripped me. It was you, right? Naruto, not missing a beat, responded with a flick to Konohamaru's forehead. You fell over that stupid scarf, he said plainly, his voice carrying a hint of irritation. Hiruzen could only shake his head, fighting the urge to laugh. Konohamaru rubbed the spot on his forehead, looking like he was on the verge of tears. Naruto didn't seem to realize that those gauntlets of his packed quite a punch. Hiruzen sighed inwardly, seeing the situation escalate, especially when Ebisu burst out, how dare you harm the honorable grandson of the third Hokage? Hiruzen groaned at those words. He really disliked it when people measured someone's worth based on their bloodline. The way Ebisu said it, as if Konohamaru's value was solely tied to being Hiruzen's grandson, grated on his nerves. And then there was Konohamaru's smug little smirk, the one that clearly said he expected Naruto to apologize. It made Hiruzen realize the boy needed a lesson in humility. Hey, apologize to me. Konohamaru demanded, puffing out his chest like a little rooster in front of Naruto. Hiruzen watched closely, half expecting Naruto to get mad and blurt out something in that blunt way of his. But instead, Naruto calmly said, "Fuck off." Hiruzen almost had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself from reacting. Okay, so maybe Naruto was still Naruto after all. It was oddly reassuring. Ebisu and Konohamaru looked absolutely stunned, their mouths hanging open like fish out of water. But I am the honorable grandson. Konohamaru stuttered, his sense of entitlement dripping from every word. And I am the squire of Oscar. Naruto shot back with pride, and that's when Hiruzen felt his heart skip a beat. What? Squire of Oscar? What was he talking about? Hiruzen didn't even know who Oscar was or why Naruto would claim such a title. The words didn't sound like they came from their language, and the look of utter confusion on Konohamaru's face showed he didn't know how to respond either. Ha! What's that? Something lame. Konohamaru blurted out, his unfiltered 6-year-old mind doing what it does best, cutting straight to the heart of things. Hiruzen saw Naruto's eyes darken at that. The next thing he knew, Naruto swung his fist and knocked Konohamaru clean on the head, the force of the blow sending the boy crumpling to the floor. Honorable grandson. Ebisu screeched, ready to leap at Naruto in outrage, but Hiruzen stopped him with a mere tap of his finger. Yes, Hokage-sama, Ebisu said, barely containing his fury as he lowered his gaze in respect. Take Konohamaru out of my office, Hiruzen said, his voice firm. But Hiruzen pointed at Konohamaru, who was already starting to wake up. His helmet, the one Hiruzen had personally crafted with a barrier fuinjutsu to protect him from physical harm, had a visible crack. That helmet was supposed to withstand even a Chunin's blow without breaking, yet Naruto's fist had done the impossible. The crack spoke volumes about the force Naruto had used. It made Hiruzen wonder, was Naruto so angry about Konohamaru's insult that he didn't hold back, even against a child? Questions bombarded Hiruzen's mind. Who was this Oscar? Why was Naruto suddenly throwing around titles and speaking as if he came from another culture? Was this armor connected to that name somehow? When did all this happen? Before Hiruzen could dive deeper into his spiraling thoughts, a knock on the door drew his attention. Iruka stood there, looking like he'd just woken up from a night of drinking, his face pale and eyes bloodshot. He clearly had a hangover. Hokage-sama, may I come in? Iruka said, his voice carrying a hint of embarrassment as he eyed Ebisu, who was helping Konohamaru to his feet. But Konohamaru didn't let the moment pass. He scrambled to Naruto's side, eyes wide with admiration. Teach me your skills, and I'll become your disciple. Hiruzen blinked, and so did everyone else in the room. Naruto's expression didn't change. It was like watching a stone face come to life for a brief moment, only to harden again. No, Naruto said, as blunt and straightforward as ever. But I need to become the 5th Hokage. Hiruzen held his breath, waiting to see how Naruto would respond, hoping to see some flicker of the boy who used to shout about his dreams of becoming Hokage, who wore his ambition on his sleeve like a badge of honor. Naruto looked straight into Konohamaru's eyes, enough to make the boy flinch. I don't care. Konohamaru's face twisted in frustration, and with a defeated sigh, he motioned for Ebisu to guide him away. Hiruzen watched them leave, his heart sinking. One thing was clear now, Naruto didn't care about being Hokage anymore. That dream, the one that used to light up his eyes with so much passion, was gone. And that realization hurt more than he cared to admit. What had happened to the Naruto I once knew? The silence settled in the room as Konohamaru and Ebisu finally left. Hiruzen turned his attention back to Naruto, who, as patient as he could be, stood waiting while Iruka focused on reading some sort of paper. Chunin Iruka, what are you doing here? Hiruzen asked, already feeling the pull to return his focus to Naruto. There was so much to address. Oh, yes, Hokage-sama, Iruka began, his voice carrying a hint of formality that spoke to his hangover. This is my letter of recommendation for Naruto Uzumaki to be graduated into a genin. He reread the letter one more time, as if trying to perfect every word, before placing it on Hiruzen's desk. Hiruzen glanced at the paper but quickly looked back at Naruto. The boy looked surprised, and Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Well, another reason to graduate Naruto. Another. Naruto and Iruka both asked in unison. Hiruzen nodded. Well, normally graduation is just a formality to show that someone is ready to be in the field. And last night, Naruto demonstrated everything we look for. Espionage, by breaking into the building and taking the forbidden scroll and Hiruzen coughed, as did Naruto, while Iruka looked a bit perplexed. The old man quickly continued, not wanting to dwell on that particular detail. Successfully making it to a rendezvous point, and even being able to eliminate a Chunin-level ninja. If that doesn't qualify you for being a genin, I don't know what will. Hiruzen watched Naruto blush at the praise. The sight warmed his old heart. Reaching for the headband he had prepared for the boy, Hiruzen paused. He had been waiting for this moment, for the day Naruto would finally become a genin. Hokage-sama, may I? Iruka asked, his voice softer now, more personal. Hiruzen chuckled. You're going to file for a replacement. Iruka looked at the headband Hiruzen held and said, well, you do have one in your hand. That I do, Hiruzen replied, stepping back and motioning for Iruka to continue. It felt right. Iruka had been there for Naruto, had been more than just a teacher to him. This moment belonged to them. Iruka knelt on one knee, smiling at Naruto, and removed his own headband. Without saying much, he stretched it out toward Naruto. Actions spoke louder than words, after all. Naruto's reaction, his wide, genuine smile, was all Hiruzen needed to see. Naruto eagerly leaned forward, allowing Iruka to tie the headband around his forehead. Naruto, Iruka said, his voice filled with pride, you are a genin now. Naruto nodded, grinning ear to ear. So now, don't sneak into my house at night and scribble lines on my face, Iruka said with a deadpan look. What? I thought you loved that orange book, Naruto teased, grinning wider. For a moment, Hiruzen thought Iruka was going to hit Naruto over the head, and he couldn't help but smile again. Hiruzen cleared his throat as Iruka straightened up, his posture becoming more formal. Well, congratulations on your graduation, genin Naruto. I just need you to submit your graduation form. Hokage-sama, Iruka responded, handing over Naruto's documents with a sense of pride. Hiruzen glanced at the papers, making sure everything was in order. Iruka stepped back and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Looks like everything's in order, Hiruzen nodded. You're free to leave, Naruto. Ahem, Hokage-sama, Naruto's voice suddenly became respectful. As there, like, a prize for last night's mission. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What did you have in mind? Some kind of jutsu that won't get me killed, like the substitution jutsu, Naruto said with directness. Hiruzen couldn't help but admire the boy's clear thought process. He'd clearly put some consideration into it. Naruto, the substitution jutsu was designed to be one of the 3 essential jutsu a genin needs, Iruka interjected, but Naruto shot him a look that clearly asked, really? Are you serious? Hiruzen couldn't blame the boy. Iruka, you're wrong, Hiruzen said firmly. The shock on Iruka's face was unmistakable. The truth wasn't easy, even for Hiruzen to acknowledge. The 3 basic jutsu were designed during the First Great Ninja War, meant to graduate genin quickly and send them to the front lines. Iruka's jaw practically dropped, while Naruto's face became serious in a way Hiruzen hadn't seen before. But, why are we still keeping that standard? Iruka asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Tradition, Hiruzen muttered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. The explanation sounded hollow, even to him, when spoken out loud. Seems like a stupid tradition, Naruto said bluntly. Even though the boy had struggled with the current standard, he had a valid point. They weren't at war anymore, so why hadn't the bar been raised? Hiruzen couldn't deny the truth in Naruto's words. The standard did need to be reevaluated, but that was a discussion for another time. Right now, Naruto had asked for a jutsu, and Hiruzen owed him that much. Iruka, do you know the Shunshin no Jutsu? Of course, Iruka responded, though his voice trailed off as he seemed to realize what Hiruzen was implying. You want me to teach that to Naruto? Hiruzen nodded, watching as Naruto's face lit up with excitement. The boy practically jumped from his seat, the weight of his armor clinking with every movement. Come on, Iruka-sensei. Guess he's still Naruto, Iruka remarked with a soft smile. And that's for the best, Hiruzen replied quietly. Hokage-sama, what about tallying the scores, the graduation list, and... Iruka's voice trailed off as he turned back to Hiruzen. Don't worry about that, the old man dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand. I'll have it handled. Just go and teach. Then came the unmistakable thud. Naruto had clearly tripped or collided with something. No words were necessary, it was just Naruto. Go and teach, Iruka muttered, bowing to Hiruzen before running after his student. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as he took a deep, slow puff from his smoking pipe. The familiar taste of the tobacco filled his lungs, calming him for just a moment. A fleeting moment. The warmth spread through his chest, offering a brief escape from the mounting pressure that he knew was on its way. It was always like this. The pipe had become more than just a habit, it was his brief respite before the inevitable headache. As Hokage, peace never lasted long. He exhaled slowly, watching the smoke curl and drift lazily through the air. Anbu guards always watched over him, his invisible protectors, his arms, his eyes. He handpicked them all, every one of them, with trust that ran deeper than blood. He even made sure they watched over Naruto when the boy was in the orphanage. That's the level of trust he had in them. They listened to every word in his office, they knew what had to be done before he even asked. The faint click of the office door closing pulled him out of his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see Kat standing there, silent as always, a couple of files in her hands. She didn't need to say anything, never was one for words. Her actions spoke volumes. She placed the files neatly on his desk, each one a small piece of a puzzle he was only beginning to understand. He nodded, taking the files from her. One was a list of all the teachers who had taught Naruto, another his attendance records, and lastly, the teacher class assignment record. Good job, Kat, Hiruzen said, though his voice lacked the usual warmth. His mind was already somewhere else, turning over the implications of what lay before him. Was all this his fault? Was it because he had been too soft, too lenient in his leadership? Had he let the boy slip through the cracks of the system he had built? Or was this part of something larger, a scheme woven by someone else? Danzo. No. He had shut down that line of thinking. But still, the possibilities gnawed at him. Maybe this was revenge. Revenge from someone who saw Naruto as a threat or as a symbol of the pain the village had suffered. Whatever the reason, Hiruzen knew one thing. He had failed Naruto, failed to see the cracks forming in his education, in his life. But no more. He wouldn't let this go unchecked. He planned to get to the bottom of it, no matter how deep the rot went. He owed Naruto that much. He tapped his pipe against the edge of the desk, the soft clink of the ash falling into the tray signaling the end of his brief moment of peace. The real work was just beginning. So, this is an official training ground, huh? Naruto glanced around, taking in the open field surrounded by trees that stretched as far as the eye could see. The grass was still a little wet beneath his feet, and the wind rustled through the leaves, bringing with it the fresh, earthy scent of the forest. The sun was shining, casting long shadows across the ground, and there, not far from him, stood a line of training dummies. He breathed in deeply, feeling a sense of freedom that he hadn't felt in, well, forever. Back at the academy, it was always different. There were always restrictions, always someone watching, telling him he couldn't use the training grounds because he'd pull some prank or mess around too much. He won't take it seriously, they'd say. It was frustrating, beyond frustrating. He hated it. Hated feeling like he had to prove himself over and over again, just for the chance to be taken seriously. But now, standing here, in this actual field, there was no one to stop him. No one to say he didn't belong or that he didn't deserve to use this place. He wasn't here to play or prove anything. He was here to train. To get stronger. And damn, it felt good. Iruka-sensei stood a few feet away from him, focused and serious, which brought Naruto back to the task at hand. They were there to train. Uruka was explaining the Shunshin no Jutsu, comparing it to the substitution jutsu. Apparently, both of them worked by releasing chakra from the ankles, causing a burst of movement. Naruto scratched his head, trying to follow along. Sensei, what's the difference between the substitution and Shunshin? Well, Naruto, Uruka started, the differences are in the hand signs and the execution. Naruto tilted his head to the side, thinking that over. Didn't sound too complicated. Uruka performed the hand signs. Half tiger, then ram, and just like that, his body flickered and he disappeared, reappearing 30 feet away. Naruto's eyes widened. That was awesome. Oh, I get it. Naruto said, surprising himself and apparently Uruka too. So the difference is that the substitution jutsu leaves behind a log and has a shorter range. And it's faster. He hesitated on that last part, not sure if he was right. Uruka blinked at him, clearly surprised. Wow, when did you get so smart? Naruto grinned. I've always been the smartest, Uruka-sensei. Yeah, right. But hey, it felt good to say it. Sure, Naruto, Uruka said with a chuckle. And to answer your question, yes, substitution is faster in the short term. Huh, Naruto said, not fully understanding. Have you ever dropped a rock into a lake? Uruka asked. You've seen how it creates ripples, right? What happens when those ripples combine? They get bigger, Naruto said, though he wasn't entirely sure. Exactly, Uruka said. Shunshin works on that principle. The chakra built up in the ankles releases in waves, and after each wave, the speed gets faster and faster. That's why it's mostly used for long-distance travel. Naruto frowned. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. What about combat? That's what he really needed to know. Well, Uruka said, the Shunshin is mostly used for dodges and evasion, in the same way as the substitution jutsu, by high-ranking Chunin and Jonin. Naruto bit his lip. Why not direct combat? The thing is, Shunshin suffers from the same problem as substitution, it gives you tunnel vision at high speeds. That's why it's used for quick evasions or travel rather than direct combat, Uruka explained. So, it's impossible to fight using Shunshin? Naruto asked, feeling a little disappointed. Normally, yes, Uruka said. But years ago, there was a very powerful ninja who used the high speeds of Shunshin to create afterimages that looked like clones. He was so fast that people compared him to the fourth Hokage. Naruto blinked, his heart racing a bit. Whoa, who was this cool guy? Shunshin no Shisui, Uruka said, his voice carrying a hint of respect. I met him a few times. Really nice guy, but unfortunately, he died a few years back. Naruto paused, feeling a pang in his chest. He didn't know Shisui, but still, he felt like he should pay his respects. He bowed his head for a second in silent prayer. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. What if I could combine Shunshin with the way of focality? Maybe, just maybe, he could become the next Shunshin no Shisui. No, even better. Shunshin no Naruto. A grin spread across Naruto's face. Let's do this, sensei. Tsuki Ichiraku had never been much of a fighter. He didn't like violence, not one bit. He had always been a more passive man, a man with a passion for food. His family, well, they weren't shinobi. They had been one of the first non-fighting immigrants to cross Konoha's borders after the great shinobi clans had settled there. They were the first generation of civilians. It was a revolutionary move by the second Hokage. Before, during the Warring States era, civilians like them had no place among shinobi unless they were nobles. But with the creation of shinobi villages and the population boom, even ninja needed someone to provide for their families, to take care of the mundane tasks. That's where civilian families came in: farmers, artisans, craftsmen, traders. They formed the backbone of Konoha's economy, the lifeblood that kept the village running. Civilians and shinobi, side by side, in a kind of harmony that Tsuki had come to love. The early morning was still dark, a deep blue sky hanging overhead. Tsuki had always appreciated the peace of the quiet night just before dawn. It was the best time of day, in his opinion. The village still asleep, the air cool and crisp. His family had originally come from the Shina province of the Fire Nation, bringing with them the recipe for Shina soba. But as time passed, New spices, new flavors, and new ingredients had transformed Shina soba into something else, ramen. Chuki's ramen. He got ready for the day, following the same routine he had for years. He rolled out of bed, stretched the kinks out of his back, and splashed some cold water on his face to shake off the last bits of sleep. The room smelled of wood and the faint remnants of yesterday's cooking. He grabbed his chef's uniform, a simple white tunic with a red apron tied around his waist, and tucked a cloth headband across his forehead. His hair, what was left of it, was now a dark gray. He didn't mind it. He had earned these years. Ayame-chan, time to wake up. He called up the stairs. She wasn't his biological daughter, but that didn't matter. He had found her during the Kyuubi attack, just a little 4-year-old lost in the chaos when the civilians fled for safety. Her parents hadn't made it, and somehow, Chuki had ended up with her in his arms. She didn't remember any of it. Chuki guessed that was a blessing in disguise. The mind had a way of sealing away the worst of things. He could hear her grumbling as she shuffled downstairs, her dark brown hair a mess, her eyes still half closed. Ayame always looked a bit disheveled when she first woke up, her fair skin a little flushed from sleep, her large black eyes blinking away the last bits of her dreams. She was a slender girl now, growing up faster than Chuki liked, but to him, she would always be his little girl. Go wash up. We've got work to do, kiddo. Can't we change the timing so I can sleep more? She asked, her voice muffled by the yawn she was trying to hide. The early bird gets the worm, Chuki replied, slipping into his sandals and heading downstairs. It was the same response every morning. Once he reached the kitchen, the quiet calm of the early morning wrapped around him. It was peaceful, just the sound of his own footsteps and the creaking of the wooden floors. He started setting up, grabbing the noodles, the broth, the pork belly. Everything had its place, and he made sure it was where it belonged. The small restaurant, their home and workplace, could only seat 6 people, so most customers grabbed their ramen to go. The prep work was familiar, soothing even. Boiling water for the noodles, stirring the broth until the aroma filled the air, slicing the pork just right. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables, the soft simmer of the soup, the occasional hiss of the stove as the heat hit the metal pot. Chuki breathed it all in. This was his life, and he wouldn't trade it for anything. Running a ramen shop wasn't glamorous, but it was honest work. It was about providing something warm, something filling. A bowl of ramen could be a simple thing, but to someone who was hungry, it was a lifeline. In a way, Chuki had always seen his work as helping to nourish Konoha, just like the shinobi protected it. They all played their part. All right, he muttered to himself, checking the broth one last time. Ready for another day. Ayame would be down any minute, and soon the early risers would start trickling in. Another day, another chance to serve up bowls of ramen to a village that had become his family. And honestly, Chuki couldn't ask for more. Chuki waited for the first customer of the day. It was always Naruto. Like clockwork, the boy would come in, rain or shine, for his breakfast, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen before heading off to the academy. Chuki always made sure to use the freshest ingredients for him. That kid, he needed all the nutrients he could get. He remembered the first time Naruto had come in, 6 years ago. It was a rainy day, no customers around. Then there he was, a little blonde boy, soaked to the bone, holding a few coins in his small hands. Chuki had been scared at first, unsure of what to expect. The rumors, the whispers, they made him hesitate. But when he saw Naruto's eyes, hungry and desperate, something inside Chuki shifted. That wasn't a demon standing in front of him. That was a hungry child. And since then, Naruto had become his most loyal customer. The curtains rustled, and Chuki was about to greet him like he always did, but the words caught in his throat when he saw who walked in. What can I do for you, sir? Chuki said, his eyes scanning the beautiful patterns on the shield slung across the customer's back. That was gold. Real gold. Whoever this was had to be someone important. Then he heard the voice, tired and exhausted, like the person had pulled an all-nighter. Oji-san, why are you talking to me like that? Chuki froze. He knew that voice anywhere. Naruto. Chuki said, disbelief coloring his voice. Ayame walked in from the back, tying her apron, and echoed the same question. Yeah, Naruto said, and in the blink of an eye, the helmet was gone. Like it was never there. Some kind of jutsu, Chuki guessed. Ayame, of course, had stars in her eyes. You look. Chuki started, but his voice trailed off. Naruto's face was covered in sweat, grime, and dirt. He looked like he hadn't cleaned up in days. Dirty. Come to the back and wash up. Ayame cut in, giving Naruto a pointed look. Chuki shot her a glance that said, don't even think about tricking him into doing the dishes for more ramen. Ayame always had a knack for using Naruto as her guinea pig to try out new ramen flavors. She loved cooking just as much as Chuki did, but she always dragged the poor kid into her experiments. So, Naruto, how did yesterday go? Chuki asked as he started making a few bowls of Naruto's favorite ramen. Naruto pointed his thumb at his forehead, and suddenly, the ninja headband appeared. It was like magic. Chuki still couldn't wrap his head around it. Hey, teach me that jutsu, Ayame chimed in, turning on the tap, her hands working quickly. That way, I don't have to bother putting on my clothes every morning. Naruto chuckled nervously. Sorry, Ayame-ne-chan, but I can't. Ayame looked deflated, and Chuki couldn't help but chuckle himself. As Naruto cleaned his face, Ayame gave him a once-over. So, you're a ninja now, huh? She asked, glancing at the headband. One step to being Hokage. Naruto froze at the statement. He splashed his face again, like he was trying to avoid the idea, the dream. Chuki and Ayame exchanged a look. That wasn't like him. Something was off. Did something happen? Chuki asked gently, setting down a bowl of ramen in front of Naruto. Naruto quickly sat down, his heavy armor making the stool creak under the weight. Then, without much hesitation, he spoke. I found out about the fox, Naruto said, right before diving into the ramen. Chuki's hand froze mid-pour as he worked on another bowl. The broth almost spilled as he processed Naruto's words. He knew. He knew about the Kyuubi. And then, Naruto's eyes, those eyes that Chuki had seen so many times, hungry and desperate, full of life, looked at him differently. Naruto wanted to confirm something. He wanted to see if Chuki and Ayame were like the other civilians, the ones who whispered behind his back, who treated him like he was the demon itself. Chuki didn't have to guess what Naruto was thinking. The fear in the boy's eyes told him everything. Naruto was afraid that they would treat him differently. Chuki looked at Naruto, inhaling the ramen like it was his lifeline, and his heart broke a little. Chuki finished making the bowl as quickly as he could and placed it down in front of Naruto. A bowl for Naruto Uzumaki, he said with a smile. Not for the fox, Naruto whispered, his voice barely audible, filled with hesitation and fear. No, it's for the champion of last year's ramen eating competition. The transformation was immediate. That smile, Naruto's smile, lit up his face, so bright it could chase away the darkest clouds. He took the first bite, and for a second, Chuki thought the boy was going to cry. Then, just like always, Naruto grabbed the bowl with both hands and shoveled the ramen into his mouth like he wanted to hide his tears behind the bowl. Chuki chuckled, watching the boy, but out of the corner of his eye, he could see Ayame standing there, looking confused. What are you talking about? Naruto put the bowl down, and Chuki saw the hesitation in his movements. Naruto wanted to tell her, that much was clear. The pull to stop keeping secrets from people he cared about was written all over his face. But Chuki placed some water in front of him and shook his head ever so slightly, signaling to keep quiet. Ayame, not one to be left in the dark, frowned and turned to her father. Dad, what's going on? Chuki gave her his best smile, the one he had used to calm her when she was little. Ayame, can you go to my room and bring my journal? I want to give something to Naruto. She shrugged, still puzzled, but headed off to fetch it. Chuki turned back to Naruto, his expression softening. The boy needed to hear this. Sometimes, Naruto, some things are better left unsaid, Chuki told him, his voice low and gentle. Wouldn't that be lying? Sometimes lying is good, Chuki said, hating how true the words felt. I know you think Ayame deserves to know, but please, the Kyuubi attack was the worst day of her life. She doesn't deserve to be reminded of that pain, okay? Naruto looked down again, this time at the empty bowl, but he nodded. Chuki could see the conflict in his eyes. As the ramen chief started making him another bowl, Naruto asked the question that Chuki honestly wished wasn't asked. Would Ayame-ne-chan see me as the fox? No, Chuki said, his voice firm. But even as he said it, he could see that Naruto didn't believe him. Suddenly the chief placed a fish cake in Naruto's bowl, one that Ayame had specially made. It was shaped like the young Uzumaki. Ayame made this for you, Chuki said softly. A special ingredient to congratulate you on your graduation. Naruto's face lit up again, his eyes a little watery as he smiled at the fish cake. Chuki could see it. Just for a moment, the boy was finally starting to accept that he would always be Naruto Uzumaki, their number one customer at Ichiraku Ramen, nothing more, nothing less. Ayame came back in, and just as Naruto held up the fish cake, he said, "Thanks, Ayame-ne-chan." She looked at her father, shock and betrayal written all over her face, and Chuki couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, he said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Well, I'm going to give you your present now, Ayame said, pulling out a small piece of paper from the journal. She placed it in front of Naruto with a triumphant smile. A coupon for 100 free bowls of ramen, she declared proudly, giving her father a smug look, as if she had just won the title of best gift giver. Naruto held the coupon in one hand and the fish cake in the other, staring down at them like they were treasures. He whispered a soft, "Thank you." And though it was quiet, it felt like it filled the whole room. Ayame ruffled his hair affectionately, like the big sister she always was, and Chuki placed another steaming bowl of ramen in front of him. Eat up, champ, Chuki said, his heart full as he watched Naruto. You need to show the world who the great Naruto Uzumaki really is. After 8 years of being surrounded by the weak and the sycophantic, of enduring pointless conversations and meaningless praise, Sasuke Uchiha's ambition was finally beginning to take shape. The thought should have filled him with pride, being the strongest among his peers, but it didn't. It only fueled the constant reminder of how far he still had to go. Compared to his older brother, no, he refused to even think of him as that anymore. Itachi was his enemy, nothing more. Compared to Itachi, Sasuke felt weak, insignificant. Itachi was already an Anbu captain at his age, while Sasuke was sitting here as a mere genin. The gap between them felt like a gaping chasm, one that he couldn't close fast enough. Sasuke sat at his desk near the window, the sunlight slanting through the glass, illuminating his thoughts as he glared at the rest of his so-called classmates. The incompetent, the weak. None of them deserved to pass. They'd just die on the battlefield, leaving behind crying parents, sobbing families. He snorted. It wasn't like he cared for them, but the thought of others experiencing the kind of pain he went through, the loss of everything, he wouldn't wish that on anyone. But then, the shrill voices hit his ears. Sasuke-kun. The girls. Every day, it was the same thing. Their pointless giggling, their desperate waves, their pathetic attempts to catch his attention. If anyone deserved to die, it was them. Annoying pests. He wouldn't mourn them. He turned his head toward the window, tuning them out as he always did, letting the noise fade into the background. What did it matter? He had more important things to think about. He closed his eyes, his mind wandering to what he should train today. Ninjutsu. Taijutsu. But then, silence. Why was it suddenly so quiet? He opened his eyes just in time to hear a loud thud beside him. Some guy, fully dressed in battle armor, sat down next to him. The chair wobbled under the guy's weight, the suit clinking with every movement. Sasuke's gaze immediately locked onto the insignia on his shield, a lion. A clan symbol, but one he didn't recognize. Who was this guy? He glanced around the room. Everyone was staring at him, as confused as he was. Why was he here? Why was he in the graduating class? Sasuke didn't like this. Not one bit. Naruto felt like a bottle about to burst, completely full and ready to overflow. Guess that's what he deserved after eating 25 bowls of ramen. New record. He rubbed his stomach, grinning to himself, until he noticed something was off. The class was way quieter than usual. Hey, do I have something on my nose? Naruto asked, looking around, confused by the silence. As soon as he spoke, everyone's jaws practically hit the floor. Naruto. A few students gasped. He removed his helmet manually, not by unequipping it. He still needed to breathe, after all. Yeah, Naruto replied, wiping away some sweat. He couldn't help but wonder, how did Oscar manage to stay in that armor for so long without getting all sweaty? Seriously, that guy must have been built differently. Then, of course, someone had to pipe up. You know, this is a class for graduating students, not failures. Some jerk in the back thought he was funny. Naruto huffed, his hand instinctively reaching for his headband. Should I get this helmet engraved or something? This is getting really annoying. Just as he was about to show them his headband, he heard it, Kiba's voice cutting through the room like nails on a chalkboard. Hey, don't bully that loser. He probably thinks wearing some stolen armor is gonna make him Hokage. A bunch of the class laughed. Too many for Naruto's liking. His glare shot straight to the source, Kiba Inuzuka. Messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with those weird slit pupils, and that stupid smug grin on his face. He had those red fang markings on his cheeks like all the Inuzuka, and he was decked out in his usual dark pants and that fur-lined coat. Naruto didn't steal anything. I didn't steal nothing. Dog breath, he growled, the words slipping out before he could stop them. This armor is from my master. Kiba was complicated. There were times they'd skip class together, pulling pranks and causing trouble like a couple of idiots. But for some reason, Kiba always had this need to put Naruto down, like he had something to prove. Normally, Naruto would laugh it off, maybe prank him right back, but today, Kiba's words cut deeper than usual, and Naruto couldn't shake off the anger bubbling up inside him. This armor represented that he was the squire of Oscar. Naruto clenched his fists, the rough metal of the gauntlets digging into his skin. He could feel the heat rising in his chest, the familiar burn of frustration trying to take over. He wasn't about to lose control, not here, not in front of these idiots. He'd just show his headband, prove them wrong, and shut them all up. But Kiba wasn't done. He never knew when to stop. What master? You've always been the dead last loser. But seeing that stupid piece of crap armor. Kiba's laugh echoed in the room, but it felt hollow, and for once, no one joined in. The rest of the classmates weren't laughing. They were watching Naruto, their eyes wide, like they were seeing something different for the first time. Naruto could feel their stares, but he didn't care. All he could focus on were Kiba's words, repeating over and over in his head, cutting deeper each time. Naruto's fists clenched harder. And I think your master is just as big of a loser as you are, Kiba added, his voice dripping with arrogance. Naruto heard the words, but they didn't register at first. It was like his brain was trying to process what had just been said, like a delayed explosion. He could feel the anger shifting into something sharper, colder. Oscar. Kiba insulted Oscar. Naruto's body went still, his mind narrowing in on Kiba. Everyone else faded into the background. Naruto didn't care about them. The only thing that mattered was shutting Kiba up. But of course, Kiba didn't stop there. He never knew when to stop. Oi, couldn't find a better sword to go with your stupid costume. You know what, I'll be generous. Why don't I give you a proper dagger, better than that broken, crappy sword you probably took off a beggar. That was it. Naruto could barely hear the rest of Kiba's sentence because the blood was pounding in his ears, his vision narrowing until all he saw was his fist connecting with Kiba's face with a satisfying crunch. Kiba didn't even get to finish his insult before he was sent flying out of his seat. Coincidentally, the door of the classroom swung open just as Kiba went flying through it. Sakura and Ino, mid-argument, barely had time to duck as Kiba soared over them, crashing into the hallway with a resounding thud. Hey, what the? Sakura began, but her words caught in her throat the moment she locked eyes with Naruto. Her face paled, and before she could comprehend it, her legs gave out from under her. She hit the floor hard, trembling uncontrollably, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Sweat beaded across her forehead, her entire body frozen in place. The entire class felt it. Naruto's chakra, unbeknownst to him, had changed. The soul of the asylum demon had left its mark, not as a visible scar, but as something foreign and raw, steeped in an extreme yin nature of the soul. And with his frustration mounting, that lingering yin slipped free, seeping into the room like an invisible miasma. It wasn't intentional, but it didn't need to be. The energy, alien and wrong, carried with it the faintest echoes of the asylum demon's existence. To the others, the feeling was indescribable. How could you describe the feeling of another world? It was as though the room itself shifted, the very fabric of reality stretching thin at the edges. It wasn't something they could see or name, but their bodies reacted instinctively. A cold sensation ran down their spines, the kind of chill that sank into the bones and made every muscle scream to run, to get away. It wasn't the fear of a predator lurking in the dark, but something deeper, more primal. It felt wrong in the way a shadow moving without light would feel wrong, a contradiction of existence that clawed at their sanity. "You bastard!" Kiba roared, his voice feral as he wiped at the blood dripping from his nose. His eyes burned with fury, his pride as an Inuzuka screaming for retribution. Giju Ninpo. Shikyaku no Jutsu. His chakra surged, and his nails and fangs elongated, giving him a wild, bestial appearance. Without hesitation, Kiba lunged at Naruto, his hands clawing through the air like he intended to tear him apart. Naruto didn't move, at least, not immediately. The moment seemed to stretch out, silent but heavy. Then, in a blur, his body flickered. Shunshin no Jutsu. Wind whipped through the hallway, rustling Sakura's and Ino's hair as Naruto reappeared in front of Kiba in an instant. The world around him blurred as the distance between them vanished, a tunnel of motion that left Kiba wide open. Naruto's fist shot upward, and the impact came like a crack of thunder. Kiba's head snapped back, his eyes wide as his body lifted off the ground. A tooth spun lazily through the air before clattering against the floor. Naruto didn't stop. He was on Kiba in the blink of an eye, pinning him to the ground with a ferocity that made the room hold its breath. Kiba grunted, struggling beneath him, but Naruto's knees kept his arms locked down. Naruto's breath came fast, harsh, as he glared down at Kiba. His chest heaved beneath the weight of his armor. For a moment, he wasn't in the classroom. He wasn't in the academy. He was back in the Northern Asylum, standing in the dim, damp corridors where survival was earned with blood and steel. Without realizing it, Naruto's hand moved. The axe was in his grip before he even knew it. Heavy, sharp, its worn blade gleaming faintly in the classroom's light. He raised it high above his head, the motion deliberate, slow, as if the weight of the weapon mirrored the weight in his chest. And then, his hand froze. What was he doing? Time seemed to stop as Naruto stared at the axe in his hand, his breath catching in his throat. Kiba's words replayed in his mind, sharp and grating. He insulted Oscar. He insulted Oscar's sword. The anger still pulsed through him, demanding action, demanding he teach Kiba a lesson. But, was this what Oscar would have done? The anger in his chest wavered, and his grip on the axe loosened. This wasn't honor. This was rage, raw and ugly. If he brought the axe down now, it wouldn't be about justice. It wouldn't be about defending Oscar's memory. It would be about him. His pride. His anger. Naruto's arm trembled. Was he really going to sully Oscar's code for this? Enough. Naruto felt a hand on his wrist, firm but not forceful. He looked up, the red haze in his vision clearing slightly as he met Iruka-sensei's eyes. There was no anger in them, no judgment, only a quiet, heavy understanding. Please stop this. Naruto stared at him for a moment, then back down at Kiba. The fight was gone from the other boy's eyes now, replaced with something else. Fear. Naruto's grip on the axe loosened entirely, and the weapon fell to the floor with a dull thud. He stood slowly, pushing himself off Kiba and taking a step back. His chest was still heaving, his breaths ragged, but the storm inside him was finally starting to settle. The room was silent. Naruto could feel their stares, sharp, piercing, like needles against his skin. He didn't look at any of them. He didn't care what they thought. Let them think what they wanted. Let them whisper. But as he moved to sit back down, something gave him pause. Sasuke. The boy was staring at him, his dark eyes locked onto Naruto with an intensity that made the hair on the back of his neck prickle. Then Naruto saw them. Sasuke's eyes, dark a moment ago, now glowed faintly red, two spinning tomo etched into each iris. The Sharingan. Naruto's breath caught for half a second, and the weight in the room shifted yet again. This time, it wasn't his own presence commanding it, it was Sasuke's. The Uchiha's body seemed coiled, ready to spring, like he was reacting to a threat only he could see. Why are your eyes red, Tem? A graduating class should have been buzzing with excitement. Nervous chatter about upcoming assignments, soft laughs as they teased each other about their new teams, and the unrestrained joy of finally passing the academy. Instead, the classroom felt heavy, as if all that energy had been snuffed out. The silence was suffocating. Hiba Inuzuka sat on the edge of a desk, clutching a bloodied rag to his nose as Iruka-sensei wrapped gauze around his knuckles. He winced but didn't complain. The idea of being escorted to the nurse's office felt like a humiliation he wouldn't live down. His pride wouldn't allow it, not after what had happened. The civilian-born students sat scattered across the classroom, their gazes downcast or staring blankly into space. Naruto's faint, almost unintentional killer intent had been a far cry from what seasoned shinobi might unleash, but for them, it was something they could never have prepared for, or forget. The weight of it lingered in their minds, leaving them with an unsettling question they hadn't dared to ask before. Were they truly ready for the shinobi world? Meanwhile, Shikamaru Nara leaned forward in his chair, his chin resting on his folded arms. He looked bored. At least, that's what anyone glancing at him would think. But his sharp mind was anything but calm. Troublesome. That was the only word he could find for it. Naruto. What the hell was that? His lazy eyes flicked toward the boy in armor. The ridiculous outfit should have made Naruto look silly, like he was trying too hard to play some kind of warrior. But now Shikamaru wasn't so sure. That armor, it wasn't something you stole from a merchant or patched together from scraps. It looked like it had been made for him, fitted perfectly. That meant Naruto was telling the truth about having a master. But if he had a master capable of giving him gear like that, then why had Naruto been dead last for so long? Why had he failed basic tests and acted like a fool every day? It didn't add up. Either Naruto had been hiding his true strength all along, or something had changed recently. Either way, it was troublesome. Even more troublesome was what had happened to the class. Shikamaru had seen killer intent before. His father was a Jonin, after all. He'd felt it during training sessions and clan meetings. But this, what Naruto had unleashed earlier, felt different. It wasn't just chakra trying to intimidate them. It had felt alien. Like it didn't belong in this world. Shikamaru sighed softly, rubbing the back of his neck. His mind was spinning, questions piling up with no answers in sight. This was such a drag. Hinata Hyuga sat stiffly at her desk, her hands clutching the fabric of her jacket tightly. She could feel her heart beating in her chest, loud and erratic, like it might break free at any moment. She hadn't activated her Byakugan, but she didn't need to. She had felt the shift in Naruto's chakra as clearly as if she'd seen it with her own eyes. It wasn't the chakra she had grown used to sensing. The warm, stubborn energy that seemed to radiate determination no matter how much Naruto struggled. This had been colder, heavier, and laced with something dark and unfamiliar. It had scared her. That wasn't Naruto-kun. She repeated the thought to herself like a mantra, trying to push the memory of his rage-filled eyes out of her mind. Naruto wasn't like that. He was kind and bright, always moving forward no matter how many people doubted him. He wasn't cruel or violent. He couldn't be. Her fingers trembled as she tightened her grip on her jacket, her pale lavender eyes glancing at Naruto from beneath her bangs. He sat quietly at his desk now, seemingly calm, as though nothing had happened. Hinata wanted to believe that the Naruto she admired was still there. That the boy who inspired her was just going through something. But the way his chakra had felt earlier. She swallowed hard, forcing the thought away. Ino Yamanaka crossed her legs, trying to look as calm as possible. She was failing. Her hands were shaking, so she kept them out of sight, pressing them against her thighs. She hated how her body was reacting. It felt weak, and she hated feeling weak. Naruto's killer intent. No, that wasn't even the right term for it. It had been raw, overwhelming, like being caught in a wave you couldn't see coming. And it wasn't just fear it evoked. No, it felt like staring into something that wasn't supposed to exist, something wrong. Her father had always told her that killer intent was a reflection of experience. It wasn't just about anger or hatred, it was a mark left on someone's soul by the weight of their actions. It carried the residue of lives taken, of battles fought. But Naruto. Naruto was the dead last, the class clown. He hadn't killed anyone. He'd barely even passed his graduation exam. So where had that weight come from? Her stomach churned as she remembered the pressure, the way it had pressed against her chest and made her feel like she couldn't breathe. Her father had also said that killer intent always told a story. But whatever story Naruto's was, it wasn't normal. And though she hated to admit it, a part of her couldn't help but be drawn to that story, intrigued by the mystery of who Naruto really was. Sakura Haruno sat frozen, her hands gripping her lap tightly, her green eyes darting to Naruto for only a second before looking away again. Her heart felt heavy. That loud, goofy boy she'd dismissed so many times, that wasn't the boy she'd seen today. The way he'd looked at Kiba, the way he'd unleashed something so terrifying and foreign, it wasn't him. It couldn't be. She swallowed, her throat dry, and thought back to all the times Naruto had chased after her with that dumb grin, telling her how much he liked her. A small, bitter question crept into her mind. Was that fake too? If Kiba's insults had been enough to set him off like that, then, what about her? She wasn't exactly kind to him. She had called him names, yelled at him, dismissed him as a loser 100 times over. If Kiba's words had caused that, what would he have done if it had been her? Her stomach twisted, shame and fear bubbling inside her, though she didn't understand why. She wanted to believe that Naruto, the real Naruto, was still the same loud, annoying idiot who always tried to make her laugh, even if she never appreciated it. But after today, Sakura clenched her fists in her lap, her gaze fixed on the desk in front of her. Who are you really, Naruto? In the corner, Shino Aburame sat perfectly still. But inside, the boy was anything but calm. His Kikaichu were restless. The insects that lived within him, normally in perfect harmony with his body, were shifting erratically, buzzing in strange patterns that made his skin itch. They weren't agitated exactly. It was something else, something harder to define. They were being drawn to Naruto, pulled toward him like moths to a flame. Shino adjusted his high collar, but the hum of his Kikaichu filled his mind. They seemed to be murmuring, though not in words, more like instinct. Their movements pulsed with a single thought, a feeling Shino could interpret but couldn't fully understand: fire of life. On the other side of the room, Sai sat with his back straight, his notepad balanced neatly in his lap. His pale face was as expressionless as ever, his black eyes cool and unreadable. Sai's mission was clear: spy on Naruto Uzumaki, learn about him, and report back. But even Sai, trained to suppress his emotions to the point of emptiness, couldn't fully ignore what he'd just witnessed and felt. That presence. That flare of killer intent. He hadn't flinched, of course, but his body had felt it, like the faint echo of a blade brushing against his skin. Sai's brush paused for a moment, his fingers trembling imperceptibly. His eyes flicked up, landing on Naruto as the boy sat still, seemingly unaffected by the storm of unease he'd left in his wake. Sai's lips twitched, not into a smile, but into something close, a faint, almost clinical curiosity. The notepad in his lap filled with ink as he drew, an abstract swirl of darkness centered around a single flame. It was imperfect, messy even, but it was the only way Sai could interpret what he had felt from Naruto. Iruka glanced at Kiba one last time, making sure the bandages were secure. With a sigh, he turned back to the class, feeling the weight of the silence. The room looked deader than him during the morning when he hadn't had his coffee. And Naruto. He didn't look guilty at all. Not even a hint of remorse on his face. Iruka couldn't help but wonder, was this change in behavior due to Naruto's first kill? Maybe. He had seen it before in other shinobi, but this felt different. He made a mental note to submit a form so that Naruto could get some psychological help. Something was off, and Iruka didn't want to ignore it. But for now, he had a job to do. He had to wake these kids up, shake them out of whatever fog Naruto had thrown them into. They needed to be ready for what was coming next. Iruka straightened up, his voice cutting through the room like a whip. You're shinobi now. A few of the genin jumped in their seats, startled. Good. At least they were paying attention again. This headband you gained, Iruka continued, is merely the first step. Yesterday, you had a rank, a standing, a score that placed you among your peers. Today, you are nothing but genin. He paused, letting that sink in. They needed to understand, really understand, what that meant. Whether you were first or last yesterday has no bearing on who you are today. You are nothing but genin. Yesterday, you were the oldest and the strongest of the academy. Today, you are the youngest and the weakest. You are nothing but genin. Iruka looked around the room, scanning their faces. Finally, he could see some life in their eyes again. They were listening. You can be proud to have passed the academy, but remember, there is still much more to learn. Remember that you're stepping out of school into the vast world. Do not doubt the skills you acquired here, but do not become arrogant, for today, you are nothing but genin. He watched as most of them looked down, as if something had hit them. Reaffirmed something they needed to hear. But something still felt off. Why did they look so deflated? Did Naruto do something before he came in? Iruka couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than he realized, but he pushed it aside for now. He had teams to announce. Team 10 under Asuma Sarutobi, Ino Yamanaka, Shoji Akamichi, and Shikamaru Nara. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamichi always teamed up. That trio was so famous for their teamwork that even Hashirama Senju himself once said there was nothing like it. It was tradition, one that Iruka didn't expect to change anytime soon. He cleared his throat, half expecting Ino to cry out in disappointment over not being with Sasuke. But nothing. The girl was deep in thought, not a word from her. That was strange. Team 8 under Kurenai Yuhi, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga, Iruka called out, a little puzzled himself. It looked like an ideal tracker team, but Kurenai was famous for her genjutsu expertise. So why was she making a tracker team? He shrugged it off. Kurenai knew what she was doing, he hoped. Then came the big one. Team 7 under Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Iruka paused for a moment, fully expecting Sakura to cheer. And right on cue, she did, as if this was the greatest moment of her life. Honestly, it was almost impressive, this infatuation she had with Sasuke. If only it weren't so foolish. But hey, that kind of passion had its place, Iruka supposed. He took a deep breath, bracing himself for what came next. Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura froze mid-cheer. Naruto. He just looked bored. Like he couldn't care less. And Sasuke. He was still preoccupied with checking out his new Sharingan in the reflection of the window, but he seemed pleased enough with the teammates he was assigned. Iruka almost laughed but held it in. Kakashi, you unlucky bastard, he thought. I'll pray for you and this dysfunctional team.